Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to day 2 of the Doha Forum, where we continue with our exploration of global trends and look at how they are reshaping the lives and political realities of countries across the global south. Today, this morning, we turn our attention to Latin America, where countries are pursuing a more autonomous, inclusive, and multipolar regional order, one that isn't simply an extension of great power interests and priorities. We see this in their trade diversification, their engaged diplomacy, and their efforts to revive regional blocs. Organizations like CELAC, UNASUR, and Mercosur are seen as platforms for Latin America to express its own vision for the future, to articulate its own principles and pursue its own rules-based order, one that is grounded in international law, in justice and solidarity. An order that seeks equality among all nations, that prioritizes the dignity of all people and rejects the selective application of norms by powerful countries. Our panel, Paths to Prosperity in Latin America, the role of cross-regional diplomacy, looks at how the region is shaping its own new vision for a more balanced, a more inclusive, and a genuinely multilateral global system. It is my pleasure now to invite our distinguished panelists to the stage, Their Excellencies Mohammed bin Abdulaziz Al Khulaifi, Minister of State of the State of Qatar; Carlos Martio Cosandé, Secretary of Multilateral Political Affairs of the Federal Republic of Brazil; Luis Alberto Castiglioni, former Vice President of the Republic of Paraguay; Alejandro Sanchez Pereira, Secretary of the Presidency of the Republic of Uruguay; Diego Martinez Bello, State Secretary for Foreign and Global Affairs of the Kingdom of Spain. Please join us on stage, and please welcome the moderator of this panel, Charles Powell, Director of Elcano Royal Institute. Welcome.
Good morning, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. My name is Charles Powell, and I'm the director of the Elcano Royal Institute, Real Instituto Elcano in Madrid, which is Spain's leading international relations think tank. And before I start, let me just say what a pleasure and an honor it is to be partnering with the Doha Forum here today. As has just been said, I think this is an extremely timely meeting. The multilateral order is clearly under threat. Some countries have responded to this by developing minilateral organizations and procedures, but it is also in this context that cross-regional diplomacy has really come into its own, and that is basically what we are going to explore this morning. And I will first of all ask His Excellency Mohammed bin Abdulaziz Al Khulaifi to tell us about how Qatar sees cross-regional diplomacy. What are the biggest challenges in achieving your goals? We heard yesterday that you have just signed a very important agreement with Colombia, which, as I was telling you earlier, is one of my favorite countries in the world. So I'm extremely grateful to you. Congratulations. And I particularly wanted to ask you, what does Qatar bring to the table specifically? What are Qatar's advantages when it comes to dealing with cross-regional diplomacy?
Thank you so much for this comprehensive question. I'll try to be short but very direct. Mediation is a strategic pillar in our foreign policy. We've been very much engaged with several requests from friends around the globe to ask Qatar to mediate and resolve conflicts between the disputing parties. We've been engaged in cases in East and West without any geographical boundaries. And I think that's the unique elements of Qatar's approach, that we don't have a limitation or geographical limitation in terms of our approach to those different conflicts. In spite of their difficulties and sometimes conflicts that are deeply rooted for years between the disputing parties. But we've managed to add elements of neutrality, trust, and new initiatives that can bring the parties together. I think the role of a mediator is really to build bridges and fill the gaps between the disputing parties. And that's what Qatar has been unique for. We've been dealing with cases globally that has been known as the most complicated and difficult cases. Of course, the mediation between the Palestinians and the Israelis comes at the top of the list. But when it comes to Latin America, it's a very important and strategic approach for the state of Qatar. We've been recently engaged in several cases. In the last 4 years, we've been very engaged in the case between Venezuela and the United States, and between the previous US administration, the Biden administration, and the Venezuela governments. That was honestly an important experience for us that built Qatar's reputation in the continent of Latin America. We have received several requests following up that, including the recent achievements in Colombia that we have managed to achieve with our partners from Spain, Switzerland, and Norway. It's a very important milestone, but I think it's when you were referring honestly to cross-regional diplomacy. It's a very important terminology that needs to be applied at a higher level. People and countries, governments cannot always resolve their conflicts within their regional territories. Relying on trusted partners internationally is always a useful tool in trying to bring the disputing parties together. And I think that's the motive behind Qatar's being reliable international partners in resolving conflicts internationally, but more specifically in the context of our discussion today, Latin America.
Thank you very much. Let me move now to Brazil. We are on the cusp now of the signing of a very important deal between the European Union and Mercosur. President Lula of Brazil announced recently that this deal might be signed on the 20th of December. Brazil, of course, represents something like 40% of Latin America's GDP and 70% of the economy of the Mercosur countries, the others being Argentina, Paraguay, and Uruguay. But at the same time, regions remain fragile in Latin America, I believe. So when we're talking about cross-regional diplomacy, it obviously helps if the regions in question are already well-established and share common goals and common values. We in the European Union, of course, have a long experience of that, but I was wondering whether you believe that these kinds of cross-regional diplomacy efforts will strengthen intra-Latin American regional cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, in the region, we have a long tradition of trying to integrate. Therefore, there's a lot of institutions that not always have had the results that were expected, but there's a lot of convergence in a number of areas. And the experiences of cross-regional diplomacy have always been an instrument to reinforce that unity in a sense. Because we have, for instance, the CELAC, which is a group that puts together all Latin American countries. And we have had different occasions, for instance, CELAC EU meetings that have been important in order for both regions to create a dialogue and understand the similarities, the commonalities they have in a number of different areas. The same happens with the negotiation of the Mercosur-EU agreement. In different moments of this long yes. negotiation, it has been important for the Mercosur countries to get together, get their act together in order to be able to negotiate with the European Union. In some moments, it was even an instrument of cohesion within Mercosur, the fact that we needed to face that tough and difficult negotiation as well. So I think it has been very positive for the region, all kinds of inter-regional relations for the region as a whole, but also for Brazil as a country. Brazil has been trying to be more present everywhere. Mercosur has been trying to negotiate also agreements with the Gulf countries, have had some kinds of dialogue in that area as well. I think we, in a moment where the global situation is so fragile and unstable, it's important to create those linkages and to reinforce that kind of linkages. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Luis Alberto Castiglioni from Paraguay. It's often said that smaller states are very much in favor of minilateral arrangements because they have a bigger say than they would otherwise have in a broader multilateral context. I'm a bit embarrassed to describe Paraguay as a small country because, as Paul-Henri Spaak, the Belgian politician, once said, there are two kinds of states in Europe, small states and states that haven't realized that they're small. And perhaps this is true of Latin America as well. But specifically, could you tell us how a country like Paraguay deals with its relationships with much larger countries such as Brazil and indeed Argentina? Thank you.
Bueno. Buenos días.
Good morning. And please allow me, Charles, to please serve a recognition here to the Minister of State of Qatar, here in person, to himself, as well to the government of Your Highness, the Emir, because Qatar, with its conviction and faith in this multilateral action in a global manner in pandemic times, it approached its cooperation and solidarity with my country, with Paraguay, saving thousands of lives. So first of all, I would like to express my gratitude for everyone to know about this, and I would like to publicly say thank you to the Minister of Qatar. This is worth it because multilateralism entails solidarity and cooperation as well for its actions. Secondly, Paraguay counts on a long trajectory in particular actions to contribute to multilateralism, and this has happened for decades. And it's been one of the main drivers, alongside Brazil, for the creation of Mercosur, which is the common market of the South, that started as a mirror of the European Union, inspired by the success of this multilateral initiative that is the European Union. And that's how Mercosur was born, to make this multilateral integration a reality in Latin America. And through that, this has helped us to reinforce with our partners this institution. Within Mercosur, I would like to admit that we work with the concept of minilateralism. That is the reality, Charles. We work very well here with our brothers, which are Brazil, Argentina, Uruguay, developing concrete actions with a great advantage. Because we're all close to each other, we are very alike, and we have a common vision from great values as democracy, the human being's dignity, the respect for human rights. Starting from these great values, we then land into particular objectives. And we work together in terms of security, for example, mentioning the security with the borders of Brazil, Paraguay, and Argentina, where we deal with particular actions with countries, other countries as well. But also this is within the minilateralism framework. And also in terms of economy, right now we are developing the Bio-Oceanic Corridor, which has been denominated as the second Panama Canal, which unites the Atlantic with the Pacific Oceans and allows many regions from Brazil, Paraguay, and Argentina through the ports of Chile to reach to the markets of the East, saving almost 21 days of traveling, which is 8,000 kilometers, saving a lot in logistics. This is how minilateralism works, with flexibility, with speed, with efficiency, with efficacy. And I believe this is how multilateralism needs to get to after the very needed reforms that might take place within its institutions for it to be again useful as it was in the past. Thank you very much.
Presents Uruguay, which is a country which has long been known for its commitment to multilateral organizations and practices. Uruguay has very often punched above its weight, I would argue. And I wanted to know from you whether you believe that the multilateral order is in terminal crisis. Is it simply going through a hiccup, shall we say, or do you think we are facing a turning point in international affairs? In other words, that business as usual will no longer work. And in connection with this, I was wondering, the Mercosur-EU negotiations have been going on for 25 years, which is quite an extraordinary amount of time. If Qatar had been involved, obviously, it would have been much less. How do you read this, and what lessons do you take away from Uruguay's long-standing historic commitment to the EU-Latin American relationship? Thank you.
Bueno, muy buenos días.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for this question, which is a complex question, which is quite the point in the days that we live in. These multilateralism institutions started when internet wasn't there, and the world we have today is very different from the world that arose after the Second World War. Geopolitics, commerce, trade, the Pacific, the Atlantic, everything has changed comparing to the world that we had right after the Second World War. Therefore, I believe that the consensus right now in the world, in a world dictated by uncertainty, is that multilateralism is going through a crisis. And I think that the main question here is, how do we interpret the crisis of the multilateralism, and which are the alternatives that we need to suggest, knowing that the institutions that represent multilateralism are not achieving to resolve the problems that the world has, the tensions that the world has. Currently, we have cross-state conflicts, and we have the biggest amount of conflicts since the Second World War, and we also have internal conflicts within the states. So definitely, this is a highly complex country. Uruguay is a small country, and we always go for Pacific conflict resolution, peaceful conflict resolution, and we always want to achieve our common target, which is to achieve the well-being of our societies. So yes, today we're living a world of tensions, but I believe that the reconstruction of the multilateral spaces is going to go towards not the solution of the reforms from the top, but most likely the group of regional spaces like Mercosur, CELAC, and the other spaces that deal with these friendship and cooperation relations, like, for example, the possibility that on the 20th of December we will sign a Mercosur and European Union agreement that is going to be very relevant. So I believe that the world complexity is the one that says that after 25 years of negotiations, we're finally managing to achieve this. All of this is an example of how our days are. So now, in order to build from something small, this would be the best path for the big solutions that the world needs. Usually when we build a building, we start with the foundations. And we're not able to solve everything from the top. But we need to use these regional agreements that are slowly building solutions and finding dialogues. Uruguay has been always betting for these spaces, these dialogue spaces, believing that if our grandparents were able, after in a critical moment, about the ability of the humans to destroy life and the planet, and they were able to build a path that achieved several decades of peace, I believe that now we should be able to look long term, and we should be able to build a future, and we should look at this with optimism and hope. Thank you very much.
I wanted to ask Diego Martinez Belillo, who is what I call a thinking man's diplomat, because he's interested in academic and intellectual debates about diplomacy and international relations. Are you ever concerned that the rise of minilateralism might actually undermine larger multilateral structures? In other words, they may be more effective in the short term, they may deliver certain results which are badly needed, but isn't there a danger perhaps that the proliferation of minilateral agreements may actually weaken the multilateral order overall? I'm thinking, for example, of the World Trade Organization. Let me also ask you, since we may not have too much time for this later, Spain joined the European Union in 1986 and has always advocated stronger ties with Latin America. So if the Mercosur deal is signed, this would obviously be a great success for Spain as well as the EU as a whole. How easy is it, though, for Spain to remind our EU partners that Latin America is an absolutely crucial region of the world? Because, of course, nowadays everyone is obsessing with Ukraine, rightly so, of course. We are also deeply concerned about what's happening nearer to this part of the world in Gaza. So how easy is it for you to convince your German or your French colleagues that they should actually take the longer view and spend more time on Latin America? Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. I'm happy about this second part of the question, because I was thinking, reading the material for the panel, and you know, we are here today in Qatar, and we are having a panel on Latin America. We have representatives from 3 continents, and I was thinking, are there panels like this in most European forums? Because I'm not so sure. Perhaps there are, but not so many. And we hear, I mean, I'm not availing myself of the opportunity, but we have a translation into Spanish, interpretation, which, you know, our European friends are very reluctant to grant in the European institutions, and because they're only thinking about Spain, and they're not thinking of what Spanish represents as a language in the world. So, and this was leading me, as I was hearing the other co-panelists, to think also of the way that, you know, when we raise these matters with in the European Union, we have to raise them, I would say. Whereas when I speak with Qatarian, we have just finalized a very successful mediation with Colombia, and I think this speaks to the fact that we're here today, the mediation itself, to Qatar's far-sighted foreign policy and global foreign policy. And when I speak to, of course, our Qatari friends, friends from the Gulf, friends from Asia, Africa, Arab world, when they think of Spain, they automatically raise Latin America. They bring up Latin America matters, or they ask what we can do together in Latin America, or how we see things. And I have to say, this is something that seldom happens with European colleagues. And I think that's problematic, and it speaks to the lack of, or perhaps, as you said, Ukraine, but it's not only Ukraine. I think, of course, Ukraine has made these trends stronger, but sometimes one feels that Europe is becoming ever more self-centered, at the same time that the rest of the world is becoming ever more interconnected in both the positive ways and the negative ways. So I wouldn't say it's difficult, but it's something that we have to bring up first, like Mercosur, for instance. And I was discussing with our Brazilian friend about how in the European Council in, I think it was 2019, I myself, I was then at the Prime Minister's office. We brought the letter with 8 other countries, but it was promoted by Spain. Germany with Chancellor Merkel was on board as well, and this was the renewal for the political impulsion to the Mercosur deal. And you said 25 years for Mercosur, and I think that speaks volumes to the point where it even shows a certain lack, not only of interest, but almost of seriousness on our part. And now we have the signature on the 20th, so that's something of a Christmas gift for us, and I think it's also an important step for Europe. I think we are stepping up as well, but there are some trends that we need to change. On multilateralism, I think this is a broad term which includes two very different things, in fact. One is regional integration, and the other one is something which you can perhaps more identify like with international alignments. Two very different things. I think regional integration is in itself positive. I think there are few countries in the world which are as enthusiastic as Spain on regional integration in the European Union, but we've also supported it with our Latin American friends. In Africa, we are huge supporters of the African Union, of ECOWAS as well, and other integration processes. So I think those are inherently positive. We also have, of course, the Ibero-American community, and we'll be hosting the summit next year in Spain. So I don't think those are at all in contradiction. I think, on the contrary, in significant number of times, it can be favorable to the goals of multilateral organization. And what we see is that countries that are in regional integration processes are very often the same countries as Spain, which are 100% committed to multilateralism.
Thank you. Yes, you're quite right in underlining that it's probably quite rare to have a panel such as this in many international fora, and we're very grateful to Qatar for doing this. Minister, is there a sort of one-size-fits-all model for mediation and cross-regional diplomacy? Because we were discussing earlier off the record, I don't want to get you in trouble, but you know, that the Swiss and the Norwegians, they seemed to have a one-size-fits-all approach, methodology, if you like, towards mediation and conflict resolution. And you were telling me earlier that the Swiss are now engaging with you because, to some extent, I think they want to understand why you are being successful where perhaps they no longer are. So my question is basically, what's the role of flexibility in all of this, and what's the role of personal leadership? Thank you.
Thank you so much. The simple answer, no. There is no one-size-fits-all. I think each case by itself has its own assessment and determination when it comes to the conflicts, the parties, the backgrounds, and the way and the approach the mediators would select in resolving those conflicts. Qatar has built up this experience. We have more than 25 years of experience in the field of mediation. We've been covering cases all over the globe with different parties and different backgrounds. Also different cultural backgrounds. I have an example in my mind, the Afghanistan-United States negotiations in Doha. Totally different cultural backgrounds, nations that led to an agreement in 2020. This is something that is very critical for us, is trying to build the bridges. The mediator's role is simply to put the full attentions towards the case itself and trying to bring the parties together. It is the parties' duties to fulfill the agreements and to sustain that agreement in a longer period of time. When it comes to the points that you have raising related to the partners, we appreciate, honestly, the engagement that we're having with Norway, Switzerland, with Spain, and several other countries around the globe. We've signed several MOUs and letter of intents in the field of mediation. We believe, honestly, that today's conflict, one mediator cannot do it all. A group of mediators can be more efficient, more effective, and timely when it comes to resolving those conflicts in a determined period of time. Conflicts are always going to be there. And that's the fact that people need to realize. I remember the saying that peace is not the absence of conflict, but it's the ability to cope with it. We need to cope with conflicts in a way that will be very structured, with a clear methodology that will allow the mediators to perform their tasks. I've said that before and continue to say it. Mediation is contagious. one successful story will lead to other successful stories. And I believe that the momentum that we have created in Latin America has allowed more countries within that continent to knock the door of Qatar and engage with us more thoroughly towards those requests. Qatar will continue to fulfill that role. It's a constitutional mandate. And the approach, I think the unique approach that Qatar is following is that we keep our doors always open. We talk to all parties, state actors and non-state actors. And I've seen many of my colleagues around the globe, including Europeans, hesitant in getting engaged in many of the disputes due to the fact that some of the non-state actors are somehow difficult for those governments to approach them. For us, we believe that the ultimate objective is finding a permanent and sustainable solution. We believe that the ultimate objective is to secure an important humanitarian outcome. Many of the conflicts around the globe has its own catastrophe and a humanitarian impact. And this is something that Qatar strongly believes in, that the motive behind our work is purely humanitarian. And sometimes it comes at the cost of the mediator itself. And we've seen in several mediations where Qatar has lifted this heavy weight for the sake of achieving this ultimate objectives. We remain hopeful, we remain engaged with the different countries in Latin America, and we believe that the future will have further opportunities for Qatar and countries in Latin America.
Thank you very much. It's important to... Thank you. It's important to stress that success breeds success. We're running out of time, but I'd like all of you, gentlemen, to tell me in 2 words, 3 words perhaps, what the major consequences of the EU-Mercosur deal would be for your country and perhaps for the region generally. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the main effect of Mercosur-EU agreement would be to oxygenate the Brazilian economy. The Brazilian economy has traditionally been constituted under tariff protections and on the basis of the big market that we have in Brazil. And opening it to the European Union would oxygenate it, generate competition, generate innovation, and that would be to the benefit of the Brazilian population. One point which is important is that, contrary to what some Europeans think, agriculture is not going to be the big result for Brazil, because the agreement is an administrative trade agreement in the agricultural area. So in fact, in the end, probably EU will benefit more from the agreement in the agricultural area because it's a big exporter of processed products than Mercosur itself. It has been used as a political problem to make difficult the agreement to go forward. It has been a political problem, but it's not at all an economic problem for the European Union.
Thank you. One of our analysts at the Elcano Royal Institute, who is a Uruguayan economist whom you know, Ernesto Talvi, he always stresses the fact that actually as a result of the signing of the agreement, tariffs between the Mercosur countries would practically disappear, and this would lead to a significant increase in inter-regional trade. Am I right?
Now, among Mercosur countries, they have already disappeared, except for sugar. Some. But it will certainly be an incentive for Mercosur industries to integrate more in order to export to Europe. I think that effect will also happen.
Thank you very much for that clarification. How about the Paraguayan view?
Well, correct.
It's going to have a very important impact, the signing of this agreement. Paraguay has even achieved the negotiation of some special conditions due to our very own condition of being a country that is landlocked. And consequently, we have achieved that 95% of the products that we are normally exporting to Europe are going to have 0 tariffs. And this grants us an enormous opportunity that will give us a great competitiveness in order to enlarge our markets. And at the same time, I would like to highlight something. We are going to be exporting food products, and we will also be exporting clean energies and fuels. But there's something very important. that also entails an opportunity for Europe. Europe is going to have a space where they can invest in infrastructure, clean energy, and in many other areas of the economy that are going to have Europe as a destination. These are going to be investments in both sides and that are going to help develop both regions as it's required, because this is a win-win project. Both sides have to get benefit out of it. And I would even add something else. This is going to be the first model of an amplified market that has an interregional character from one continent to another. And it's going to compile 25% of our GDP. And I am sure it's going to be replicated in other new models. This model is going to have a great success and is going to create a great number of new models of markets because of its success. Finally, Paraguay is also going to benefit from the transfer of technology by the modernization of its institutions, as, for example, in terms of intellectual property, public contracts, cybernetic security contracts. Our country is probably going to be one of the ones that gets the utmost benefit, but also Paraguay becomes completely open to offer all we have to offer in terms of opportunities for Europe, so they can make use of this agreement. So both America Latina, Mercosur, Europe can get benefit out of it and enlarge it to the rest of the world.
It can have systemic institutional consequences. What about the view from Uruguay? Are you optimistic? Are you sanguine about the consequences of an EU-Mercosur deal? How will you benefit?
Well, I think this is a great agreement. We have done a great deal of work unifying forces and hours of diplomatic human resources from both continents that we have been investing in terms of time to achieve this agreement. So we are obviously all very happy that this is materializing. And I do believe that it's going to have a great financial impact in the region and in Mercosur, because we're living in a world where disruption and technology changes, particularly Argentina and Mercosur, that are important food products producers, and they will continue to be for a long time. I think in this world, in the 90s, we were talking a lot about transforming the marketplace, but what we need to do now, particularly in Argentina, is to reconvert our companies. They need to look at international markets in a different way, incorporating science, technology, innovation, and the demands of the current world we live in, and that in a way that they allow to provide all of the advantages that Latin America has to offer, and allow us to open our markets more to the rest of the world. I think this is going to be a great opportunity and a great benefit for Mercosur. Additionally, the agreement between Mercosur and the EU, and it being reduced to simply a commercial agreement, does not match the reality that we live in. What we are building beyond a trade area and an area for cooperation, it's an area of shared values, values such as human rights, democracy, the resolution of controversies through talks and dialogue. And we're also building the defense of respect between nations and the search for peaceful resolutions of conflicts and dialogue. And I think this agreement between the EU and Mercosur also represents a political opportunity to show the chances the current world has to resolve conflicts in other ways. We do believe that production and commercial agreements are important, but this agreement also gives a further commitment to the rest of humanity.
That actually Europe, of course, we still regard as a normative power. And I know this is old-fashioned, but I'm sticking to my guns on this one. As Professor Ian Manners said many years ago, we are a normative power because we believe in norms, and therefore we also believe in a rules-based international order. But what you said about prosperity in the economy is very important as well. hopefully this agreement will lead to equitable growth, sustainable growth, more inclusive growth, and not just economic growth at any price. Secretary of State, Minister Alvarez likes to say that Latin America is the most Euro-compatible region in the world. Perhaps I would add that Europe is the most Latin America-compatible region in the world. I'm sure you wouldn't disagree with that. What systemic impact is this going to have right now, especially in the wake of Donald Trump's national security strategy, which people are hyperventilating about? You know, we need a breath of fresh air. We need a bit of hope. We need to restore our faith in cross-regional diplomacy and in multilateralism. Do you think the agreement will have this impact? Thank you.
Absolutely. And I would like, of course, this will be the largest trade agreement in the world, though that's very important in and of itself, and I think the economic impact has been stressed by everyone. I would like to also stress the value aspect, and why is Latin America Euro-compatible or Europe Latin America compatible? I think probably Europe is not as conscious of being compatible with Latin America as the other way around, and I think this agreement will help change that perception. It will help through the creation of economic bonds, which in fact always imply human ties, will help anchor the relationship between Europe and Latin America. That's something we've pushed during our presidency. We had the first EU-CELAC summit in 8 years. We established periodic summits, also a follow-up mechanism on ministries. I think it's also, so that's, I think, the main result. And as a diplomat, I like to think more in political terms. And these trade ties will bring human ties, and that means political capital and attention as well. And I think it's also, and now I'm thinking more selfishly as a Spaniard and European, it's a symbol of the European Union really taking itself seriously, itself and the words that we say. In a way, putting our money where our mouth is and saying that, you know, when we say we want to be a strategic power, we want to be a power for norms and order in the world, that we are finally stepping up our game and we are getting important things done.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We've actually finished on time, which is a miracle whenever I'm a moderator. We have 35 seconds to go. So let me just conclude by asking you all to thank our speakers. Many of them have come a long way to be here with you today, and of course the Minister for his inspiring leadership. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Charles, for sticking to the time, for keeping us on track, and thank you for this fascinating conversation. So many fresh perspectives, interesting voices from Latin America and the Middle East, highlighting the role that smaller and emerging actors can play when they work together to reimagine and recreate important aspects of the global order through their, well, new approach to mediation and diplomacy, how to build trust and offer innovative pathways to peaceful resolution in conflicts, and, crucially, how to offer a much-needed alternative to the Western-led international order. Much to think about and reflect on. Please don't go too far. We're going to change the set very quickly for a change of gears as we get ready for our next session. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
Nagtitesting ako, handheld 3. One, two, hello, sound check, test. Check, check, test. One, two, hello, sound check.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I ask you to please take your seats as we begin our next session? Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats so that we can begin. Now, our next speaker really needs no introduction, but I'm delighted to give her one anyway. She served as First Lady, United States Senator, and Secretary of State. But to many, she remains the woman who came closer than anyone else before her to breaking the ultimate and highest barrier in American politics. If you'll forgive the reminder, Madam Secretary. She is a leader who has shattered glass ceilings, endured a level of scrutiny that very few public figures have ever had to face. She has met every challenge with unwavering resilience, which has become her trademark. She brings experience and decades of leadership in diplomacy and global development. And it is my pleasure to welcome to the stage Hillary Clinton and Foreign Policy's Ravi Agrawal for this one-on-one conversation.
All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Ravi Agrawal. I'm the editor-in-chief of Foreign Policy magazine and the host of FP Live. We are here today for a special taping of a show called Counterpoint, which FP hosts in partnership with the Doha Forum. And so I'm just going to ask you all to make sure that you have your phones on silent. This is a recording. And before we start off, I'm going to ask for one more proper warm round of applause for our guest, Hillary Clinton, please. There you go. That's more like it. And now we can start. Secretary Clinton, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, Ravi.
So let's start with something in the news. The Trump administration just dropped its national security strategy. What do you make of it?
Well, I think it's fair to say that I'm still digesting it. There is a very clear message from the strategy that was issued that the United States is taking a very big turn away from the kind of alliances that have been the hallmark of our foreign policy, and I would argue our real strength in influencing events in the world. So if you look at it, there's a very strong indictment of Europe, and in particular, the openness of Europe and the composition of the population of Europe. And that, to me, is an unnecessary division between us and countries with whom we have a lot in common and a lot that is necessary to our security. The sort of updating of the Monroe Doctrine that goes back to a very early president of ours, James Monroe, about dominating the Western Hemisphere, is something that is going to be very difficult to pull off, and we're watching the administration with its buildup of military power and its use in the region, and wondering, where that will lead. But in general, it raises more questions than answers about what actually will be done to implement these kind of very broad statements that are found in the strategy.
So if a lot of that is in theory, let's just talk about what we've seen so far in the last 11 months. When you look around the world, what is your sense of the impact Trump has had on his second term on countries around the world?
Well, personally, I'm quite concerned about the impact because there has been a very heavy emphasis on moving away from what I think are core American values in a number of ways. And that's not to say that there haven't been some successes.
Can you describe those values? What do you mean by that?
Well, for example, supporting Russia's invasion of Ukraine, both in an affirmative way by very rarely criticizing Putin for the brutal war that he has waged on the Ukrainian people, and then, attempting to try to coerce the Ukrainians into accepting a negotiated ceasefire and peace deal that would be, by any objective measure, leaving them vulnerable to further Russian activity. Remember, Russia has been in Ukraine since 2014, so this didn't start in 2022. So I think that there's a lot that needs to be reviewed and looked at from the perspective of what are the long-term consequences. And I just find that very often it's difficult to wrap your arms around, what is the objective? If it is to cause disruption and hope that that will lead to a better outcome, I've seen a lot of disruption, but we're still not yet at the point where we see what the actual effects will be. So take a couple of quick things. I very quickly supported the 20-point peace plan to bring about the Gaza ceasefire and gave, the president and his people credit for getting that terrible war to finally end. But it's a 20-point peace plan. That takes an enormous amount of work and effort and diplomacy and negotiation and carrots and sticks to make sure you get all the parties around the table and try to figure out how to move forward with it. that's where we'll really find out if that is going to stick. I already mentioned Ukraine. I think it's a terrible position for the United States to be in. You know, I was thinking 35 years ago, another dictator invaded a neighbor, namely Saddam Hussein, you know, crossed the border to seize parts of Kuwait. And the world rightly reacted, because you cannot reward that kind of aggression where efforts are made to literally, you know, invade your neighbor and seize territory, claiming that, you know, by some, you know, theory it belongs to you. So the world reacted. Saddam Hussein was, you know, obviously pushed back. In this situation, you know, Putin is intent upon taking as much of Ukraine as he can. I think we could have played, both in the Biden administration and now in the Trump administration, a much more assertive role in trying to help Ukraine continue to do the very heroic job it's doing defending itself. With China, if you look at the national security strategy, there's a lot of, you know, very important points about economic competition. And we also, though, have to recognize that along with the economic competition, there's a strategic competition with China in the region. And the buildup of the Chinese military assets are, you know, ones that pose a direct threat. First, foremost to our allies in the region, but then also to the United States. So, you know, when you look at diplomacy of any kind, whether it's trying to end a war or trying to prevent a war, or deter your adversaries, there has to be so much follow-up. And there is an aversion within the administration to, you know, the kind of work that is done by foreign service officers, diplomats, others who are on the front lines trying to fulfill these national security objectives. And there's a very small group around the president who he trusts to do all of this. And I think in many ways that is just not adequate for the complexity of the problems we face.
You know, but part of the criticism that the Trump administration has often had, say, for example, of the Obama administration or even the Biden administration, was that there was too much of all of that stuff. And so they claim that they right-sized the China strategy, which was a direct critique of the Obama years. And in a sense, there's bipartisan agreement in the United States. I'm not saying that's right, but there is. That we needed a different approach to China.
Look, I think that there's a lot to critique in any presidential administration. But I think that there's also a lot to learn from any presidential administration about what works and what doesn't work. You know, for example, I recently saw an analysis of peace agreements, which ones actually stick and how you get to them. And, you know, obviously in the 90s, there was the Good Friday Agreement in Northern Ireland, there was the Dayton Agreement in the Balkans. And so I know how much effort went into actually getting those agreements made. And in the case of Northern Ireland and in the case of the Balkans, what it took to demilitarize, decommission the weapons of the combatants, all of that, that is the boring, hard work of actually achieving diplomatic success. And I think there's a lot to be said for the kind of dramatic and bold action that we see from this president, but that standing alone is not sufficient. It may be necessary to get the world's attention, get the party's attention, get something done in the immediate effort to show progress, but then you've got to do all of that hard work. So it's not either or. You know, when I think about the kinds of diplomacy that I saw, you know, in the 90s, that I saw when I was in the Senate, that I was part of in the Obama administration, there are a lot of tools in the toolkit. And among those tools are soft power, development, which we have unfortunately decided is not going to be a prominent tool in how we try to, you know, influence people, persuade them. China's filling that gap, particularly in Africa. So it's you know, to me, you don't get into office and say everything that was ever done going back to the founding of the country was wrong and we're going to, you know, do it differently. You say hey, I've got a different style, I've got some different ideas, I'm going to learn from the past, I'm going to apply what works, and then we're going to go from there. That just makes sense to me, and I worry that we are, shutting a lot of doors, cutting off a lot of our allies, and not learning some of those lessons right now.
So I'm going to come back to Trump and also the future of the Democratic Party. I want to talk about you now. You've been in the news this past week for some comments you made at an event in New York organized by the newspaper Israel Hayom. And I'm going to paraphrase here, but you said that smart, well-educated young Americans are getting their news from social media and from TikTok. And you went on to say that this is how they're learning about what happened on October 7th and then what happened in Gaza in the months that followed. And it appears that this was a broader lament on your part about declining support among Americans for Israel. That comment has generated a lot of controversy, and it's led Congressman Ro Khanna, for example, to point out that I don't think the answer is to disparage the intelligence of young people. It's been a few days now since you've said that. How are you reflecting on your words and the controversy around it?
Well, I think it is a provable fact that most Americans and an even bigger percentage of young Americans get their news from social media. If that is controversial, then people are not paying attention to how...
Is that a bad thing?
I don't know if it's a bad thing, but I think it's an incomplete...
Well, let me rephrase this.
They should be listening to you, Ravi. I mean, obviously.
People do listen to me for what it's worth, and I am also on Instagram and TikTok. But I guess the broader point here is that if Americans are shifting in their views about Israel, and poll after poll shows that that is the case, that is based on some information that they're getting not just from social media, but also from very reputable journalists operating in the region, also Palestinian journalists in Gaza. Why is that not accurate?
I'm not saying it's not accurate. I am saying that I teach at Columbia University, and I teach a course called Inside the Situation Room. And so it's a very large course. I co-teach it with the dean of the School of International and Public Affairs. And so I've had many, many conversations with very smart young people, not just Americans, but literally from around the world.
And it's worth pointing out that Columbia, of course, has been a center of some protest and action.
And it was.
On this issue.
And I talked to students there. I've talked to students elsewhere. And in talking with them about their views, they were certainly entitled to those views based on whatever information they had. But they did not always know why they were saying what they said. And all I'm asking for is that people have a historical context, both for what has happened to the Palestinians and what has happened to the Israelis, because we are not going to implement the 20-point peace plan or any other peace plan unless people come with some sense of historical perspective and empathy about how we're going to move people toward what I still believe is the only realistic outcome, a two-state solution. And we're not going to get there if people, when they say from the river to the sea, and you say what river and what sea, and they don't know, which has personally happened in conversations that I've had. I just, but this is a larger issue, because even on other matters in this class that I teach, we are not doing a good job teaching history. We're not giving young people the kind of context that I think they need to be decision makers.
But with all due respect, and I can't gauge how well young people grapple with history, but what I can speak to is they're grappling with the here and now. And they are witnessing images that are live streamed, that are coming out every day. And yes, there is misinformation and disinformation, but a lot of it is real. And I think there's a genuine anger in the United States and around the world that some of that anger is deflected.
But Ravi, I'm angry about all of the human rights abuses. I'm angry about all of the excessive use of force. I'm angry about, what happened on October 7th in Israel and what happened in Gaza. I'm angry about what Russia's doing in Ukraine. I'm angry about Sudan. I'm angry about the Eastern Congo. I mean, I think we should be all looking at the tragedies and the conflicts that are bringing about so much suffering and be dealing with them. That's why the national security strategy is not to my liking, because I think the United States has an important role in trying to resolve these conflicts and alleviate the suffering and give people a chance to have peaceful, prosperous lives. That should be our goal. That is in America's interest. I don't care where in the world you are. So, of course, the suffering in Gaza is horrific. Full stop. Suffering everywhere is horrific. So let's look at what we can do to try to resolve, what is being done to people in so many different settings right now. And I think that the emphasis on one terrible conflict sort of doesn't do justice to the challenges that we are confronting. And I don't want to see my country basically say, you know what, those other presidents, they tried to resolve conflicts. They tried to stand for democracy and freedom. They stood up for human rights. What a waste of time. That is, to me, an abdication of leadership. And I want to see us involved everywhere, trying to stop the kind of horrible abuses that are going on.
I'm with you in all of that. I think the argument we often hear, of course, is that America has a different role in the Middle East. Of course, it supports Israel and therefore is complicit to a degree. But I want to draw a line from all of this to 9/11 and America's misadventures after 9/11 and the war in Iraq, the war on terror. And one could make the case that at some level, America's been unable to maybe curb Israel in this particular case, or even impose its will and talk about values and rules and norms and conflicts around the world, in part because it too has skirted rules and norms in several instances in its history. Is it your sense now that we're entering a world where the rules and norms don't matter as much? And what can the United States do?
Look, I think it's an interesting analogy, because when a country is attacked, and as you know, I was a senator from New York on 9/11, so I was deeply involved in dealing with families who had lost loved ones, dealing with the people who had been grievously injured, dealing with the horrible cleanup and everything we had to do in Lower Manhattan. That is a traumatic event. And people don't always make the best decisions post-traumatic events. You have to understand that. And I'm not sure that, that was well understood after 9/11 in American decision-making. And I think you can see other examples of that, obviously. That's part of the reason why we established all of these norms and laws after the Second World War. When you talk about how the rule of law, how the expectations of militaries in combat are supposed to be judged, all of that was an effort to try to construct a system that could rein in bad leaders like Vladimir Putin, who wants to dominate and destroy his neighbors, leaders who are traumatized by horrific events and therefore lash out and may not be, restrained and acting the way that they should. That's part of why we constructed this whole system, to move away from norms and laws in the international system will only benefit the worst actors in the international system, whether they are heads of state or criminal cartels or whoever. So I really believe it's a mistake for the United States not to be upholding all those rules. Does that mean we're always going to follow them perfectly? No, nobody ever has. But we need not just to give lip service to them, but to try our best to set examples, to be a nation of laws, not men, as the saying goes. And the world will be much worse off if the United States retreats from that position. Now, we have a big dispute going on right now over the bombing of these fishing boats.
Off the coast of Venezuela.
Yeah, in the Caribbean and the Pacific, and there has not been an adequate showing. I was on the Senate Armed Services Committee, and the Bush administration, which I did not always agree with, we would require them to come up and explain things and provide information. In the Obama administration, even in the most secret negotiation in the Situation Room I was ever involved in, the decision to go after Osama bin Laden, the leaders of Congress were briefed on that. So there were norms, there were rules, there were, both legal and kind of moral expectations.
I have to ask, I'm sure you get asked this all the time, where is Congress today?
Well, the Congress has abdicated its responsibility, and it's very sad to me because no president likes to be questioned by the Congress. I don't care what party you are. But that's part of the way our system was set up under our Constitution. The Congress is supposed to serve as a check on the executive power, and I think it's unfortunate that they have failed to do that. And basically it's the Republican Party that doesn't want to in any way hold the administration accountable. That is not in keeping with our Constitution, and it is not smart, because presidents need to be held accountable. It's a heady feeling, being in the Oval Office. And part of the way our founders, and we're about to celebrate the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence, understood human nature was to say, hey, look, there have to be separation of powers, there have to be checks and balances. The first article sets up the Congress, the second the executive, the third the judiciary. And there's supposed to be all of this tension so that nobody goes too far and leads the country astray. So I think the Congress has abdicated
what about
that responsibility.
Democrats? Could Democrats be doing more, and are you advising them in any capacity to try and come up with a better strategy?
Well, look, I think the Democrats actually came out of that shutdown in a strong position because they put affordability, particularly the affordability of health care, front and center on the domestic agenda. It was very hard to get any kind of smart political strategy in the beginning because the Democrats had so few tools. But I think that there is a growing awareness that the Democrats are being more effective in their opposition to the president. And I think the recent elections prove that voters are beginning to ask a lot of questions. Obviously, you can look at polling and favorability ratings and all of that. But what bothers me is that I was in the Senate for 8 years. I know a number of the Republicans who are still in the Senate. I don't recognize them because they were more than happy to criticize and question Bush and certainly Obama and certainly Biden. And they, they are either intimidated or, in agreement, whatever the reason might be, that they're not doing the same now.
When you look at why Democrats lost to Trump, what do you think in general they're missing about where the country is at? What have they gotten wrong? What are they misreading?
Well, look, I think that we are about to see political changes come and go, as you know so well. And I think that there were a lot of missed signals in the Biden administration. Obviously, Democrats lost the presidential election. I think there was a lot of uncertainty about how best to take on the president in the initial months of this term. But I think they have found their footing, and I think the candidates who are running, whether it's the new mayor-elect in New York, who made affordability the center of his campaign, or the newly elected governors in New Jersey and Virginia, who also made affordability the key message of their campaigns, that is beginning to resonate because it reflects the reality of Americans' daily lives. President Trump ran on affordability in large measure. You know, I'm going to get the prices down. You're going to have a better economic future. That hasn't happened. And so you can only tell people something for so long before they say, wait a minute, because that's what happened with Biden. He kept saying, you know, the economic indicators are really good, and people were saying, yeah, I'm looking at my grocery list, and I can't afford half the items on it. I'm looking at my electricity rates. I'm looking at my health care costs. And so they turned on Biden, even though, you know, he had tried very hard to lay the groundwork for new jobs and all the rest of it. Now you see people turning on the president. You see his favorabilities, you know, in the 30s in some polls. Why? Because their lived reality does not reflect the messages that are being put out from the White House. And I think there are concerns, you know, about what some of the other actions are. You know, one of the things that really broke through to people was demolishing the East Wing of the White House. And, you know, look, you can have an argument the White House needs a big space for people to gather, that's fine. But it was just such an abrupt decision, and the pictures were so incredibly disturbing. So people all of a sudden started saying, wait a minute, what's going on? That's the White House. So there's a lot that is beginning to penetrate, not just among Democrats, but independents as well, about, wait a minute, maybe this is not exactly what I voted for.
Last question. 30 years ago, you went to Beijing and you gave this iconic speech in which you said women's rights are human rights. And in many senses, I mean, that opened so many doors around the world and, you know, was formative in creating a feminist foreign policy. There have been some reversals of all the gains in the last 3 decades to the last few years. They're disappointing. I know you're not despondent, though. What gives you hope on this?
Well, specifically on this issue, you know, 30 years ago, I did make a speech, but what was more significant is that 189 countries reached consensus on something called the Platform for Action, which was the most historic effort to lay out all the ways in which women were not being treated equally and fairly in societies around the globe. And we made a lot of progress. For example, domestic violence was not considered a crime. It was a norm. It was like, oh, well, that's what happens in families. And that was changed. And all of a sudden, countries began to pass laws against domestic violence and train judges and law enforcement people to deal with it. Child marriage was seen as, you know, a norm that, you know, really cut into a young woman's potential for her own life, her education and her health, and so much else. So on so many grounds, we were making all this progress, and women across the globe were advancing toward a greater sense of opportunity. And there has been a reversal. Started in COVID with real intention, in part because economically a lot of families found themselves in terrible trouble. And so child marriage started going up, domestic violence started going up again. And what I'm seeing now is that even in countries that are, you know, advanced economies, there are a lot of doors shutting. I mean, it's a very sad commentary that there is now a lot of corporations that are saying, well, wait a minute, I don't want to get in trouble if I put a woman on the board, even though I'd like to hear from a woman. You know, I ended up on the Walmart board because Sam Walton called me and said, I think I need a woman on the board because, you know, most of my customers are women and we don't have any women and I want to know what women think when they go into my store. Well, that was common sense. That was not revolutionary. That wasn't DEI. That was like, we have a big market out there. We want to sell to everybody, and that includes women and people of color and everybody else. So I just see that there's a very real pushback in ways that are endangering women's lives, cutting back on health care, child marriage, once again, being, you know, an economic necessity, what the Taliban is doing, you know, the continuing campaign against women with forced hijab in Iran, but also in Hungary, in Russia, in Turkey, turning back laws that were meant to protect women. Xi Jinping saying, I wish more women would go back into the home because we need more children. Well, they need more children because they had the one-child policy, and they have a 30 million male surplus because they didn't keep their baby girls alive because they could only have one child. I mean, all of these decisions have consequences, and authoritarianism often picks on women first because they're more vulnerable and they can be pointed to as the problems in society or because of what women are doing or failing to do. So there has been pushback and there are reversals, but I am optimistic because I think that is out of step with reality. And I still believe that women's rights are human rights and that women's equality is the unfinished business of the 21st century. And every nation will do better the more they give opportunities for women to make their own decisions.
That's a great place to end. Secretary Clinton, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, can I please ask you to take your seats as we begin our next session. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats so we can begin. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to now introduce our next speaker. He's a leader whose vision and steady diplomacy have guided his nation through some of its recent challenges. He has a remarkable ability to turn tense and complex situations into diplomatic breakthroughs. From the release of hostages to helping broker ceasefires, he does it all while keeping a level of calm that most of us can only dream of. He does it with humility, with skill, and with clarity. And if you've observed him long enough, as I have, you'll know that he never gives much away. In fact, he gives nothing away, which is probably why he is a brilliant negotiator and probably also someone you would not want to take up for a game of poker. And he does it all with an effortless ease. Please join me in welcoming the Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of the State of Qatar, His Excellency Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdulrahman bin Jassim Al Thani, and Tucker Carlson.
Thank you, Sheikh Mohammed, for doing this. Have you been reading the coverage on American social media of this?
Well, actually, I've been going through some of them this morning, and I saw like a lot of contradicting messages.
Pretty intense, I'd say. This country's being denounced as a terror state, terror financing, very high volume, lots of attacks, including from politicians, sitting U.S. senators, Ted Cruz, for example. And the main criticism seems to revolve around Hamas, and the idea is that your country, and you specifically, are supporters of Hamas, you're terror financiers. And I'd like to just get right to the truth of that. So my understanding is Hamas is here in Doha because the United States and Israel asked you to host Hamas. Is that true? And if not, what is the truth about Hamas in Doha?
Well, thank you, Tucker. First of all, Look, the starting of the relationship with Hamas and the communication was started back more than 10 years, 13 years ago, at the request of the United States. Even beyond that, like it was 19 years ago when they first participated in the election, and then when they moved their office back in 2012 here, it was used only for the communication and to facilitate like ceasefire, facilitating aids to Gaza. Now, unfortunately, Qatar has been attacked for having them here, but when you look, at what's happening within the region, this region, when you look at its conflict, it has the parties of the conflict, sometimes they are state actors, sometimes they are non-state actors. If you have no one speaking to those non-state actors, how we are going to resolve or to reach to a solution at the end of the day? And now we have seen that this communication has led to ceasefires, has led to the release of the hostages, has led to alleviating the suffering of the people over there. And unfortunately, there are like politicians who are trying to use this to score like short-term political gains to fuel their narratives in order to using Qatar to blame another country for what's happening over there or for their wrong policies. All our aid and all our support and financing that went and what they claimed that it went to Hamas, went to Gaza, went to the people, and it was under very transparent process that the United States is fully aware about. Israel is the one who's facilitating, and it's not one government, it was across governments. Netanyahu, Bennett, we have dealt with all the agencies. Lapid was a prime minister at a certain point of time, Mossad, Shin Bet, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, all of the, and the defense, all of them, they were involved in these aids and the delivery of those aids. So today, when they are claiming that this is the financing of Qatar to Hamas, it has no basis. It's just a way to spread disinformation about a country that doesn't do anything for them, but it's doing things that are against their policies. If you just go to Qatar records with in its engagement with the United States for the last 20 years or 30 years, Qatar has never went to the United States and encouraging them to bomb this country or to support this group or to that group. We've been always in our dialogues with the United States about how we de-escalate the region, how we bring peace to the region, and this peace cannot happen without an engagement with everyone in the region.
Well, I'm confused then. If you hosted Hamas here and sent money to Gaza, both of those things at the request of the US government and the Israeli government, successive Israeli governments, why did Israel bomb your country?
Well, it's, I don't know if there is, I don't know if, if any of the actions that's been, or many of the actions that's been taken, been justified or rationalized or even were ethical actions. But in a principle, even you have a mediator, the concept of mediation is like a safe place for the conflicted parties to achieve a deal, to end wars and to end conflicts, and to have the mediator being bombed by one of the parties of the conflict. This has been unprecedented, and I have said that many times, that this is, it's not only an unethical move, it's just, throwing everything against the wall, throwing the international law, throwing the respect of the sovereignty of any other country. Besides, ethically, it's not really acceptable, or no one can swallow it.
No, and the aftermath was also unprecedented. So President Trump basically told the Israelis to apologize to you. He took your side. He took the side of an Arab country against Israel in this specific case. I don't think I've ever seen that before. I don't think it's ever happened before. What was your reaction to that?
Well, of course, President Trump was very clear from the beginning since the attack. Actually, when he was informed about the attack, he assigned one of his advisors to reach out to us, and at the same time, he called His Highness after the attack, and he expressed his frustration, his disappointment from such a thing that's happening by Israel, because he knows everything about the process and he knows how helpful we were throughout this process. And you know, this kind of move was shocking for him as you know, a partner in these efforts, in these endeavors to achieve peace in Gaza. And at that time, actually, when the strike happened, it was happening while we were trying to convince Hamas to accept the offer was made by President Trump at that time, to convince them to engage, to convince them to get a deal before the 20 points being developed when the attack happened.
So you're saying that President Trump was surprised by the bombing of Doha by the Israelis. Of course, it was his peace process that was short-circuited by their bombing using American money. You're saying that the president didn't know that was going to happen. He was surprised.
He called us right away. His advisors who reached out to us, they reached out to us just a couple of minutes before the attack, which was like the attack was already happening. So it was very clear demonstration with all the actions that this is something happened against his will, and he doesn't accept it. And he made it very clear for everyone that this is like a red line, that he doesn't want anyone to cross it, and we highly value that and appreciate it.
And I'm just pressing you on this because there were news accounts in the subsequent days, the next day, the day after, in Israel saying, no, the Israeli government did this, the prime minister did this, with the agreement of Donald Trump. This was part of Donald Trump's plan, was to bomb Doha, bomb his own peace negotiations, and you're saying that's not true.
Well, I think this is one of many efforts to sabotage the relationship between Qatar and the United States, and they want us to believe that. And I think that you know, these efforts are not new to us. We have seen a lot of efforts ongoing for years now on, you know, based on disinformation and spreading lies and false information about Qatar in order to hurt the relationship between Qatar and the United States, which we see it from our perspective as mutually beneficial for both countries. Because we advocate for something different than what, you know, our adversaries advocate. Our adversaries advocating for escalation, for bombing, for controlling, but we advocate for resolving conflict in a diplomatic way, trying to stabilize the region, and that has been Qatar policy since inception.
So you said that your country has sent money to Gaza for humanitarian reasons. That's your position. Basically paying to help the people who are being bombed by Israel. Now there's the question of who rebuilds Gaza, which has of course been completely destroyed, and who pays for it. And I wonder, well, I don't wonder, I just imagine with total certainty that you will be asked to pay for the rebuilding of Gaza. Why would you do that? Why would you rebuild a region that's been destroyed by a country that also bombed you?
Well, look, Tucker, here, you know, there is like a very, say, like an ironic situation when you look at like two conflicts happening at the same time, and you are hearing like many about when it comes to the Russia-Ukrainian conflict, that Russia should fund all the reconstruction and their assets should be seized to fund all the reconstruction of Ukraine, while when you are talking about Gaza and Israel, you know, flattened this land, and you say that Israel has the responsibility to rebuild what it's destroyed, they will tell you no, you will have, as a region, you will have the responsibility to do so. And it's really very ironic double standards when you look at it. From our side, as a state of Qatar, we will continue supporting the Palestinian people. We will do whatever to alleviate their suffering, but we are not the ones who are going to write the check to rebuild what others destroys. That's basically our position. But also we will not let the Palestinian people at dry if they are not helped or they are not funded.
I should say from an American perspective, it's even more grotesque. So you are asked to pay for the destruction and for the rebuilding. This is like, yeah, it's a little much. So, but you're saying clearly that your country will not pay to rebuild what Israel destroyed.
That's our position. Our position is that our payments will go only to help the Palestinian people if we see that the help is coming to them is insufficient. That's basically our position.
What happens to the current residents of Gaza? Do they stay in Gaza? I know there's an effort to find some other country to send them to, either in Asia or Sudan or Milwaukee. But do they stay in Gaza?
Well, I think that, you know, when it's hurting us when we hear people talking about the people of Gaza as like, you know, some sort of different people, because like they have the right to have the choice where to live. And they don't want to, you know, to leave their country. And we have seen these demonstrations like in many occasions when we see the opening between the south and the north of Gaza. We see the mass return of the people to their homes, even if their homes is flattened and gone. They just go there and build a tent. And this is just showing you how solid are those people, how resilient are those people, how those people, they don't want to leave the land that they belong to. And I don't see anyone has the right to deport them or to force them to go somewhere else. It's their country, it's their home, and they have all the right to stay there and to live there.
Yeah, the idea of moving millions of people by force into another country, you know, has been discredited, I would say, historically. Big picture, this is a question that remains unanswered in the United States. Like, what is the plan here exactly in the Levant? What is Israel's plan? What is the strategy? I understand it's, you know, defeating Hamas and Hezbollah, and, you know, I understand the short-term goals that are often articulated, but what does this look like in 10 years? What is the object? Do you have any idea?
Well, I think, you know, if we look at the situation currently, I have mentioned that yesterday. The situation currently is not it's not something that can survive for long in being stable. Now, the issue that if the Israeli forces remains there, if the violations remains happening in Gaza, this conflict can escalate again. And that's what all of us, we want to avoid. The best plan is to apply what's been already agreed on in the plan that President Trump has launched and the countries in the region has supported, to rebuild Gaza for the Gazan people to remain there, but also finding a political solution for the bigger issue, because if you keep this issue unresolved, the Palestinian issue unresolved, you know, things will escalate again and again. We cannot build a house without building the foundation of that house. And the foundation of that house, that the Palestinian people get their rights for their states, and they have the right to stay in their own land.
From an outside perspective, it seems like the prospect of, you know, full rights internally or a separate and autonomous Palestinian state, those seem like more remote than ever. That seems less likely than ever to happen, but maybe I'm reading it wrong.
Well, unfortunately, you know, peace needs, you know, a partner also for that. With the current configuration in Israel and what we are seeing in the political landscape there in the Knesset and all those resolutions that they are passing against the two-state solution is just, you know, setting us apart from this path, which is unfortunate to see that there is no enforcement to push them that this is the only path forward to have a two-state solution. We cannot, you know, remain hostage to the far right and the extremist agenda to ethnically cleanse the Palestinian or to kick them out of their lands. And what we are looking for two countries, two people living side by side peacefully and being part of the region. And that's what the entire region is aspiring for.
It is widely believed in Washington that Israel will initiate another war against Iran in this coming year, 2026. I don't know if that's true. Do you believe it is true?
Well, let's hope not. I think that it's very important to try to find a way to reactivate the talks on the nuclears and to see a track of diplomacy, because right now what we are seeing, there is an absence of any efforts in resolving the issue diplomatically. And as we have mentioned many times, that anything would happen to Iran, it will have its impact on the entire region, on the entire Gulf region. Qatar, Saudi, Bahrain, Kuwait, UAE, all the countries will be affected with such a thing. And I hope not, but there is a lot of uncertainty of what's happening in the region right now. We see Lebanon bombing is continuing while what supposedly the war is ended. We see Gaza bombing is still continuing while there is a ceasefire is ongoing. So it all depends on how can we make sure that Israel stops at this level and doesn't escalate further.
One of the reasons I openly admire you despite much criticism and was grateful to interview you today is because your country acts as a kind of neutral zone around the world, not just in your region. Switzerland no longer being non-aligned, unfortunately, it's fallen to your country to be the place where people can negotiate conflicts to peace, settlement. You're doing that in Eastern Europe with Russia, Ukraine. You helped get Evan Gershkovich out of prison in Russia. I don't know if you've gotten credit for that. God bless you for doing that. Do you see that conflict as moving toward resolution?
Well, I think that there are a lot of hope in the current endeavor that's carried out by the United States to reach to a resolution, because I believe that this war has becoming very disruptive, not only for Europe and not only for the Ukrainians, becoming disruptive for the entire world, and it's just polarizing the world more and more. And this is not in anyone's interest, and it will have its consequences. Right now, we see relentless efforts by the U.S. administration in order to achieve a deal, and the Ukrainians are engaging in this process, and we are trying our best also whenever we are needed to help and to support within that process. But I believe it is solvable. It can be achieved. It's not something impossible.
So last question. I've been personally, not to make it about me, but I have been criticized as being a tool of Qatar. And I just want to say what you already know, which is I've never taken anything from your country and don't plan to. I am, however, tomorrow buying a place in Qatar, both because I am
pay a high check
in Doha, yeah, and I'm doing that because I like the city. I think it's beautiful, but also to make the statement that I'm an American and a free man, and I'll be wherever I want to be, which I think is important. But that does kind of leave us in a place where I have not taken any money from Qatar. I have instead given money to Qatar. And I wonder if you feel that that means I've bought you and you will now spew my propaganda.
Well, thank you. Just ask me whatever you want me to do for you, I will do it. But look, Tucker, unfortunately, as I told you, that there are a lot of players putting a lot of efforts to sabotage the relationship between Qatar and the United States and to try to demonize anyone who will come to this country. Our efforts, when we are lobbying or doing our outreach in the United States, is to make sure that this relationship is safeguarded. And the relationship for us is mutually beneficial. We are not getting aid from the United States. Instead, we are buying from the United States. We are partnering with them. We are investing in the United States investing in Qatar. And this relationship has been always a two-way relationship. And we pay all these amounts for lobbying only to protect and to safeguard this relationship. If we were not like being attacked and under a lot of like disinformation campaign that's been unfortunately funded by other players who doesn't want to see a US-Qatar relationship flourish, we would spend this money for better things, you know, to do with the relationship.
Sheikh Mohammed, thank you so much for taking the time to do this. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Sheikh Mohammed. Thank you, Tucker, for this very insightful interview and for this refreshing rebalancing of American perspective toward the Middle East region, particularly Qatar, which, despite all of its diplomatic successes and successful mediation, still manages to get a bad rep in the United States. We are going to be just 1 second here. Ladies and gentlemen, can I please ask you to take your seats once again as we go straight into our next session. Ladies and gentlemen, please do take your seats. All right, we're going to begin. Can I ask you to please take your seats? All right. Let's get ready now for a very different American perspective, I think it is safe to say. It's time for a session that will be anything but dull, featuring two of the most outspoken voices in American business, media, and politics. Both are influential investors and entrepreneurs. Both are fierce supporters of the MAGA movement, and both know exactly how to keep a crowd engaged. One is the son of the President of the United States, the other isn't. Together, well, what I can say is that you probably won't need a cup of coffee. They will keep you engaged and awake. So please welcome Donald Trump Jr. and Omid Malik and our moderator, Sky's Yelda Hakim.
Thank you, and good morning. Welcome to this session. I know many of you have been eagerly awaiting this particular panel. My guests don't need much of an introduction, but I'm going to give you one anyway. Mr. Donald Trump Jr., partner at 1789 Capital, and Mr. Omid Malik, founder and CEO of 1789 Capital. And this really is an opportunity to discuss how the economic and political landscape is changing in the United States as well as here in the Middle East, but also a chance to discuss how diplomacy is shaping investment opportunities. I just want to begin with a question to you both about 1789 Capital. The focus is, you know, a sort of America first investment, a MAGA economy. You've called it patriotic capitalism. Could you guys just explain what that means?
Yeah, sure. So first I'll start with the name. 1789 is a year that most people recognize as the French Revolution, where people's heads were cut off. But I feel like, you know, in the United States, for us, it means something different. It's actually the year the Bill of Rights was introduced. And that's central to the way we think about everything. The Bill of Rights is a uniquely American document. It affords us certain protections. Countries similar to us, even like the United Kingdom, do not have a Bill of Rights, by the way. And Don and I came up with the idea for this fund really at the height of the Biden administration. And there were a few things that were going on that concerned us greatly. The first was what we felt was an unholy alliance between the largest corporations, mostly in big tech, with the federal government, in cahoots to basically undermine some of those constitutional protections, namely the First Amendment. Now, you saw this when factual counter-information was being provided around things like COVID and vaccines, and you were shut down. So there was an assault on the First Amendment, and we believed that was at the behest of a federal government under Biden. We were very concerned about that. And at the same time as well, you started seeing other people in the private sector not do anything about it. In fact, in the area we're in, which is venture capital or private investing, just the opposite was occurring. The most prominent venture capital firm at the time is called Sequoia Capital. they went and launched a China-only investment fund. And I like to joke, this is like if in the 80s a fund started a Soviet-only fund. So this was kind of the backdrop into where we found ourselves, and Don and I weren't going to take it. We wanted to do something about it, and so we started 1789.
Is the sort of background to this also driven by this rivalry and competition and threat coming from China?
I think 100%. The world has realized where China stands. I think when you look at the alliances that we're talking about, even on this very stage, countries coming together to solve and major conflicts around the world, I think that's fundamentally important. China has acted as an actor for themselves. I think the number one thing that we've realized over the last 4 years in the prior administration was that a weak America by itself is not just bad for America, it's bad for the entire world. We've seen the conflicts arise, we've seen the wars break out. I think in my father's first 9 months, he solved 7 or 8 wars that, honestly, the average American didn't even know was occurring. He was criticized by many during the primaries for saying all he wants to do is stop the death. Think about that, criticized for just wanting to stop the death, whether that's Ukraine, Russia, whether that's Gaza, whether it's Thailand, Cambodia, whether it's the stuff in Rwanda. Wasn't that always the most common solution? Wasn't that the holy grail of geopolicy? Getting wars to stop and stopping the death, and yet he was criticized, and we realized he was criticized because there's no money in peace, there's only money in war. And so trying to be the guy that solves that, I guess, puts a target on your back, because a lot of powerful entities have profiteered very much from that. And so we wanted to make sure that we created something that hasn't existed in a while, and we saw that yesterday in the opening ceremonies here. Justice. Justice is a great idea, but it has not been weighed equally. Justice has been weaponized. It has been benefited, to one side only. And a big part of that can't just come from government and governmental entities. We actually have to do that in the private sector as well. One without the other doesn't work. And so that was a big focus of 1789 and what we wanted to do, to fund those companies that exist, that agree with the fundamental tenets of so many of the freedoms that we are afforded as Americans. And we want to make sure that happens for the rest of the world as well.
There's a straight line to the decline of the American middle class with our embrace of China, starting with its entrance in the WTO. And I blame our policymakers more than I blame our Chinese for outsourcing our entire supply chain to a country that's 4 times our size. During the George W. Bush and Obama presidencies, you saw this decline accelerate. And the issue that we have is it's not just the policymakers, they were aided and abetted by corporate America that were willing to do that and outsource all of their activities, and then that undermined the middle class in the United States. This is a period of deterioration, and the policymakers and corporate America, again, who then at the same time were embracing this concept of wokeism and ESG policies that made absolutely no sense to shareholder value. It's now established that it would actually destroy shareholder value. And what else were we doing? Fighting wars and quagmires in the Middle East, where we were spending trillions of dollars unnecessarily. The wars in Afghanistan and Iraq got us absolutely nothing. So again, when you talk about further intervention in the Middle East, and again, this is why President Trump won. He was the first to call out China, and he was first to very vocally be against these unnecessary wars. That's why he won. People were sick of it. So if anybody else wants to start another war, the burden is not on us to say no. They have the criminal burden of proof, beyond a reasonable doubt, to do another folly.
In fact, during the campaign, he was accused of perhaps trying to start wars. That was kind of a slogan that many people pushed, his critics.
I mean, it was probably one of the dumbest sound bites in the history of sound bites, but again, when the narrative was controlled by one side, when censorship was running rampant and it was really functioning as the cheerleader for the left, that was ridiculous. I mean, Donald Trump was labeled as the guy that was going to start World War III. Ironically, it wasn't Donald Trump where all these wars started. Russia didn't invade Ukraine under Donald Trump. They did it, under Obama. They did it again under Joe Biden because, again, they understood that feckless leadership in the White House would allow the bad actors of the world to run rampant. That's a story as old as time. Predators prey on the weak, and if America is weak, the predators are going to act. So that great irony that Donald Trump was going to start World War III when he's the only one in modern foreign policy history who's actually solving wars shouldn't be lost on people, and yet it's something that no one's ever going to speak about.
We're going to talk about the Middle East and Ukraine in a moment, but I just want to go back to China because, of course, we know that China dominates and controls the critical minerals. Can America catch up, and how?
100%. We just have to get active. The reality is that the way that China has conducted themselves, especially in Africa as it relates to rare earth minerals. They show up with a briefcase of cash, they pay off someone, they promise jobs, they show up and they bring their own workers. They promise infrastructure, they build it and 2 years later it crumbles into the ground, and then they leave, leaving a wake of destruction in their background. I think so many of the African nations have woken up to the way that China behaves, and I think that opens up an opportunity for American companies to go in there. Our mandate is we invest in America, but so many other American companies will go into these areas if they feel that they can actually deal on a fair playing field. That has to be created. We've seen the supply chain crises issues over the years. America can no longer just sit there and hope that China's going to be a good actor and distribute these things around the world. I think the rest of the world also understands that they want America to be at the forefront of all of that because they understand where they stand with China as well.
The entire ethos of 1789 Capital is about the reindustrialization of the United States. So we are totally behind that. Everything we invest in within the United States does one of two things, either enhances the security or prosperity of America. And reindustrialization doesn't mean making the same types of widgets you made 50 years ago for those people who try to undermine our sentiment. In fact, it means winning in the new economy around areas like artificial intelligence that also, I think, have demonstrated that if you outsource your supply chain, you don't have true national security or sovereignty. We saw this very clearly in COVID. If another country produces the most important goods for your country, then you're in trouble. And we could not do anything with the Chinese during that period of time because they were making things like all of our pharmaceuticals. So it's a national imperative for the private sector to step up and start investing in areas like this. And we're doing that at 1789. And the great thing is during this period, we have an administration who is being very active in supporting that as well.
I want to bring your focus and attention back here to the Middle East. We've just heard from the Qatari Prime Minister, and of course, Qatar was pivotal when it came to ceasefire talks in the Middle East. And we saw President Trump's 21 peace point plan that he worked with leaders in this region. But the ceasefire is fragile. Do you think it can be sustained?
I think it can, but I think we also have to recognize what's going on. I mean, I think that was pretty breaking news to find out that both the Israelis and the United States basically asked Qatar to bring in some of these people because you're having talks, not just with nation states, but other actors, whether we agree that they're bad or good, they still have to be a part of that peace process. The fact that Qatar was able to do that, they did that at the behest of the United States and Israel, and didn't say anything as they're being critiqued around the world because they had the objective of actually getting to peace, and rather than throwing your allies under the bus to save some PR headaches, they did that. I want more allies like that. I want more partners like that. Very different than what we've seen from places like perhaps the European Union over the last few years, although we didn't see that much yesterday, but over the last few years where it was like, you know what? I'll get a great soundbite in the media if we critique Trump's plan. Even though our foreign policy experts, and I say experts very loosely because if you're an expert but you haven't been right about anything in about 25 to 50 years, you should likely lose your expert status. That doesn't actually happen. So to have an ally like that that's willing to take those hits because of the greater good, to get to a resolution rather than to solve a PR headache in the day, I mean, I think that's true leadership and should be commended.
We just also heard the Qatari Prime Minister, Tucker, asked him whether, Qatar was going to pay for Israel's destruction, and it was clear that they're not going to. But is the Trump administration, from your perspective, committed to ensuring that there is a reconstruction program? Because there are many who fear that the administration is going to move on pretty quickly and not sort of stay at the long course.
Well, I think without question, I mean, if there's one thing my father is, he's a builder. I know, obviously, he's been in politics for the last decade, but he got there by being a builder, so he understands how to do that. I do also know, though, that he understands that the American public isn't going to do what they used to do for years, where we're just going to be the big dumb guy with the checkbook and we're going to cover all of the world's problems and no one else has to do their part. I think he can be, the greatest construction manager in the history of the world, but no one in America wants to bear the entire responsibility of that. That's happened for far too long. Everyone has their ideas. Everyone wants to do X, Y, Z. When it comes to actually writing a check and breaking out their own checkbook, well, we're not interested in that. That changes things. The American public doesn't have the appetite to fund everything for everyone all over the world with no direct benefit to themselves. So I think he can be the manager that brings that together, but everyone's going to actually have to step up and do their part and not just leave it to the United States to cover everything.
Omer, do you think that the private sector has a role to play when it comes to, say, the reconstruction of Gaza?
I'm sure. I mean, I think that there'll probably be an opportunity for the private sector, but also there'll be governments that step up and, to help solve this issue. I mean, again, we're here as business people, and our focus is mostly in the United States, though.
I want to focus on Ukraine because, of course, as you say, you're both here in the capacity of business leaders, but you've also been instrumental in shaping the message of the administration. You talked about Europeans, and Europeans are concerned that Ukraine is going to be abandoned. Are those fears valid?
I don't think Ukraine is going to be abandoned, but I think for years, again, it was the same thing as the last answer, which is, well, we want to attack Russia. We want to do this. Well, when it comes to actually writing a check ourselves, no, the U.S. is going to do it. The American public doesn't have an appetite for that. Since the invasion of Ukraine, I heard major leaders, Mitch McConnell, the leader of the Senate in the United States, saying, it's the #1 issue for Republicans in the United States. And I say, that's weird. I speak to Republicans all over the country every day, probably far more than Mitch has ever spoken to, despite his 379-year career in politics. I did that on a weekly basis, and I surveyed people at every talk I did. It got to the point where it was probably well over 200,000 Americans that I spoke to directly. And I'd be in a room like this, and I'd ask, is Russia-Ukraine a top 3 issue for anyone in the room? Nothing. Is it a top 10 issue for anyone in the room? I think I got 3 people that once said it was a top 10 issue. 3 out of hundreds surveyed, hundreds of thousands, every weekend for 2 years, till basically through the campaign. One person misunderstood the question. He thought it was a double negative. One person was actually from Kiev, so he was like, it was a big deal for him. And the other person was, I think on the board of Raytheon. So there was no appetite for that, but that didn't stop a Republican Party from saying it's the #1 issue. It's not, and we actually have to listen to the will of those people. So we want peace, we want to stop the death, but I even saw that yesterday where, on this very stage, what was the idea for Europe, who is on the border of Ukraine, who has much more at stake if this happens? Well, our plan is to win economically when pressed on the issue. How are you going to do that? Well, we're just going to wait for Russia to go bankrupt. That's not a plan. That's not an idea. The gentleman from Spain was a lovely guy. I saw him last night later on at the forum, but Spain was putting in 2.2% rather than the 5% required by NATO because my father actually wanted people who are the biggest stakeholders to get into the game. Well, we feel that our 2.2% is being utilized more efficiently, and therefore we're not. That's not an answer. That's not a solution. And again, I understand why they are there, because America has set a precedent for decades that they'll just write the check. But if the will of the people isn't there, everyone needs to step up. Everyone has to do their share. And that includes what's happening here in the Middle East. If we do that collectively, we can get to an answer. But if we default to the old ways of America's just going to be the big idiot with a checkbook, that's not going to work. That's not going to happen. And you saw what happened. When my father starts threatening they're going to pull out, we're not going to do this anymore, because he's listening to the people that elected him to office. The whole world, this is outrageous. It's not outrageous, it's common sense. When we're bombing drug boats in the Caribbean, people who are literally bringing in fentanyl to America, something that kills 100,000 Americans a year. Okay, just for perspective, that's 2 Vietnam Wars a year in America. The neocon establishment, the Democrats, how dare you do this? I mean, that's a far greater, clear and present danger to the United States than anything going on in Ukraine and Russia, and yet they're against it. Think of the insanity of that. So my father has a common sense approach to everything. That's because rather than being a lifelong bureaucrat who's never actually done anything in the real world, he has, and he understands what that means, and we have to act accordingly.
Yeah, so I just want to say one thing on that. Going back to the gentlelady that spoke yesterday, I think she had a Freudian slip, at least I hope it was one, where she talked about what we did to the Russians in Afghanistan. That's not a great comp, by the way. Okay, that's a horrible comp. What we were doing, we're funding a mujahideen that create radicalization in that country, and we know what we reaped after that. I'm a business person, I look at this. We've spent almost $300 billion over there, and now we find out that Zelensky's #2 is under investigation for corruption. Where's the audit of where any of that money went? We should be asking those questions. We have over 300,000 people dead. It doesn't make sense as the United States to have enemies in both Russia China and then also add Iran in there. So from a strategic standpoint, again, speaking as a private citizen, my sense is you should act as a reverse Kissinger, neutralize the Russians, and then focus on the real threat that nobody seems to want to talk about except his dad, who started the conversation, that China is the one that you need to focus on.
One of the most amazing things I got to witness, I was this summer with my beautiful girlfriend Bettina in Monaco, and we were driving around, and on an average day, 50% of the supercars, the Bugattis, the Ferraris, the this, all had Ukrainian plates. Do we think that was actually earned in Ukraine? I'd been to Ukraine 20 years ago. It wasn't like there was a plethora of wealth there. And yet, you see the number 2 there getting arrested for stealing hundreds of millions of dollars. You hear all the rumors about what's going on. When I see every license plate on a supercar in Monaco being Bugattis, the rich fled. They let what they believed to be the peasant class fight these wars. And there was no incentive to stop, because as long as the money train was coming and they were stealing it and no one was auditing anything, the leaders, the decision makers, there was no reason for them to ever come to peace. No different than Putin. It wasn't the son of oligarchs that were fighting these wars. It's someone from Siberia that they're sending there. And he utilized the war to rebuild his manufacturing base. It was very clear that the sanctions that we put on did nothing to actually help. All it did was jack up the price of oil, which allowed him to basically pay for the war with the delta between the two while building up his manufacturing base. There was no incentive for anyone to ever get to the table. Zelensky knew he wouldn't win another election again, and they were continuing to steal. Putin was building up his manufacturing base, and all we had in the wake was millions of young men dying for nothing.
I mean, obviously, Ukraine has a massive corruption issue, and as you say,
it was a far more corrupt country than Russia, as delegated by the United States government prior to this war. But then, because of the war, and because he's one of the great marketers of all time, Zelensky became a borderline deity, especially to the left, where he could do no wrong. He was beyond reproach. Years of corruption, years of graft and theft on a world stage that everyone in this room knew was happening, was totally absolved. And it's ridiculous. We're not dealing in reality.
But is your hunch that President Trump is going to walk away?
I think he may. What's good about my father and what's unique about my father is you don't know what he's going to do. The fact that he's not predictable, he's not following the playbook of every clown who's, again, been a bureaucrat for decades, you don't know. And so that forces everyone to actually deal in an intellectually honest capacity, which has not happened in far too long.
I want to ask you about Elon Musk, because, of course, your company, 1789, deeply invested in many of Elon's companies. I mean, speaking of mediation, have you guys played a role in, we've seen the relationship between the president and Elon Musk go up and down. Have you guys sort of played a role in bringing that bromance back together?
I think without question we got to know Elon very intimately during the campaign and the transition process, maintained those relationships. I could get into the backstory of it, but it doesn't really matter. It was largely a manufactured crisis, and you also have two personalities. People often ask me, how is it with your father? I'm like, well, imagine dealing with one Donald Trump, now I have to deal with two. I mean, they're very similar that way. So it created some headaches, but the reality is, they're both very much aligned. They're on message with what we want to do for our country, with what we want to do for freedom of speech, and so much. I think Elon did incredible things with Twitter. I mean, really allowed the democratization of truth and freedom and free speech to occur, and that was something that was a true threat in America right now. When you look at what Elon's done in terms of his companies, I mean, it's a generational talent, a generational level of genius, and my father understands and respects that, and so it's great to see that going forward now. I mean, this is someone who is changing not just the face of freedom of speech, but the face of science and technology, advancing America's interests, and I think that's fundamentally important. We have to protect our geniuses.
He's back in the fold.
100%.
He's the Thomas Edison of our time. If you look at the companies, we're invested in his entire portfolio. Every single one really falls neatly into our thesis. SpaceX, for example, which, by the way, just announced a $800 billion valuation, which makes it the most valuable private company in America and therefore the world, has probably the greatest consumer product that anyone's ever used, which is Starlink. I'm not sure if you've used it, but you can basically have a flying office now thanks to that. But again, in the case of SpaceX, what you had is you had our government and NASA falling down, and you had a private sector solution to keep the space program afloat, which was SpaceX. And in the same way, as Don pointed out, I think he deserves an enormous amount of credit during a very dark period that I alluded to earlier for keeping free speech alive in America that was under threat when he acquired X or Twitter. That was a huge, huge thing he did. And that's why we're always going to be a supporter of him and his companies.
We've got 3 years left of the Trump administration. What can we expect?
I think a lot. You know, the great irony was it actually felt very good in the last, 24 hours that I've been here. The amount of leaders in this room who have come up to me, they may not say it on a public stage. I understand that gets you some criticism perhaps, but have come up and said, we have 3 years to act. They all get it. They understand that there is a chance that you fall back into the old ways. That everyone that came up to me, even at dinner last night, from all over the world, this is the greatest opportunity we've had to reset sort of the global discourse, to be able to effectuate actual change, because they understand that my father is a guy that can get things done. He's perhaps the only one that could get some of these people to a table, effectuate real peace, effectuate real trade, create something that's beneficial for the world. The reality is this: economically or otherwise, a rising tide lifts all boats. If these nations, whether it's Qatar, others in the GCC, are working with the United States, hopefully bringing in Europe, which has its own problems, and that's been a consistent theme throughout the last few months of me speaking at conferences, is what the hell's going on in Europe. But he's the one guy that can do it. And to see world leaders from all over the place understand that and recognize it, I think is a great opportunity, not again just for the United States, but for the world. They understand he's the guy, and it was really heartwarming to see literally dozens of people. This is a 3-year window. This is a window that we'll perhaps never have again to reset things for the good of the world, both business and politically.
I was going to just say, we had a conversation last night with a very smart individual here, and he basically said there are 4 things that you look for a great country. One is you have to have extremely strong leadership. You have to have innovative technology, a strong military, and access to cheap energy. The United States right now has all 4 of those, which makes time of the essence. But I also think it's a segue into what you were about to ask also, which is the relationship with this region. Right now, we're mostly focused on the battle for artificial intelligence in the private sector, and there are 2 areas that are going to be most starved. That's access to capital and access to cheap energy. In particular the case of the Gulf, but even Qatar more specifically with natural gas and capital, they're going to have a big role to play. And I think that's really, if I have to make any point, is the United States for a long period of time, maybe through complacency or idiocy, however you want to call it, had an idealistic foreign policy. That does not work, and we've seen that time and time over again. Donald Trump has implemented a pragmatic foreign policy, and that kind of transactional perspective gives the opportunity, particularly for this region, to become real partners of the United States.
Is he likely to run again?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Is he likely to run again?
Well, we'll see what happens then. But you never know. I never count him out for anything. But it is funny to watch the leftist heads explode every time he brings it up. So perhaps he's just doing a little bit of trolling. But again, he's the most unpredictable person probably in the history of politics, which is why he's able to get something done. And so I guess we'll have to see.
Don, Ahmed, thank you both so much.
Thank you.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, time now for our next session where we turn the spotlight on the new Syria. We assess the progress the country has made over the last 12 months, the opportunities it has seized and the challenges that still lie ahead. December 8th, 2024 is now commemorated in Syria as Liberation Day, when opposition armed forces entered Damascus and declared Bashar al-Assad's rule over. Those events, you'll remember, unfolded during the last Doha Forum, taking the world by surprise and reshaping regional dynamics in ways very few expected, and of course, needless to say, overshadowing much of the discussions here at the Doha Forum. Our next session looks at what has changed over the last year, what has been achieved, and what challenges still lie ahead. Please welcome our distinguished panelists, Their Excellencies Mohammed bin Abdulaziz Al Khulaifi, Minister of State of the State of Qatar, Asad al-Shaybani, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Syrian Arab Republic, Espen Barth Eide, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Norway, and last but not least, Tom Barak, US Ambassador to the Republic of Turkey and Special Envoy to the Syrian Arab Republic. And please welcome your moderator, Charles Lister, Director of the Syria Program at the Middle East Institute.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to this latest session of the Doha Forum. My name is Charles Lister from the Middle East Institute, and I'm delighted to be here on such an esteemed stage with esteemed colleagues. Last year, the Doha Forum witnessed history as Bashar al-Assad's regime came to an abrupt and dramatic end, closing a 53-year chapter of brutal dictatorial rule in Syria. In the year since, the country's transition has proceeded forwards, facing down an extraordinary array of internal and external challenges. On the international stage, Syria has transformed from a global pariah to a fully fledged and, I think many would say, integral component of the international community. In fact, I gather that Syria has received in 12 months more international delegations from more countries around the world than Syria has done over the previous 5 decades. At home, Syria bears the brunt of 14 years of debilitating conflict and decades of corrupt, divisive rule, leaving a broken economy, a traumatized population, a shattered state, and massive destruction. But despite all of these challenges, the world has rushed to engage and support the new Syria. I think buoyed by the historic opportunity that a stable, responsible, and recovering Syria will offer to regional and international peace and prosperity. So let me first start with Minister Shaybani. It's very good to see you again, and thank you for being here. As you reflect on this past year, how would you summarize where things stand today after 12 months in terms of achievements, but also, I think, lessons learned from the threats and the challenges that you still face, both inside your country, but also from outside?
بداية أولا شكرا لكم على هذه الاستضافة. بالتأكيد عندما نتحدث عن سوريا في هذا الوقت أو خلال عام واحد وخاصة ما بعد 8 من ديسمبر فنحن نتكلم عن قصة نجاح صاغها السوريون بأنفسهم، وأيضا أوصلوا صورة سريعة للعالم بأن الشعب السوري قادر على أن يتجاوز الماضي وأيضا أن ينظر إلى المستقبل بعين الثقة وأيضا بإرادة قوية جدا. ما تم تحقيقه خلال سنة كاملة ربما يحتاج إلى الكثير من العمل في السنوات القادمة، ولكن الشيء الذي نحن سعداء فيه أننا أعدنا ثقة الشعب السوري بنفسه، الثقة التي كانت النظام قد ساهم في تشويهها وأيضا ساهم في إضعاف هذه الثقة، وأصدر الشعب السوري أو صدر الشعب السوري للعالم على أنه شعب تحت الضغط، تحت الحروب، شعب مستضعف، شعب لا يصلح لأن يكون من بين الدول المتطورة. فما استطعنا أن نحققه ونحن فخورين فيه هو مسألة أننا اليوم الشعب السوري ينظر إلى نفسه بثقة كبيرة جدا في كافة المجالات. بالتأكيد الدروس المستفادة أن أي حكومة تعمل لبلدها بإخلاص وتعمل أيضا بكامل قوتها ستنجز الكثير رغم قلة الإمكانيات ورغم الإرث الثقيل جدا الذي ورثناه من النظام السابق، إلا أننا ما تم المراهنة عليه أننا انطلقنا بدعم من شعبنا، وهذا ما أعطانا النجاحات التي كانت خلال السنة الماضية. وبالتأكيد إلى جانبي أيضا من زملائي شركائنا في هذا النجاح، والكل وقف إلى جانب سوريا حقيقة في هذا العام، وبالتأكيد الأعوام القادمة ستكون أكثر فيها الكثير من الحماسة والكثير من الانطلاق نحو المستقبل. وأننا بالتأكيد يعني ما وصلنا إليه يعطينا الثقة، ولكن لسنا راضين بهذه النتيجة. الشعب السوري يستحق أن
تكون لديه دولة يعني أفضل من الوضع الحالي. وبالتأكيد الوضع المعيشي والاقتصادي في الداخل السوري لا يزال يعاني بشكل كبير، ولا تزال هناك أيضا عقبات قانونية وخاصة موضوع العقوبات الاقتصادية وأبرزها عقوبات سيسر. بالتأكيد يحتاج الأمر منا الكثير من العمل، ولكن ما نستطيع أن نقوله أننا أعدنا إصلاح العلاقة بين الشعب السوري وحكومته.
Excellency Dr. Khalifi, a similar question to you, starting out big picture. Qatar and your government has taken a strong and consistent stance on Syria since the very beginning, and I think was ideally placed to adapt to the fundamental transformation we saw a year ago. I mean, how would you characterize from Qatar's perspective how the past 12 months have gone? What are you envisioning from your policy perspective, what year two needs to look like? What are your new challenges as we enter into this second year of Syria's transition?
Thank you very much, Charles, and it's good to be in this panel with my distinguished colleagues. A few points to take into consideration when we're discussing the Syrian case. First of all, Qatar has been very firm when it comes to its position in full support of the Syrian people. In 14 years, we haven't changed that position. When we see the others, they were shifting in the political decision, we remain firm, believing strongly that this is the right path for the Syrians to restore their full rights, a country that is sovereign, that is prosperous, and providing an opportunity for the people to live a better life. This is something that is very critical in the top leadership of the country, following up the administrative bodies. And we've been very much engaged since day one of that topic. If you allow me, interesting fact, last year at this forum, in this hotel specifically, we were discussing the Syrian case, following up the movements by the Syrians on the ground. Interesting fact, we spent more than 4 or 5 hours with the group, the Astana group format, as well as regional countries, discussing what is going to be the next step. Is it going to be reasonable now for Bashar al-Assad to lower the bar and start engaging productively? But our friends and our brothers didn't save time, I think, for that operation. Things has moved so quickly. Our policy since day one, never shy out, engage, go and talk to our brothers over there on the ground, stretch our hands of support and help for the Syrian people and the Syrian government. And we've been very consistent, honestly, in terms of that help. We have a highly distinguished institutions, even at the humanitarian level. Qatar Funds for Development, education above all. All of them, they've been outreached over there and they've been engaged in several activities and projects within the Syrian government. I think in terms, if I want to assess the 12 months for Qatar's and Syria partnership, it's never been stronger. We've been so close and we've been very engaged in the different sectors, at the energy sectors, at the financial sectors, even at the international level. We've been very much supporting that Syrian cause because we strongly believe in it. We think this is the right pathway and this is what the Syrian people believes and deserves. And therefore, I think how we see generally Syria, we see it regionally as well. We've seen the developments in the regional countries as well, and that brings, honestly, comfort at the decision makers levels in Doha and in the general wider scope. We've seen the developments in Lebanon, for example, with the election of presidents and the permanent government. We've seen the recent election in Iraq. All of them, that helps us that the movements is on the right pathway when it comes to the political stability. That helps us, but we will always consider ourselves a reliable partners for those regional countries, and we will continue to engage with them.
Thank you. Minister Aida, you, as Foreign Minister of Norway, you were an early visitor to Damascus, and so you've visited and seen things from very early on since Assad's fall. Again, a similar question to you, but obviously from Norway's perspective and the wider European region, which traditionally has looked at Syria with different priorities. So from your perspective, what steps has Norway taken over the past 12 months to engage and to support Syria's transition? And as you look to year two, with all of the challenges that Syria faces, as they pertain to Norway and to wider Europe, what's your assessment today?
Thank you, Charles. So I also vividly remember the Saturday of Doha Forum a year ago, where in the morning panels we were discussing whether ever Hazard would go, and in the afternoon panel he had left. So, you know, it was very much being present at a very historic moment. And I was looking back at the statement I made and many of my colleagues made, and found out that they were quite good. We said, you know, this opens up an opportunity. It will not be easy. The new forces, the new government needs our support. We need to give this a chance. We shall not be naive, but we need a process that is Syrian-owned and Syrian-led, and we want an inclusive Syria. And I also argue that if we do not give this opportunity a chance, we will probably be right. I mean, if we assume it will fail, we will help it to fail. If we, however, we assume that it can succeed, we might contribute to the Syrian success, but the success has to be a Syrian success. And I must say, recognizing the long list of challenges that the government still faces, which, and let's not be naive, I think on balance, this year has been well spent. And I have to say, being a frequent critique of the international community, this time we got it right. You know, there was a broad agreement from an surprisingly early stage that we should not leave the new government with inherited sanctions for the failures of a previous government. Well, let them at least do their own failures before we sanction them. And that argument, I went, as you said, early January, when an early visitor came out very strongly, arguing with our American friends, our European friends, we need to do something on these sanctions, and that largely worked. And I think that encouragement was so important, and my early meetings with President al-Shara was very much focused on practical aspects of economy, the need for early recovery, to reap this peace dividend while people still had trust. And I'm proud that we were able to establish links on energy, on health, on the transitional justice, on other key issues, but also increasingly working with the government. And we were early in working with the government directly, and in hindsight, I think we got it right this time.
Yes, absolutely. And Ambassador Barak, just tying on to exactly what Minister Ida was just saying, on the question of engagement and sanctions and all of the developments we've seen take place over the last 6 months or so in particular, you know, it's not a secret that there were components of the Trump administration that were probably skeptical of Syria when President Trump first came into the office. But of course in May, to the president's huge credit, he took the step to meet with President al-Shara in Saudi Arabia and fundamentally changed the game. So my question to you really is just, you know, what drove that, that decision? And the extraordinarily bold, I think, step that the US government has taken since, which has broken every record in terms of sanctions relief and diplomatic engagement in post-conflict environments.
Number one, thanks, Charles, for heading this super important panel. But I think, and you heard from Don Jr., who I'm so proud of for everything that he and his family has accomplished through great political battles. But with credit to my boss, President Trump, which is not political, right? The vagaries of the West are not attributed to one political party or another. But since 1916, the West has not done a very good job at guiding or providing architecture to this region. Since Sykes-Picot, almost every decision that the West has imposed on the region, rather than letting the region evolve itself, has been a mistake, and we're living with the aftermath of that. So, although President Trump may be unpredictable in some senses, he's really not. He's studied. And he saw the vagaries of the past, of what had happened with our interference in coups and regime change from World War II. We invented everything, right? We invented NATO. We invented the United Nations. We invented UNESCO. We invented the CIA. We invested the Marshall Plan. We invested Bretton Woods. And if you were to evaluate all of them and their efficacy on this region, you'd probably give them a very low mark. President Trump had studied the situation, and quite honestly, when he got off the plane in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and the Crown Prince had a invited the foreign minister's boss, President El-Shara, he made a determination on the ground based on lots of study that this region is about athletes. It's not about federalism. It's not about democracy. It's not about centralization. It's about leadership. He decided, and spending some time with President El-Shara, that to give them a chance, to give this leader the opportunity to create their own architecture and allow it to happen without interference. So what we did, the contribution this time for America was very different than it's ever been. We said, we're not going to labor you with hopes and expectations of a democratic structure that has never been feasible in the past. We're going to allow you to decide your own structure. Miraculously, in that 10 months, the foreign minister, who I spend a lot of time with, I applied to be his barista, but I can't keep up with him. He's a rocket ship. They all are. And I have to tell you, I think from President Trump and Secretary Rubio's point of view, which we do, in relieving them of sanctions, we go through a report card. If you remember, Secretary Rubio in March had sat down with Foreign Minister Shabani and given him a section of 8 expectations of things that you all want. Integration of all the communities, the continuing investigation into missing persons, the care and taking of camps, the dismantling of foreign fighters, the chemical weapons, which has always been an issue. And honestly, on those issues, for a very small team, in my humble personal opinion, I give them an A in all of those categories in which they had very limited resources. So I think President Trump's instincts, along with a very understandable team headed by Secretary Rubio in evaluating lessons of the past, was all about, let's pick the athletes, not necessarily the stadium. And in our estimation, it's heroic and epic what they've done in what will be 2 years and a couple of days. And what we all have to do is help them, entitle them, encourage them, and allow them to form the kind of government and inclusive regime that they, the Syrians, would like to do. But we're very proud of them.
Thank you very much. Minister Shaybani, back to you. When you entered Damascus, one of the things President Shara publicly announced very early on was the importance of Syria having a foreign policy that sought problems with nobody. In other words, a balanced foreign policy. You seek to engage with everyone, whether you have differences or similarities. And I think over the past year, you know, I'm not an expert on Asia or other regions of the world, but I can't think of many countries around the world that have managed to sustain, especially in a complex post-conflict environment, a balanced relationship with every one of the world's major players and everyone in between. My question to you really is how long do you think that complex foreign policy can be sustained? It is going to get more complicated with time. Do you think that there will come a time when you'll have to start choosing to prioritize more in one direction than the other? Are you already facing that situation? And if you do, how will you deal with that challenge?
شكرا لك. بالتأكيد يعني بعد تحرير سوريا وخاصة يعني بعد أن تفاجأنا بحجم التدهور الذي وجدناه في يعني المؤسسات السورية وأيضا بالإرث السياسة الخارجية التي أيضا ورثناها من النظام البائد، أن هناك علاقات سيئة جدا مع الجوار، علاقات سيئة جدا مع الدول الأوروبية، مع الولايات المتحدة، وأيضا هناك قائمة غير لا يمكن تحديدها من العقوبات. فتفاجأنا بالكم الهائل من هذه المقيدات أو هذه القيود التي ستعرقل عملية إعادة البناء التي بدأناها بعد الانتهاء من إسقاط النظام البائد في اليوم التالي يعني مباشرة. بالتأكيد أن بناء أي سياسة متوازنة في بلد في الشرق الأوسط ربما هذه من أصعب المهمات التي ربما تحاول كل البلدان وكل الدول أن تجاهد أن تحافظ يعني على سياسة متوازنة، خاصة أننا في عالم مستقطب في استقطاب كبير جدا، وخاصة في منطقتنا أيضا هناك حساسية عالية جدا من أي اصطفاف وأي توجه. وأيضا هناك يعني قراءة معمقة جدا لأي تحرك حتى في النوايا وفي التصريحات السياسية، وأيضا حتى في المشاريع الاقتصادية وحتى في المشاركات الدولية. فتقريبا الشرق الأوسط نحن تحت المجهر في كل تفصيل. لكن بلد مثل سوريا بالتأكيد يحتاج إلى علاقة هادئة مع الجميع، ويحتاج أيضا أن تساعده الدول على تحقيق هذه السياسة أيضا. يعني نحن نطلق النوايا ونطلق التحركات، ولكن أيضا الاستجابات من الدول يجب أيضا أن يساعدونا على إنجاز هذه المهمة، لأن بناء بلد عانى من الحرب بعد 14 سنة بالتأكيد يحتاج إلى الكثير من الأصدقاء، ويحتاج إلى كل الأصدقاء، ولا يحتاج إلى أن نختار وأن نتخير من نريد وماذا لا نريد، أو أن نصطف باصطفافات حتى لو كانت تقليدية. وهذا الشيء سيعرقل من مسيرة إعادة الأعمار. بعد إزالة نظام الهدم الذي كان متمثل بالنظام البائد، بدأ النظام وحكومة البناء. حكومة البناء تحتاج إلى استقرار أمني في الداخل وأيضا ربط مع الأمن الإقليمي والدولي، وهذا ما نعمل عليه مع يعني أشقائنا في المنطقة وأيضا مع الشركاء الدوليين. ويحتاج إلى تنمية اقتصادية مكثفة وفرص استثمارية، ويحتاج أيضا إلى دبلوماسية تعزز وتسهل هذين الركنين. بالتأكيد اليوم سوريا تتمتع بعلاقات متنوعة ومتعددة، ونطمح إلى أن تكون هذه التجربة أيضا ملهمة وفريدة في المنطقة، ونعتقد أننا سننجح، لأن هناك أيضا إرادة دولية بإنجاح هذه التجربة، وأيضا هناك إعجاب، خاصة أن الدبلوماسية التي ننتهجها في سوريا هي دبلوماسية واضحة وشفافة، وفيها الكثير من الصدق، وليس فيها يعني اللف والدوران خلينا بالعامية يعني، لكن فيها التركيز على هدف أننا نحن عانينا كثيرا من هذه الحرب، نريد أن نعيد بناء بلدنا، نريد الكثير من الأصدقاء، لا نريد أن نقوم بأي اصطفاف. فضمن هذه المعايير أعتقد أننا إلى الآن نجحنا. ربما في المستقبل ستكون هناك تحديات، وربما ستجر سوريا إلى بعض المناطق الحرجة، ولكن سنعيد التركيز أننا على مسافة واحدة من الجميع، ونريد أن تكون علاقاتنا قائمة مع الجميع على أساس من التعاون والاحترام والشراكات السياسية والاقتصادية.
Thank you. So just to exactly tie into that question, Your Excellency Khalifi, the Middle East has experienced quite a profound time of crisis over the past couple of years. And there's a sense to which, whether you look west, east, north or south, the region appears to be in a state of flux. Of course, the aspiration and the objective here is that should all offer an opportunity for a more peaceful future. And I think Syria has a kind of central role geographically as well as strategically to play in there. But as Minister Shebani was just saying, there is the potential that Syria could face some sensitive geopolitical challenges in the coming month. And of course, there are sensitive internal challenges in Syria too. So I just wonder, without wanting to put more things on your very busy agenda, is there an opportunity for a country like Qatar, which specializes so much in mediation, to attempt to tackle or add to the attempts to tackle some of those sensitive geopolitical challenges that surround Syria today?
Well, first of all, Syria is on my agenda. And on behalf of the state of Qatar, we've been, as I told you, the strategy is to continue our direct engagement with our Syrian colleagues on the different sectors. In the past 12 months, we were focusing on the main infrastructure within the country: aviation, financial industry, energy. The projects that we have accomplished so far is pleasing. However, it's still not enough. There are still more potential for Syria to prosper with other areas and other fields. And I believe the openness that we have seen from President Shara and from the governments to international investors to join and play an important role within the future of Syria is something that very critical and will put Syria in a unique place in the future. One element which worries us a lot is the security element. This is something that I believe, and I had a thorough discussion with our savvy lawyer and friend, savvy ambassador, I apologize, and friend Tom Barak on the security element and the importance for Syria to be preserved and the people will feel safe within the country, something that is extremely important. The Israeli aggression on Syria is unacceptable, and this is something that needs to stop. Syria needs to be provided with the opportunity to do that, and we've been calling for the international community to hold that responsibility of preventing any further escalations on Syria. This is something that is equally treated on Lebanon, where we see the government is acting around the clock in developing and improving the internal situation in the country. So those countries in the region needs to be provided with that opportunity. And I believe empowering in the next phase, if I can see how Syria can move in the next phase, focusing on that security element is something that is extremely important. We will continue our engagement with the Syrian governments on that angle and other angles as well, and also our direct coordination at the international level. I mean, you might heard in the past of what we call by the Friends of Syria. This is an important group. We needed to revive the international coordination on the Syrian file to put it on top when it comes to the important matters that the Syrian governments needs to take into look, or even work closely with the Syrian governments to overcome many of those challenges. I believe in the upcoming months, it will be very critical for us to engage even further, to work closely with the Syrian governments to combat many of those challenges, and especially the security threats that the Syrians are facing, encouraging and continue to encourage the governments to take the important steps for the Syrian people. And I believe we had a very thorough and transparent engagement also with the Syrian governments on that line. I honestly, among the other cases, and you gave us a very good introduction about the, sorry to say this, but the unfortunate situation that our Middle East is in, that there are still hope. And we see hope in Syria. And we think the future will be, inshallah, better. Thank you.
Yes, inshallah. I totally agree. And I think you hit the nail on the head in terms of greater levels of international coordination and coordination with Damascus. And I think as we enter year 2, that will be all the more important. Minister Ida, on a slightly different tack, the international aid space has taken a significant hit and challenge over the recent years, not just because of instability, but of course, significant cuts from the United States have placed more of a burden on other traditional donors to the international aid world, of which Norway has played traditionally a significant role. And the issue on Syria, of course, is that we are now in transition, and so we will see a pivot away from aid and more towards early recovery, and of course investment once the Caesar Act, we hope, is removed within days. But nevertheless, there is still a huge strain in there. And in Syria, there is still huge need for similar activities as we pivot more towards that investment direction. So really just from your perspective, but also from Norway's wider engagement within Europe and the rest of the international community, are there efforts underway to try and fill some of those gaps in a case of like Syria?
Thank you. Let me just one sentence on the geopolitics, because I think the best thing Syria can do for the geopolitics of the region is exactly what it does, which is to focus on Syria. And I see the Prime Minister of Lebanon, I think it's quite welcome for some of the neighbors that Syria focuses on Syria, because we've had Syrians who focused on other things, and breaking the direct geographical link between Iran and Hezbollah, for instance, is an improvement in regional security. And that's just because Syria focused on Syria. And I think other countries in the neighborhood, including Israel, should, contrary to what they are doing, they should actually recognize that we have a Syria that wants to be Syrian-led and Syrian-owned, but with a focus on rebuilding Syria. Which brings me to your question, because if that's good for geopolitics, it means that the rest of us would be well advised to help them to recover quickly. And we, for our sake, for Norway's sake, is that we've already moved beyond early recovery. We're into long-term recovery, to long-term investments and developments. Of course, it's early days for classical investments, but focusing on energy, for instance, is a very important prerequisite for other industrial initiatives, for rebuilding of key infrastructures. So working on, not only humanitarian aid and early recovery, but actually engaging in economic development, where you'll need some help from your friends. But Syria is a country of traders. It's in the middle of the region. There's a tremendous economic potential that the president and the foreign minister and others keep speaking about. So it's really to connect to that, and let's not wait too long, because if we don't act early, you know, more negative trends can follow. You know, not necessarily to comment on American developments, but it is a problem that development support from traditional donors is falling. It happens with USAID, but it also happens with other countries, sometimes for ideological reasons, sometimes more for lack of money. That means that the rest of us who are still in need to use our money smarter, and also think about how state development money can also, you know, in a more immediate and faster way, inspire private investments and more traditional economic recovery and opening up for trade.
Thank you. Ambassador Barak, this is a tricky question here, which is, rightly or wrongly, correctly or incorrectly, the United States often gets lumped with the responsibility to fix big problems. And when it comes to Syria, the issue of Israel has come up repeatedly, and I think that remains a significant challenge. And I know one that you have been engaged in. But also the integration of the Syrian Democratic Forces into the state, which has been a challenging file for the last 10 months or so, as well as the challenge related to Sweden. And I noticed yesterday that we now have State Department engagement with the Sweden file, with some meetings that were held yesterday. So I just wonder if I could ask you for perhaps to update the audience on where those three particularly thorny geopolitical and internal challenges stand, and where your and the United States engagement stands on those.
Thanks for that very simple question. Look, everything is in process, and let's start from the beginning of America's point of view. America was engaged in one of the most brutal battles ever in history, called the Civil War. Now, all of us in the Western world no longer want to talk about minorities, but the Civil War was a majority in the Union versus a minority, which was Confederates. And we have spent 100 years trying to define, what is that? Is that a federation? Is it a republic? Is it a union? What is it? How do you blend these communities, which have different cultural aspects and different desires, different religions, different educational formats, hundreds of years of their own history? In a country like America, which has a new beginning, how do you do it in a civilization that has thousands of years of history, in which survival was based on the tribe, it was based on family, it was based on your brother? Then it evolved to a community, and then from a community it evolved to religion, and from religion then it evolved into sectors, and ultimately we invented nation states. There was no such thing until the beginning of the 1900s. So blending these very difficult issues, America has taken the point of view of unwrapping the problems that lead to those solutions. And we're trying to do the same thing with Lebanon. We have great new leadership everywhere. Great new leadership in Syria, great new leadership with the Prime Minister Nouaf and President Aoun in Lebanon, great new leadership here, and thank you for hosting, I think, what we all feel is one of the most important forums where we can actually have these discussions in Qatar with Sheikh Tamim, MBS in Saudi Arabia, MBZ in UAE. We have a new set of opportunities. First thing that has to happen is we have to allow them, Syria, to define it themselves without going in with Western expectations of saying we want a democracy in 12 months. We've never had a democracy anyway. I don't see a democracy. Israel can claim that it's a democracy, but in this region, really what's worked the best, whether you like it or you don't like it, is a benevolent monarchy. That's the function of what's worked. So we're inventing something else. And every time the West steps in and says, okay, here is a kind of parliamentary dialogue that we want to have. Every time we step in, whether it's Libya, Iraq, all of the places that we've been to try and create a colonialized mandate, it has not been very successful. We end up with paralysis. So our view is give direction, all of us need to weigh in, not criticize, not say we need more foreign fighters released more quickly, not say we need more missing persons found more readily, not say the communities are being punished unfairly until they, in baby steps, get there. They just have taken over command and control. They need stability first. We need to give them the opportunity to incorporate all points of view, but at the end of the day, all points of view don't create a nation. They need to define what creates a nation. Is that centralization? Is it federalization? Is it a hybrid? What is it going to be? And from America's point of view, what we've learned is we are not good at imposing those expectations, especially in the Middle East, on others. Israel is a confusing situation. What I think this president and Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff have done, hand in hand with Qatar, by the way, and I'm here to tell you as a soldier on the ground, none of this would happen. Whatever we think about what happened in Israel, the greatest thing that ever happened is we got a ceasefire and return of hostages. It would not have happened without Qatar's intervention. It would just not have happened. And one of the most disappointing things, and I heard it was a great discussion between Tucker Carlson and Sheikh Mohammed. I'm telling you as somebody who's been in the middle of this, Sheikh Mohammed, under the Emir's tutelage, was the most important person for us to keep a dialogue with Hamas. No matter how the West views it, they were wrong. If we didn't have that, if Turkey didn't step in alongside, who was also criticized for having a dialogue with Hamas, we would not be where we are today. So we have to take a look at that as we look at Syria and Israel. It's baby steps. It's baby steps with Israel. It's a process, right? It's not an event. We're going to have speed bumps. We're going to have atrocities that continue. We're going to have dilemmas. We need to bring Lebanon and Syria together and aligned, two of the most ancient and beautiful civilizations. Iraq is having the same dilemma through paralysis in its own parliamentary process. We don't want to interfere in those political discussions. My hope and my belief is that we're going to go from the payphone to satellites. We're not going to have the iterative process. And the young leadership that we have in Syria, in Lebanon, in Qatar, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, holding their hands, I have great hope. But it takes all of us relieving the pressure we're putting on these places with what our expectations from the West are and giving them resources that they need.
Please.
Can I just, I very much would like to second that. I think what Tom Barak just said is incredibly important. When we say Syrian-owned and Syrian-led, it also means that we have to accept that they will find their way. The Syrian government tells us that they want an inclusive government. I welcome that. I think that's wise. But it's a Syrian choice, not my choice, nor America's choice. It's something they do. And I think we Westerners, historically, which I very much like your point, is that we tend to forget how states emerge. You know, states emerge because somebody takes power, consolidates power against somebody else, and eventually you build a structure around that, and rule of law and so on comes later. And you know, it was not like there was a country called Syria. It's still the same country, but it's not like a state that was ready and you just change a few people at the top. You actually have to consolidate that power in order to be able to do anything in that place. And this is sometimes overlooked. So I think a mature recognition of how these things work in practice is very welcome. Will actually bring us further towards something that is stable and lasting in Syria. So I think that was really wise words.
Thank you for adding that. Minister Shaybani, I want to sort of bring back the same question I asked Ambassador Barak, but of course get your opinion on it. The challenge that you face with your Israeli neighbors is growing, I think. Last month, for the first time, we had more than 100 ground incursions in 30 days. On average, throughout the rest of the year, we've had half that. So a doubling of ground incursions in a month in November, which places very significant pressure on you and your government. Can you give us a bit of an update on where what looks like a stalled track of direct talks which you had been engaged in, whether there is a prospect for that to be renewed, and of course, most importantly, what are your positions with regards to those talks? What are your red lines? What is your vision for where those talks would go in an ideal world?
شكرا لكم. حقيقة هو من أبرز التحديات التي ربما يعني يعيشها الشعب السوري حاليا وأيضا تعيشها سوريا حاليا بالمرحلة الانتقالية هي مسألة إسرائيل. الجانب الإسرائيلي منذ اليوم الأول في 8 ديسمبر العام الماضي واليوم هو الجانب المقلق للاستقرار في سوريا، وهو يعني إذا ما عملنا استقراء للسياسات الإسرائيلية تجاه سوريا خاصة الإعلامية والسياسية وأيضا العسكرية والبرية، هناك يعني محاولة دائمة لزعزعة الاستقرار، إلا أننا أيضا نجحنا في يعني بكسب الكثير من الداعمين لمقاربة سوريا باتجاه إسرائيل، وأبرز هذه الدول الداعمة هي الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية التي أيضا هي داعمة لإجراء اتفاق أمني مع إسرائيل، وهذا ما نعمل عليه حاليا. الخط الأحمر الذي لدينا مع إسرائيل هو مسألة الانسحاب الإسرائيلي من سوريا، فلا يمكن أن نمضي في اتفاق أمني مع إسرائيل وإسرائيل تحتل أجزاء جديدة من سوريا بعد 8 ديسمبر، ويجب أن تعود الخريطة إلى ما كانت عليه في 7 ديسمبر العام الماضي، ويكون هناك يعني مقاربة ثنائية وأيضا عادلة للهواجس الأمنية للدولة السورية وأيضا للجانب الإسرائيلي. العملية الأمنية هي عملية ثنائية وتكاملية، لا يجب أن تكون من طرف واحد ولا تحترم الجانب الآخر. ونريد أيضا من الجانب الإسرائيلي أن يكف عن التدخل في الشؤون السورية، وأن أيضا أن يراهن على تحريك بعض الفئات من المجتمع السوري، أو أنه يغامر بمسألة تعزيز التفرقة في المجتمع السوري، فهذا ما سينعكس عليه سلبا أيضا في المستقبل. اليوم سوريا هي مركزة على سوريا، ونريد إعادة بناء بلدنا، ونريد أيضا علاقات هادئة مع الجميع بما فيها إسرائيل، ونحن ملتزمون باتفاقية 1974، وأيضا ملتزمون أيضا بالنهج الذي نقوده حاليا مع إسرائيل بوساطة أمريكية. وربما أبدت الحكومة السورية نضجا وعقلانية وأيضا دبلوماسية أكبر بكثير من الجانب الإسرائيلي الذي كان يعني في السابق يروج نفسه أنه النظام الديمقراطي الوحيد في الشرق الأوسط، ولكن أثبتت التجربة السورية على يعني حداثتها خلال عام واحد أنها أكثر عقلانية وأكثر دبلوماسية، واستطعنا أن نحشد الكثير من الأصدقاء في الدول العربية والأجنبية والأوروبية. فاليوم المجتمع الدولي داعم لمسار سوريا في هذا المجال، وكان آخره أيضا التصويت الذي اعترف أيضا مرة أخرى في الجولان كأرض سورية، وازداد ما يزيد عن 25 دولة داعمين لهذا التصويت عن العام الماضي.
Thank you. And Minister, I might just follow up with one more question before we run out of time to ask you about more on the side of economics and the economy. We are in Washington expecting some good news with regards to the repeal of the Caesar Act, which I think will be a huge opening of the window for all of the investment interest that has been declared, including here from Qatar and from the United States and elsewhere. From a very personal perspective, and I've been back to Syria 5 times since January, I've increasingly heard from ordinary Syrians the idea that, you know, with sanctions out of the way, there is an expectation of rapid improvements in terms of the quality of living. You know, how are you dealing with that challenge that all post-conflict countries will deal with, that the people expect more than is necessarily practical? There's a huge amount of reconstruction and rehabilitation that has to happen before we can see those real significant benefits. So how do you deal with that challenge, both of course as you as the foreign minister, but more widely as the government?
إذا ما بما يخص الوضع في سوريا خاصة بعد 8 ديسمبر، أعتقد أننا نجحنا في أمور كثيرة، وأيضا لا زالت لدينا تحديات كبيرة جدا. فنحن لدينا مقاربة واقعية، ولدينا أيضا اعتراف بالواقع. بالتأكيد لو اجتمع العالم بأسره على أن يحول الوضع في سوريا خلال سنة واحدة من دولة كانت تحت يعني وطأة الحرب إلى دولة متقدمة خلال عام، يعني هذا الأمر يحتاج إلى وقت ويحتاج إلى إمكانيات ويحتاج أيضا إلى يعني خطط يعني مستدامة. لكن ما قلته في البداية أننا استطعنا أن نعزز ثقة الشعب السوري بنفسه، وهذا هو رأس مالنا الحقيقي، أن الشعب السوري يشعر بنفسه أنه قادر على أن يكون جزء حقيقي في بناء بلده. الشيء الآخر أيضا الحكومة السورية الحالية هي أيضا خرجت أيضا هي من بين الشعب السوري، وهي أيضا عانت نفس المعاناة التي عاشها الشعب السوري خلال السنوات الماضية. وأيضا هناك يعني كل وزارة لديها خطة تطويرية في قطاعها. بالتأكيد هناك بعض الأمثلة التي تحسنت في سوريا، وخاصة موضوع الطاقة وموضوع الأمن وموضوع المواصلات. بالتأكيد موضوع الحرية السياسية وموضوع الحقوق وموضوع أيضا المشاركة السياسية وموضوع الانتماء الذي أيضا كان مختفيا أو يعني غير لم يكن على أجندة الشعب السوري في السابق، وكان هناك يعني غربة يعيشها الشعب السوري في وطنه، واليوم هذا الأمر قد تجاوزناه. إذا ما قمنا بمقارنة بسيطة جدا بين 8 ديسمبر العام الماضي واليوم، سوريا كانت ربما من المواضيع المزعجة داخل البيت الأبيض. اليوم أصبحت الولايات المتحدة تشير صراحة إلى أن سوريا دولة شريكة لها، وأن أيضا سوريا كانت لدى الاتحاد الأوروبي كانت هي أيضا من المواضيع الإنسانية التي كانت تسعى كيف نرسل مساعدات، كيف نوقف الهجرة من سوريا. اليوم أصبحنا نتحدث عن كيف ننظم العودة إلى سوريا، وأيضا كيف نستثمر في سوريا. أيضا سوريا كانت هي ينظر لها أنها كانت يعني مصدر للتهديد، اليوم أصبحت منظر ونموذج للإلهام والنجاح. الشعب السوري بنفسه كان ينظر إلى المستقبل بعين من الخوف واليأس، اليوم ينظر إلى المستقبل ويسارع يعني الخطى المضيئة للمستقبل، لأنه يعتقد ويؤمن أن المستقبل سيشكل له الدولة التي يؤمن فيها. فاليوم أعتقد ما تم تحقيقه على الجانب المعنوي والجانب يعني إعادة تصوير سوريا وإعادة بناء تصورات حول سوريا خلال عام واحد، نجحنا في هذا الموضوع. بالتأكيد الجانب الخدمي والاقتصادي هذا ما ستركز عليه الحكومة السورية في عام 2026 وأيضا خلال الأعوام القادمة في جميع القطاعات، وكنا قد ركزنا على القطاعات الخدمية، وأيضا الصناعة أيضا عادت إلى سوريا، وأيضا انتعشت القطاعات الأساسية بشراكات مع الشركات الأمريكية وأيضا شركات قطرية وشركات سعودية وشركات تركية. وهناك اليوم رغبة كبيرة جدا في الاستثمار في سوريا. فنحن كشعب سوري أو كسوريا حقيقة لسنا خائفين من التقدم الاقتصادي والتقدم في مستوى العيش وإعادة بناء بلدنا، لأن هذا لدينا الرأس مال الحقيقي وهو الشعب السوري. ما نخشاه هو التهديدات الأمنية التي نراها إما من داعش أو من الجانب الإسرائيلي أو من ميليشيات عابرة الحدود لم ترضى بالتغيير الذي حصل في سوريا. وأعتقد أننا إن شاء الله في منتدى الدوحة العام القادم سنتكلم عن نماذج حقيقية للنجاح الميداني الذي حصل في سوريا، خاصة أن اليوم أصبح الكل يعني وهناك حقيقة هذا أمر يجب أيضا نعترف فيه، هناك رغبة دولية لرؤية سوريا دولة ناجحة، وأن تكون قد تخلصت من نظام دكتاتوري شمولي، وأن لا تقع في فخ الدولة الفاشلة وتنتقل إلى نظام ملهم، وأيضا يعني يبث بعض الأمل ويبث بعض المعنويات خاصة في دول الشرق الأوسط وفي العالم.
Thank you very much. And you took the words out of my mouth. That was going to be my closing, which is, yes, hopefully when we gather here a year from now, we will be celebrating even greater achievements of stability and prosperity for Syria. The only other thing I will say here is thank you to all of our esteemed panelists. I wish we had another 45 minutes. And in the meantime, good luck to Syria tonight.
Welcome back. Our next newsmaker interview is with a statesman whose career spans academia, diplomacy, international law, and government. From university professor to judge, from permanent representative to the United Nations, to President of the International Court of Justice. In recent years, he has argued cases of global significance at the ICJ. Today, as Prime Minister of Lebanon, he finds himself sometimes arguing with members of his own cabinet, international creditors, sometimes even the authorities behind the country's electricity grid, often all in the same day. And trust me, if you know Lebanon, you'll know what I'm saying. He always does it with the calm and the unshakable poise of the seasoned diplomat he is. It is my pleasure to welcome to the stage the Prime Minister of Lebanon, Dr. Nawaf Salam, who will be joined by Greg Karlstrom, Middle East correspondent for The Economist.
Thank you, Rida, for that introduction, and thank you, Mr. Prime Minister, for being here. We only have 20 minutes, and with Lebanon, there's much more than 20 minutes worth of conversation to have. So we're going to jump right in. Welcome. Thank you for being here. The first question I want to ask is about the topic that has been on everyone's mind in Lebanon in recent weeks, which is the fear of another war, the fear that Israel might start another large-scale campaign of military strikes against Hezbollah in Lebanon. As the Prime Minister of Lebanon, how worried are you about that?
Well, first of all, let's admit that we are in a situation of what I would call a war of attrition. By one side, Israel, so we are, I mean, not in a peaceful situation today. It's conducted by one side, by Israel, while we should have been in a situation of cessation of hostilities, because a year ago, Lebanon and Israel, under the auspices of France and the United States of America, agreed to what has since then been referred to as the announcement of cessation of hostilities, which unfortunately has not been abided to by Israel. First, because I mean there has been no cessation of hostilities on Israel's part. Israel continues to occupy a number of points in Lebanon and still on the number of Lebanese quote-unquote prisoners, and I think we are, the theme of the Doha Forum this year is justice in action, and the opposite of justice is self-help. So, and by self-help I mean one acting independently to redress what it considers to be a wrongdoing, and unfortunately this is what Israel is doing instead of abiding by what it agreed to, the Accord of Cessation of Hostilities.
So you make a good point, which is that agreeing to a ceasefire is one thing, implementing it is another thing, and we're seeing that now in Gaza as well. You gave a briefing to some journalists in Lebanon last week, and you said that you're confident Hezbollah will eventually agree to relinquish its arms, to put them under the authority of the state, because they agreed to that principle in the ceasefire agreement last year. But how do you actually implement that part of the agreement?
I think everyone, I mean, should be held accountable to what they agreed to. Hezbollah agreed to the announcement of cessation of hostilities, which clearly, I mean, its preamble lists the 6 and only six who can carry arms in Lebanon. Hezbollah is not among them. Security Council Resolution 1701, to which all Lebanese parties have agreed to and call for its implementation, also calls for a demilitarized zone south of the Litani. This should not be put in question. And way before Security Council Resolution 1701, the Lebanese, when they agreed to put an end to their war, they signed on an instrument known as the Ta'if agreement, which clearly specifies for the monopoly of arms, state monopoly of arms. And so that's not something new. That's part of the cessation of hostilities agreement, over and above our government in its ministerial declaration reaffirmed Lebanon's commitment to Security Council Resolution 1701, reaffirmed Lebanon's commitment to the Accord of Cessation of Hostilities, and reaffirms Lebanon's commitment to having, the issues of war and peace under the sole authority of the government of Lebanon, and Hezbollah, like any other Lebanese party who agreed to these instruments, will have to abide by.
So you have all of those agreements, as you say, that have not been implemented until now. What makes you think that Hezbollah will agree to implement them now, and what's the mechanism by which you do that? Tom Barak, for example, the US ambassador in Turkey, has talked about trying to raise money from Gulf countries to invest in South Lebanon as an inducement for Hezbollah to disarm. Do you think that's something that is practical or workable?
Well, first of all, this famous announcement of cessation of hostilities provided for a pentalateral, as we call it, mechanism, including the two.
I think, sorry, if you could maybe just hold the microphone a little bit closer.
So a pentalateral mechanism, including the two sponsors of the agreement, the USA, France, Lebanon, the United Nations, and Israel. So this framework is in charge of the implementation of this agreement. Now, I know, that there have been some question marks about not only the implementation, but how, what could verify the implementation in southern Litani, which is the first phase of the plan the army presented to the government, which was welcomed by the government, and which provides for a full monopoly of arms in southern Litani and north Litani in the first phase, that is till the end of the year, or which the first would have to end by the end of the year, a containment of arms in the rest of the country. Now, what is being discussed, how this framework, referred to or known as the mechanism in Lebanon, will start verifying on the ground with the army that such decisions are being implemented.
There's a common complaint about America when I talk to both Lebanese and Syrian officials, that they are putting a lot of pressure on Lebanon and Syria. They are not putting any pressure on the Israeli government to make concessions, territorial concessions or other concessions towards your country and towards Syria as well. In your conversations with the Americans, what have they said about if phase one of this disarmament plan is completed by the end of the year, are they prepared to pressure Israel to withdraw from these 5 points in Lebanon or to pressure Israel otherwise?
Well, we don't need, to wait till the end of the year. Israel was supposed to have withdrawn, from all of the Lebanese territory. It occupied 10 months ago. Unfortunately, it didn't do that. Israel was supposed to cease all hostilities 10 months ago, and it didn't do that. And in my discussions, with the American diplomats who visited us, I have always asked the question, about the relevance, if there were any military security relevance to the points Israel continues to occupy in Lebanon. Unfortunately, no one was able to convince me that these points have any relevance in the age of satellite imagery, in the age of drones equipped with the most sophisticated cameras, in the age of balloons, monitoring the border between Lebanon and Israel. We are not, in 1914, 1915, 1916, World War I, where you need to be on top of a 600 or 700 meter hill to monitor what's around you. So, believe me, but no one was able, I don't know, if you will be able to convince me that these points, have any strategic, military, or security value. So that was my first point. And two, on our side, save one incident of rockets that were fired from Lebanon by elements who were identified as members of Hamas. Not one single bullet was fired from Lebanon. While, Israel continue violating Lebanese sovereignty on almost a daily basis.
I want to turn to the economy for a few minutes. One of the most important jobs for your government is to pass what's known as the GAP law, which is a law to apportion the losses in the Lebanese financial sector. Without that, there can be no IMF program, there can be no large-scale investment. You said in an interview with Bloomberg last month that the law would be in front of the cabinet by mid-December. It's December 7th. Will you meet that deadline?
Okay. The question of reforms is one of the two pillars, of the agenda of our government. The first, obviously, is regaining Lebanon's sovereignty, ensuring that the state has monopoly of arms over all its territory, and which is the subject of the plan that the army was tasked to present to the government, and which we welcomed, and now monitoring its implementation on a monthly basis, because we required, the army to come before the government and present a monthly progress report. The second pillar is reforms. Indeed, because of the financial crisis, which was followed by an economic crisis and which turned into a social crisis, the question of financial reforms appears to come first, while our reform agenda was not limited to financial reform. It included the need for an administrative reform, and we started by adopting a new mechanism for civil service appointments. We worked on a draft law to strengthen the independence of the judiciary. which all, I mean, is necessary to rebuild the state. And now, I mean, we are getting to what you referred to, or what is known as the gap law, which will abandon the losses. But before that, I mean, we had to work on a law to waive the bank secrecy, which at one point in time, that's 40, 50 years ago, helped attract Arab funds, I mean, that were, after the nationalizations in Egypt, Syria, Iraq, it attracted these monies to, or had attracted these monies to Lebanon. Now, unfortunately, the bank secrecy law turned into a curse to Lebanon because it was used and abused as a means to cover all forms of money laundering, money related to trade of drugs and other illicit so we passed this law. Two, we passed a law on bank resolution to address situation of financial crisis and bank crisis. And now, I mean, the third element of this architecture is the law. It's not only on the repartition of losses, but it's also the law that will provide for the mechanism that will allow depositors to have access to their blocked accounts. Well, I hope that, okay, give me a leeway of a week or so, but before the end of this month, whether on the 15th or 15th plus a couple of days, I'll be able to put before the government a draft law that will address both, I mean, the repartition of losses and giving depositors for the first time in 6 years the possibility of having access to their blocked accounts.
And then that law has to go through.
And then that law will have to be, I mean, discussed in the government, whether adopted as is or with amendments, and then it will have to go to Parliament and hopefully be passed in Parliament.
And
this
that's where
will no longer be our job. I mean,
that's where it becomes a fight, right? Because when I've spoken with IMF officials, for example, they've said when they meet Lebanese MPs, some of them, they still have arguments about should the bank shareholders be the ones who bear the brunt of the losses, or should depositors bear the brunt? The IMF wants it to be the bank shareholders, but there are some Lebanese MPs who are connected to the banking sector who want to put the pain on depositors. Do you think Parliament, after so many years of
definitely, I mean, the banks will have to bear their part of responsibility. But again, I mean, one will have to distinguish between the depositors. Not all depositors are equal. I mean, there are quote unquote what I would like to call illegal, not illegal depositor, but I mean depositors who deposit illegal monies coming from drug trafficking or money laundering, and definitely the state, I mean, will have also, I mean, it will have its share and be responsible for its share in the reporting of losses. Now, I mean, in our part of the job is to have, I mean, this draft law passed in government. Hopefully, it will be able to do so before the end of the year. Beyond that, I mean, it'll become the responsibility of Parliament.
Speaker Berry's responsibility at that point. We only have 2 minutes left. I want to ask you quickly about your relationship with the President, Joseph Aoun. You have very different timetables. The President still has 5 years left in his term. you have elections coming up perhaps in 5 months. I was in Washington a few weeks ago and I heard some criticism of the president for not moving quickly enough on both security and economic issues in Lebanon. Do you agree with that? Do you think Lebanon needs to be moving faster on some things than it has been this year?
Well, trust that my conviction that, I mean, the president and myself are going in the same direction. Both of us, I mean, would like reforms to be implemented. And as possible. Both of us would like, I mean, to see the state have a full monopoly of arms. But after all, I mean, we come from different backgrounds, I mean, and we have different styles in addressing issues. But my conviction is that we are, both of us, maybe not at the same speed, but going in the same direction.
And last question, there are meant to be elections in Lebanon in the spring. Will they happen on schedule? And then what do they mean for you, for your political future? Do you want another term as Prime Minister?
Well, actually, as far as my government is concerned, we are committed to holding parliamentary elections on schedule. The day the same way that we were able to or were to have municipal elections and on schedule. And we are preparing, actually that's true, I mean, we started preparing for holding these elections in May.
And what about you? Would you like to serve another term as Prime Minister?
Well, let us finish, I mean, this term first, and then it will depend on the new parliament, not on my wishes.
Let's see if we're back here next year again. Prime Minister Nawaf Salam, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Thank you, Greg, for touching on so many important issues and challenges, not just for Lebanon, but for the wider Middle East region as well. Now, we will go straight into our next session, which is a newsmaker interview as well, with someone who is no stranger to big challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going straight into our next session. So if I could please ask you to take your seats. All right, so back to our next session, which is a newsmaker interview with someone who served first as Prime Minister of Belgium from 2020 to 2025, leading his government during multiple crises, including the COVID-19 pandemic and the economic recovery that followed. Now, just a few days ago, in fact, on the 2nd of December, he assumed a new role as the new administrator of the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, bringing his vast experience of national leadership, experience in international aid and finance to a United Nations agency that operates in about 170 countries and territories across the world with the aim of eradicating poverty and reducing inequality. Please join me in welcoming the new UNDP Administrator Alexander de Croo and Al Jazeera's diplomatic editor James Bays.
Take your seats, we're about to begin. Our newsmaker is very familiar, as Hida says, a long-standing European leader, but in a brand new job and only 6 days in the job. So I can't really ask you about much of what you've done and quiz you on your record, because it's pretty short, but we will focus on what you are going to do at UNDP. Your job, the head of the UNDP is called the administrator. So, Administrator de Croo, first perhaps outline what you see as the mission of UNDP in this turbulent world? For anyone who doesn't quite get it, what does UNDP do and what does it need to do in the world we're now living in?
Yeah, excellent question to start off. And first of all, thank you for inviting me here. Well, if you look in the UN system, there's three big pillars. One of them is peace and security. The second one is humanitarian work. And the third one is development. UNDP, the United Nations Development Program, is really the backbone, the engine of the development part. Now, in DP, Development Program, I think the P is really the important element. First of all, you could see P as program. What UNDP is doing is systemic change. So it's not that we do just one specific project. We try to do things that involve multiple things. Let's say, for example, a country wants to raise financing through what is called domestic resource mobilization, which basically means taxation. Well, if you are looking for new forms of taxation, let's say, for example, a taxation on property, well, a country actually needs a registry to know who's owning what. And then you need a taxation system to basically collect that money, and then you need a system to look into fraud. That type of introduction of those programs, this is typically what we like to do. So that's the programmatic part of it. You could also, the P could also be an element of partnership. This is typically how we work. I mean, we sit next to national governments and we work together with them. You could say that very often we are the co-pilot of the development work. And the third way of looking into the P is platform. We are a platform for development. Very often we work together with other agencies within the UN or outside the UN. That is because we have a very extensive local presence. Out of the 23,000 people that work for us, almost 90% are in our partner countries. We are active in 170 countries, and very often we stay there. I mean, we have longevity, and the trust that our partners have in us is really one of our major assets.
In the past, you've done jobs that have prepared you for this, but as you take a big UN job, a change of direction from leading a European government, what sort of preparation do you do before you arrive in New York to get yourself ready for this? And what have you done in these first 5 days? Because I think it probably gives us an indication of your priorities. If you tell us what you decided was the thing to do on day one.
Well, it has been a bit drinking from the fire hose. I mean, there's a lot coming at you at an organization which is really an operational organization. I mean, we day to day we work throughout the world. First element is to listen, and really my ambition is in the first months try to meet as many people as possible, understand what is going well, what are the concerns that we have. That's the first thing. Second element is to continue on our delivery. And just to give you a few examples of what we are doing today, we have a quite big operation in Ukraine. This is our third biggest office that we have. What do we do in Ukraine? Well, we try to start with rebuilding, for example, schools so that the kids can go to get their education. We try to reconstruct as much as possible. That's one example of our daily delivery. Second example is in Gaza, where we have started taking away the debris. There is no place on earth where there is more debris per capita, unfortunately, and really trying to prepare the reconstruction of Gaza. Of course, this is contingent to a peace conference, which we hope would take place soon. But these are things that show on which we are working on a daily basis and which I try to be involved as much as possible.
But how much of a central role should the UN have on Gaza? Because, as you know, at various points in the last couple of years, the UN's been completely cut out, including the humanitarian operation at one point cut out of Gaza. And the plan is very much a Trump plan, led by a board of peace rather than, although it's authorized by the UN Security Council, rather than the UN Security Council. How important is it that the UN gets a central role in this?
You know, the UN gets a central role when the member states want it. I mean, we are a member state organization. When member states see value added for us to be active, we are. When member states do not want us to be active, then we are not. But in the essence, we are at our best when we put multilateralism into practice, when we tackle things that one country cannot do on its own, when we are convening, when we are bringing very often people with very different opinions together. This is where we are at our strongest. Now, for me, as a former national politician, it is a bit coming back to my first love. I mean, I've been Minister of Development for 6 years. I've been Minister of Finance, I've been Prime Minister, but development is something which is close to my heart. And I think at a moment like now, where the idea of multilateralism, the idea that certain things you're probably better off in doing it together is under pressure, I think if you know something about this topic, if you have something to bring to the table, I think you cannot stand on the sidelines. I think you need to be on the field, and this is the choice that I made. Maybe last element, I was Prime Minister in Belgium, which is notorious for being a country of coalitions and not always easy to navigate. I hope that is a background that will help me a bit in navigating the complexity of the United Nations.
Because you are arriving in New York at UN headquarters, what arguably is the worst crisis for the UN in its history, in its 80 years. These huge funding cuts across the UN system, 18.8% cuts in staff, 15% cut in the regular budget. Now, your budget is different. How is the UNDP going to be impacted by funding cuts? And I'm talking about the funding of UNDP's work and the funding for the countries that you work with.
So UNDP is today a $5 billion US dollar organization, 23,000 people throughout the world. Our funding base is quite diverse. So we are impacted by the funding cuts, but less so than, for example, WFP or the humanitarian organizations. What does that mean in practice? Well, it means in practice that we are entering into a reform program of becoming more efficient, having less overlap with other organizations, being clearer on what our mandate really is, using technology to try to be more impactful towards the people that we try to work. Now, some people say, well, you will have to do more with less. Honestly speaking, I have a bit my doubts on that. I think that, unfortunately, we will do less with less. But my commitment is that we do it better, that we do it in higher quality, that we are more innovative, that we are better at leveraging private finance, that we better work together with the private sector. And really, for every dollar we receive, we have to get that dollar to work, to sweat as much as possible. And we have been doing that. We see that, for example, investment in SDG-related topics, for every dollar being invested, the return can go up to $60. That way, we have been able to mobilize more than $800 billion US dollars in money that is basically leveraged through the private sector. And basically combining private capital and bringing that to the needs in the world. And there is no lack of needs in the world. But there's also no lack of capital in the world. I mean, there is a lot of capital to be invested. There is a difficulty of allocation, and there is difficulty of reducing risk. That really is my new assignment, is to unlock that capital and bring it to the growing needs that you have throughout the world.
Some of your money, the core budget, comes from 41 countries. And as you say, perhaps you're not impacted as much as some other agencies, but many of those are cutting their development spending. Your deputy, when he was acting in your job, said our work will be threatened and eventually compromised. How worried are you about the cutting in that core funding? Because my understanding is that's the money that's not earmarked for specific projects, which gives you the flexibility in your work.
Exactly. So out of the 5 billion that we work with every year, approximately 10% is what is called core funding, Now, core funding is also known as unearmarked, which is money going to our core mandate of standing to the side of government and working together with them. That is under pressure, but that process has been going on for decades already. Look, in a broader sense, what is called ODA, or Official Development Assistance, over the past years, approximately 1/3 has disappeared. So yes, this will have an impact. But that means that public funding really needs to be used to those locations where it has the most impact and where it is the only way of financing. There's plenty of things where actually, thanks to technological evolution, thanks to market functioning, that used to be financed with public money that today actually are commercially viable. For example, many of the investments today in renewable energy is today commercially viable. And we should then use public money just to do the basic infrastructure, or create the legal framework, or create the banking system. But for example, today, photovoltaic cells are perfectly viable throughout the world. So where we allocate public money needs to be in those framework investments that then create an environment where private investment can take place. So yes, I see the impact on public funding, but that does not mean that other types of funding couldn't play their role.
And you think there are still other types of funding to chase? You talk about new partners in finance and the private sector, but I heard Achim Steiner talk about that. I heard Helen Clark talk about that. I interviewed both your predecessors. There's more money out there?
Well, there is, but we should not think about private investment in a naive way. I mean, the private sector will invest when there's a return, or where it can reduce its risks. And that's perfectly normal. I mean, I have absolutely no problem with the fact that private investment is looking for a certain level of profitability. And looking at financial flows throughout the world, I mean, public investment plays a role, but foreign direct investment actually has played a much more important role. Domestic resource mobilization, which is basically justified taxation, plays a very important role, and remittances, which is basically people who work in the Western world and send money back to their families. I mean, the volume of remittances is today already 3 times bigger than official development assistance. So let's look at it in a broad sense, and let's also not forget what we have achieved. And if you look at the last decades, child mortality has halved. The level of scholarity has been multiplied with 3. HIV infections have decreased in a dramatic way. We have reduced extreme poverty with half over the past 20 years. So the development world can show results. What is important now is that we continue in that flow, and that we continue to innovate, and that we find other sources of financing. But the results are there. There's a lot of criticism to multilateralism. There's some criticism to the development world, and some of that criticism, we have to take it serious. We have to be more efficient. We have to be faster. We have to be more present at those locations where we make the difference. But let's also not shy away from the results that we have achieved and put those results at the table and say, look at what we are capable of. Investment in development is today the smartest investment that you can do. Even for donor countries, this is smart investment from a humanity point of view, but even if only self-interest is what you're looking for, I mean, from the perspective of creating more trade, from the perspective of better managing migration, from the perspective of countering illegal drug trade, investment in development is a smart thing to do. What should be my assignment is to make sure that in the worldwide debate of today, where that debate is being dominated by security issues, is being dominated by migration, by other topics, all those topics are legitimate discussions, but they're symptom discussions. They're symptoms of something underlying. And the thing underlying is very often extreme precarity, inequality, lack of opportunity. That's what development tries to tackle. And so development should be part of that worldwide debate. It's not the case today, but it's my assignment that when we are discussing extremism, migration, security, development is part of that discussion.
Because it's not normally, UNDP, a headline-grabbing part of the UN or seen as the most exciting part of the UN. I suppose you're going to try and change that. You work in 170 different countries and territories. UNDP sometimes to be described to me as the senior service of the UN because you provide an operational backbone for the UN system, for 70 different UN entities. Can you keep that footprint with your new budget?
Yes, you can, because that footprint is to the service of many others. So that footprint is very often used by other UN agencies. And we see that today there's often duplication on the local level. I mean, the UN needs to go in the direction of having a few organizations have a local footprint, but there are also a platform for others to use it. And I mean, we are not there to just serve the UN system. We are there also to work together with other organizations. So the question is not so much related to what footprint does UNDP have. The question is what footprint does the UN system have in general. And the question of development, I mean, development today is not about needs for development in, let's say, fragile circumstances or in least developed countries. I mean, you could basically say that almost all countries in the world today are facing development issues, and very often development issues which they cannot solve on their own. I mean, fighting climate change is something that all countries throughout the world are confronted with. All of us are. Tackling that is something no one can do on their own. They have to do together, and organizations such as UNDP can be used to federate that effort and make sure that, that we work in a complementary way one with another.
You talk about fighting climate change. One of your first meetings in your new job, I believe, was with the SIDS group of countries, the small island developing states. How do you bridge the divide on the idea of climate? On one side, you have these countries that scientists say might be submerged under the ocean and not exist. And then you have the leader of the most powerful nation on earth saying it's the greatest con job ever perpetrated on the world, a hoax and a scam.
Look, I can, when in doubt, I would say trust science. And science is very clear on the fact that climate change is real, that it is provoked by, predominantly by human activity. But science also shows that it's perfectly feasible to reduce the emissions. It's not that today we're waiting for some miraculous solution falling out of the sky. I mean, all the pieces of the puzzle are on the table. And they're actually becoming more affordable than ever. And in some domains, we are lagging. I mean, if you look at the Sustainable Development Goals, approximately 2/3 of the Sustainable Development Goals are or stalled or in delay compared to the schedule. So we have to catch up on that. But in some domains, we're actually ahead of the curve. I talked about photovoltaic cells. Actually, they're cheaper than anyone would have imagined 10 years ago. The adoption of electric vehicles, of EVs, is actually going faster than expected. So there's domains where we overachieve, but unfortunately, there's today many domains where we are slower than we should be.
Do you worry about the fact that the UN has to walk on eggshells not to upset the Trump administration? You mentioned the Sustainable Development Goals. Well, they're all about collective global action. That's not America first, is it?
Well, look, the United Nations has the assignment to bring people around the table. And to bring people around the table who sometimes have different opinions. And you know, this is a free world. Who am I to judge on the opinions that the member states have? I will work together with the ones who believe that working together actually has an impact. There is today way more countries that believe in multilateralism than there are countries that are skeptical on multilateralism. The issue is that today the ones who are skeptical are very loud. The ones who believe in multilateralism are actually way too quiet. And so countries who believe that you're better off in working together, and there's a lot of these, well, they should rally together and they should try to achieve as much as possible. And I'll be open to work with any member states and to understand that in the world of today, many countries look at their self-interests. There's nothing wrong with looking at your self-interests. Not at all. I mean, the world has changed. The United Nations need to change as well. But our mandate is still the same. If I look at UNDP, my mandate is eradicating poverty, protecting people, and protecting planet. The world has changed. The mandate is still the same. The methods we should be using to achieve that mandate need to change together with a changing world.
In the next year, you are going to have a new boss. That's a certainty, because the current Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, his term ends at the end of 2026. Is there any excuse, in your view, as someone who was very close to the UN as a political leader, and now for a few days a UN insider, any excuse not to have the next woman, after 9 men in a row, the next SG to be a woman? And before you answer, I think it's worth telling the audience here, you wrote a book, The Age of Women, Why Feminism Also Liberates Men.
I can only recommend everyone that book. And thank you for the commercial here. Look, a few elements. First of all, the selection of the new Secretary General is a selection made by the member states.
Of course.
Not by the leader of UNDP or any other agencies. What is important is that at least let's start with making sure that the selection basis, let's look at like the candidates or people who put themselves forward as candidates, that list of candidates is not just a list of men. And I've seen that too often, even in national politics, when you say, you know, give me a short list of candidates, very often you would get a short list of, out of 10 candidates, you would get 9 men and only 1 woman. And so pushing for having a more broad list of candidates, I think is a first element. Then, you know, in national politics, before becoming prime minister, the prime minister before me was a female prime minister, and I served in that government with a female prime minister, and I can only recommend it for everyone. And UNDP was one of those organizations that already had female leadership with Helen Clark. Before that, Achim Steiner took it over. So the selection is made by member states. Let's make sure that you have a broad basis out of which you can select.
The selection is made by member states, but really it's the P5 that decide, isn't it? And one of the P5 believes that DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, is a very bad thing. Trump has said it amounts to discrimination and discourages merit and leadership.
Well, I think this selection basis is excellence, experience, leadership, ambition. There is plenty of women in the world who have those qualities.
Thank you so much for joining us in your first interview here at the Doha Forum as the administrator of the UN Development Programme, Alexander De Croo.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Administrator De Croo. Thank you, James. As always, you get scoops, first interviews, and so on.
essay and really get to a productive but also provocative discussion about the rise of sovereign wealth funds, of state champions, of industrial policy, and why that matters so much for geopolitics today. So let me just quickly reintroduce our panel so you can hear them properly. To my left, there's Dimal Yahya, the Secretary General of the Digital Cooperation Organization. To her left, Jared Cohen. He is President of Global Affairs at Goldman Sachs. And to his left, Borge Brende, the President and CEO of the World Economic Forum. Jared, I'm going to start with you. So just give us a quick lay of the land. What do you mean by instrumental capital, and how does it tie up sovereign wealth funds, state capital, state champions, and why is that so important today?
Thank you, Ravi, and thank you for publishing the essay as well. It's great to be here with dear friends. I think we have an annual tradition of speaking on a panel together for the last several years. Let me set the context a little bit, which is, as everybody in this room knows, the idea of lots of wealth in the Middle East is not new. The idea of wealthy sovereign wealth funds in the Middle East is not new. Kuwait was the first to create one in 1953. So the question is, why are we talking about a new wealth of nations now? Why do we feel we need a new term like instrumental capital to talk about how these countries are deploying resources? The reason is you have $14 trillion of sovereign capital spread across 170 different sovereign wealth funds in the world, and 5.6 trillion of that is concentrated in 4 countries, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Kuwait. In 2015, it was only 2.2 trillion, and by 2030, it's expected that $8.8 trillion of capital are going to be sprinkled throughout 4 countries, right? That's unprecedented in history. Now, what's interesting is even though the idea of sovereign wealth funds goes back to 1953, until the mid-2010s, it was kind of a relatively uninteresting story of passive investment. But when new leadership came to power in the 2010s in Qatar and Saudi Arabia, and to some extent the United Arab Emirates, these leaders brought with them a new set of ambitions to diversify economies, lead in science and technology, and deploy capital abroad in ways that aligned with geopolitical interests. The problem was the geopolitics were driving the economic interests of these countries, not the other way around, and the Middle East continued to be stuck in this war on terror international relations framework, and for lack of a better way of putting it, it was still a geopolitical jungle. Fast forward to COVID, and the geopolitical center of gravity shifts from the Middle East to Washington and Beijing, and all of a sudden that geopolitical brush is cleared. And that ushered in this new era that we describe as the era of instrumental capital. And what we mean by that is during the time from when these leaders came to power up until the present, the capabilities and the infrastructure for investing reached entirely new heights. And now what we see with the deployment of resources from each of these countries is, yes, there's an expectation of outsized economic returns, but when we talk about instrumental capital, we're talking about state-led funds that are being deployed with a dual mandate, to generate those outsized economic returns, but also to project state power in a way that's accretive to the domestic goals and the international goals of the leadership that runs the country. And this capital is long-term, it's patient, and is meant to be highly strategic for what these countries are trying to do.
That's a great overview. Borge, I'm going to ask you to pick up. Now, obviously, your hat is the World Economic Forum hat, but you were previously Norway's foreign minister, which has a very substantial sovereign wealth fund. Just in the spirit of trying to discern what is new here, can you give us a sense of how Norway's sovereign wealth fund is different from what we're seeing now with what Jared was describing in the Gulf countries and their wealth funds?
No, thank you. I'm very happy to do so. You know, the Norwegian sovereign wealth fund is only $2 trillion US. So it's but it's not insignificant. It's not insignificant. But let me first put it a little bit into context. What makes these sovereign wealth funds very interesting is that these countries have a lot of saved resources. While most of the countries now globally is more indebted than at any other time since 1945. So many countries now have as their biggest expenditure on the state budget is interest on their loans. including US, that is the largest economy in the world, 27% of the global GDP, 5% of the global population, but still uses most money on its state budget on interest rates. So these countries that have the sovereign wealth funds, they have decided with extraordinary revenues, many of them from oil and gas, have then decided to put it aside, invest, and then use the real interest in investing in their people or pensions for the future. The Norwegian Sovereign Wealth Fund, as I said, around $2 trillion was really started to save money back only in 2000. Only in 2000. When I was trade and industry minister back then, every year we put all the revenues from the oil and gas sector into the Sovereign Wealth Fund. Big pressure among voters saying, oh, we should use this money now, we should invest in our people. But then there was consensus in Norway. Let's put it aside. And today, the largest revenue in the Norwegian state budget is the real interest of the Sovereign Wealth Fund. At the beginning, we were able to take out 4% of the real interest, but then it became too much money because we can't put that much money into the state budget too. So now we have capped it at 3% or 2.75. So what I would say for nations with extraordinary revenues, for example, from natural resources, it's a good thing to put it in the Sovereign Wealth Fund and then rather use the real interest. But the real interest then needs to be invested in future competitiveness. That is what is important in research and development, in infrastructure, things that then creates also future values in your country. So that's where the Norwegian story comes from.
That's great. Dima, this is a great time to bring you in. You have worked in the public sector and private sector in Saudi Arabia. You're a woman. Give us your sense of the importance of what sovereign wealth funds can do. And again, riffing off of what Jared said, this idea that it's patient, stable, long-term, but it's also projecting state power and building out capacities.
Oh, definitely. Thank you for bringing that up. You know, we see that especially now in the digital era that we are living in, it is transforming in a very exponential rate. Technology is not as available as it was before. The advancement of the technology is very fast, and therefore, for countries to diversify their economies and bet on digital economy, they need to transform as countries. But this is where the infrastructure comes in. Can the private sector take on such kind of building that infrastructure, either from submarine cables to cloud computing and the whole stack of that infrastructure? And this is where governments come to a point where, yes, we have to create stimulus business environments to support the private sector, but also governments need to invest in that infrastructure. And this is where sovereign funds come in investing in areas where private sector institutions lack that investment. I'll give you an example. We represent 16 member states. We did a study around these 16 member states, and we saw that around the 60 member states, we have 160 subcables. Amazing. You know, you would look at, wow, they're rich when it comes to connectivity. Actually, no. 15% of that number is reliable. The other is unreliable, either old technologies, which is submarine cables from copper, not fiber optics, or other that is not fit for the future of AI and quantum. So this is vulnerability that these countries will be facing. So from that, with that 16 countries, imagine that there is only one company within the 16 nations that does submarine cable maintenance. Now, who can create such kind of companies? Sovereign funds. And this is where we've been working with actually the sovereign funds of our member states, is how to invest in such kind of infrastructure to make sure the digital resilience and reliableness of the sustainability of the growth of their digital economies.
Jared, if we zoom out a bit from here, can you situate us a bit? So you've got the sovereign wealth funds, you've got especially in the Gulf the rise of all of this catalytic money, instrumental capital as you put it. But at sort of a higher level, you've got this big competition between the United States and China, and the world is organizing itself around that. Talk a little bit about their models and how they're either taking advantage of this new money or that money itself is playing the two sides against each other.
Yeah, so when you talk about US and China in the context of sovereign wealth, it gets quite interesting. There's a historic piece of context here, which is so far we've been talking about sovereign wealth funds that have been funded based on revenues from commodities. But one of the things that's interesting about the sovereign wealth funds in China and in Singapore is those funds ended up being funded by virtue of trade surpluses and non-commodity revenues. And so that was kind of this interregnum area, but it was those sovereign wealth funds, again in Singapore and China, that were kind of early pioneers for strategically deploying their capital in ways that aligned with their geopolitical interests. And we're familiar with the Belt and Road Initiative with China and so forth, but we're also familiar with the enormous amount of state capital that they're deploying domestically. So I say that as just historic context. There's two features of US and China that I would mention. There's a lot of talk right now about the US sovereign wealth fund and so forth, and who knows where that will end up going. But the reason countries have sovereign wealth funds is because there's an absence of deep capital markets, right? So the US, having kind of the deepest capital markets in the entire world, hasn't really had a need for a sovereign wealth fund, whereas countries that lack the capital markets, like in China, but have 1.4 billion people, it served a very important function. Same in countries in the Middle East that have kind of more nascent capital markets and smaller economies and smaller populations. The sovereign wealth fund has allowed them to play at a really robust level, which we can come back to before. But the third dimension of this gets to not just we've talked about the concentration of wealth in 4 countries, but what we haven't talked about is why that wealth has been allowed to be so strategic and so up-leveled and so essential to everything that's playing out in the world, right? Like as I mentioned before, wealth in this region is not new. The way in which that wealth is empowering the countries is, and it is a function of the fact that for the first time in history, America's 3rd largest trading partner is also its most formidable adversary. And that causes people to look at US and China as if this is a second Cold War. This is not a second Cold War. It resembles none of the attributes of the Cold War, except for the fact that you're talking about 2 large countries with 2 large militaries. The Soviet Union and the US were never economically intertwined in the way that the US and China are. What that means is whether you call it a strategic competition or a competitive coexistence, neither the US nor China can gain the upper hand without relying on other countries. And what this has done is it's allowed a group of countries, like the 4 that I mentioned earlier, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, and Kuwait, to emerge as a sea of geopolitical swing states who have a differentiated amount of capital that they can deploy wherever they want without having to worry about the political or geopolitical backlash. They have a differentiated part of the supply chain. They're attractive for nearshoring, offshoring, and friendshoring, and each of them is led by an individual that has a global agenda independent of Washington and Beijing. So that geopolitical context, which has been fueled by sustained tension between the US and China, coupled with just the accumulation of wealth, plus the fact that since the advent of these sovereign wealth funds, the capabilities and the capacities and the investment know-how has really germinated, is part of why we're in a situation now where, just to give you a concrete number, to give you a sense of the scope and the scale, in the first 8 months of 2025, $56.3 billion of global deal flow was accounted for by sovereign wealth in these 4 countries. That's 40% of the global deal flow in just the first 8 months of 2025, which is extraordinary.
Wow. Borge, I wonder if as we talk about the growing salience of sovereign wealth funds, whether it's worth thinking a little bit about what that does to global order and equality within that order. So how concerned are you that we could be creating a winner-takes-all world, or at least a world in which the countries that cannot afford to be a part of that change are not geopolitical swing states, but are a layer or two below that? What happens there?
No, that's a really good question. I think we already saw with the platform economy that the big preferred platforms also became very strong companies. So it was already a little bit the winner takes it all. Then you can say today, though, with the new technologies, artificial intelligence being one, quantum, also a lot of the other ones, autonomous vehicles, all that, it could lead to a winner-take-it-all situation. Let me come back to that. The other thing that could come to a winner-takes-it-all is that if you accumulate a lot of capital, as some countries do, they will have huge influence through that capital, because there are other countries that are incredibly indebted. As I said, some countries are more indebted than at any other time since the Napoleonic Wars. We have to go that far back. So if you look at future potential bubbles and black swan or black swans, I would say probably the most challenging bubble that we would potentially face if we see low growth in the years to come would be the situation related to debt. There's of course a lot of talk about potential bubbles on AI, potential bubbles on crypto. You cannot exclude that, but I think that would be more adjustments. And we have had bubbles before that have burst, but you know, .com too, but we saw a lot of strong companies coming out of that, and in the market economy, it does happen once in a while that you have those bubbles, but I would be very worried about a debt bubble. So we have the AI and the huge investments there. Can that create only a winner takes it all? And with the capital, those that have capital compared to those that don't have capital, that can also lead to a winner takes it all. So what is my perspective? What do I think there? I do think the jury is still out on the new technologies, on AI. I think we know in the hardware phase where you see trillions of US dollars invested in the new language models and all that. But there can be a moment later on where you go more into the software phase, where you also will have incredible smart people coming up with things that also does not necessarily need to come from the big companies. You know, who knew about ChatGPT 5 years ago? Today they're a very big company. If you look at the 10 largest companies in the world today, when it comes to market cap, many of them did not exist 25 years ago. So it's not like a priori given that the winner is necessarily the one that is big today. But of course they do have an amazing capital flow that they know can invest in AI instead of necessarily borrowing all the money to invest. They can use their running flow. So that makes it different. But of course, the countries with the large sovereign wealth funds are in a privileged position, but they also have chosen not to use the money, but save it. And that is also to avoid the Dutch sickness. And then and my last point is you have different categories of sovereign wealth fund. My country, Norway, has decided to invest the money instead of using it in a sovereign wealth fund and then use the real interest. But we have also decided that it's not a tool to promote Norwegian interest per se. So we are totally transparent about the investments. We own on average 1.75% of all globally listed companies, or Norway does. Then they are also saying, the Norwegian Sovereign Wealth Fund, that they only take 5% up to 5% in these companies to avoid a situation where it is seen as a political tool. That's a national decision, and we're very transparent. Go on the website and you can see all the investments. So that has been Norway's kind of policy related to that.
Dima, of course, not every sovereign wealth fund is as transparent as that. And I'm curious about your perspective in the region, and maybe specifically with Saudi Arabia. If you look at some of the big projects, Diriyah, Neom, there are concerns that they've spent a lot of money and they're having to scale back a little bit. What kinds of checks and balances within sovereign wealth funds do you see that inherently exist? And what are the corrections they need to be thinking about in the future?
Well, definitely, as Burgay mentioned, in every sovereign fund has its own strategies, either to invest outwards, inwards, where to use that interest as well. I do see, although I'm not an expert in that domain, but I know that PIF, which is the Public Investment Fund of Saudi, is working actually now on their strategy, and it's the time for the refresh. And I think that since Vision 2030 launched, the strategy of PIF was to invest nationally and internationally. Nationally being that vehicle that will create new economies that are linked to Vision 2030, like tourism, technology, sports, education, and of that sort, and also investing in projects that are infrastructure related, that will enable other private sectors and ventures to build on top of it. And I think the projects that you have mentioned were building blocks for such kind of projects. Definitely throughout the years, we've seen the fruits of such kind of investment. Either Giddiya, now it's open. This month, we have seen the Red Sea also is open, and it delivered on its promise. A lot of other projects as well delivered their promise, and projects that have delivered their promise now is being analyzed to either accelerate or either to reduce or decrease the investment in. And I think that's something that every sovereign fund should go through, which is assessing their investments and seeing how to take that direction forward. But I do encourage now, looking at where we are as the Digital Cooperation Organization, collecting the intelligence and the data of what is the must-have for every country to be digitally economy sustainable, especially with the era of AI, and that increase in the divide, which we will see. $300 billion investment in AI last year. A handful of countries were able to be part of producing this technology, which means that more than half of the globe was not able to be a producer, but a consumer. And this is where the sovereign funds should be looking into areas where how can you capitalize on each other as countries and not work in silos. With this advancement of new technologies, when it comes to infrastructure, cooperation is essential. A competitive advantage in a country could be a solution for a challenge in another country. And this is where, let's highlight, like the Gulf, for instance, their competitive advantage, strategic location, capital, energy, cheapness of energy, and that could be capitalized on in countries that have the computing power and also that have the brain power. And this is where they can complement each other. I do expect to see in the future more collaboration within sovereign funds. We are working in the DCO on new agreements on how to create collective investments within the region together, especially in cloud computing and in infrastructure like submarine cables. So a new model, I think, of cooperation between sovereign funds have to be put in place. for the sustainability of growth of these countries.
Jared, I'm wondering if you have a take on how to do that, but also as you think about that, I'm curious if we can overlay demographics on this whole issue, because you know, there was a time where demographics was destiny, and here you have the countries that are able to deploy large amounts of capital. Obviously, they have much smaller populations, and so this deployment of capital is able to diversify their sources of revenue, but then eventually maybe even attract new demographics.
So I think the demographics point is incredibly important and essential for understanding that the Middle East is not some monolithic blob that bleeds together as one kind of geopolitical sea of wealth. I think part of the thing that I find fascinating is everybody, you know, so many people in the business community today have woken up and realized the Middle East is important. People have been coming here since the advent of sovereign wealth funds for allocation into their funds, and that era of passive capital where you can come and just by showing up you differentiate and come away with money, that era has been over, not just for a short period of time, but really for quite some period of time. Part of what it means to have that era over is the Middle East. It's interesting. You look at, you look at the region of the Middle East, and each of these countries is operating more as an independent country, punching way above its weight on the global stage, and certainly way above its population size. So when you try to understand what is the difference between what Saudi Arabia is trying to do with its wealth, what Qatar, Kuwait, and UAE are trying to do with their wealth, I think it's useful to view it through the lens of people. So if you view Saudi Arabia as a starting point, Saudi Arabia is unique in that it has more than 35 million people. And so differently than the other countries, it's absolutely essential that the deployment of that sovereign wealth leads to not just employment opportunities for the population, but really up-levels the human capital. As Dima will attest, historically, Saudi Arabia has had a tradition of merchant families, and it's moving towards up-leveling a younger population into an era of entrepreneurship and thought leadership. And so many of the investments that are focused abroad now require bringing a knowledge economy into the country. So that's kind of what's unique about Saudi Arabia. Here in Qatar, you have some of the best infrastructure built in the entire world. It was built in the lead up to the World Cup. I like to say that the World Cup was the IPO for the modern country of Qatar. And now Qatar, as it sort of looks beyond the World Cup, is focused on how do you attract another 2.5 million people who are permanent residents who come with their families and live in Qatar from around the world. And if you look at what Qatar is doing, they can't do what Saudi Arabia is doing because there's not 35 million people, so you can't just rely on the population you have. And they don't want to copy what they're seeing nearby in UAE. Some of the most recognizable brands in the world for Qatar are its national champions. Qatar Airways, Qatar National Bank, Al Jazeera, Ooredoo, et cetera. If you're a brilliant person and you want to work for an airline, if you're given a job at Qatar Airways, you'll move your family to Doha to take that job at Qatar Airways. And if you look at some of the best human capital from outside of Qatar that's living and working here with their families, they're working for national champions. The challenge that Qatar has that they're trying to address is they don't have enough national champions to fill that out. And I think it's a very exciting opportunity for the country because you have ready-made infrastructure to be able to do that. It's a totally unique situation where the infrastructure is built in anticipation of germinating a whole ecosystem of national champions that can connect Qatar to the rest of the world. In the case of the UAE, they have such a first-mover advantage. They're unique demographically in the sense that it's less about attracting foreigners to live in the country and more about not losing that first mover advantage of being the place where companies want to have their headquarters and where people want to live. And if you look at what they're doing, they're leaning into that first mover advantage to really aggressively try to pursue through a whole ecosystem of sovereign wealth funds, not just a single one, emerging as one of the world's, or if not the world's greatest sovereign investor. And then Kuwait is an interesting story because they were the first to have a sovereign wealth fund, as I mentioned before, but they stayed in the passive investment paradigm for quite some period of time. And it's only in the last couple of years that you've had a paradigmatic shift in Kuwait, where you have new leadership at the KIA, new leadership sitting on top of a lot of the different big allocators. But what's fascinating about Kuwait demographically is they're emphasizing building it all with Kuwaiti nationals. And you see that through a variety of policies now.
Borge, you have such a great vantage point in your role at WEF. I'm curious how, when you hear all of this, how do you think the rise of sovereign wealth funds, and I guess with it, the rise of the Gulf states, how is that changing geopolitics? I mean, we were talking the other day about how the lens through which many of us are seeing the world now is realism rather than privileging values or anything else. There's been a shift. And I'm curious how you tie that together with the changes we see here and whether that's a good thing or how you sort of characterize what it does to global order.
So I choose to have a real political approach to that. The world is moving in a more multipolarish direction. We're not there yet, but that's a reality. And I think what economy has shown and globally is that we've been much more resilient than we thought maybe even a year ago. So we're much more optimistic now on the global economy than we were just 1 or 2 years ago, where we had a real concern that we could go into a period with all the geopolitical turmoil, all the tariffs, into a low growth decade. You know, in the 1970s, we had almost zero growth, and then it was also a lot of economic challenges. But we're seeing now is 3.2% economic growth this year. It's a little bit lower than the trend growth that was close to 4% for decades, but it's not too bad, and especially with the most complex geopolitical backdrop in decades. We're still trading, we're still seeing growth. That's good, and we do think that the paradigm shift that the new technologies do represent is maybe the new engine of growth. Like trade was the engine of growth for decades. Trade grew twice as much as the global growth and pulled global growth. I think we will see now the same with the new technologies. A year ago in Doha we discussed was there going to be a hard landing, a soft landing in the US economy, and there's no landing. And why is that? $500 billion invested in AI this year. This is amount of money that is staggering, but I think we already see some productivity gains in the economy. So I'm more optimistic moving forward, provided that there are no major wars, there are no major bubbles related to sovereign debt. And of course, we have to avoid any kind of pandemic, so we have to, of course, collaborate to be better.
I mean, we already have wars, and there's an open debate about whether we're in a bubble.
That we cannot afford. I would say on the sovereign wealth funds, though, coming back to that, we have to also remember what the history is. The history was that one wanted to avoid the Dutch disease. So the Netherlands used so much of the gas money in the 70s that the inflation became higher and they didn't really get that much out of the extraordinary gas revenues. Now they're doing well, and this is also my point. There are countries doing extremely well in the world without sovereign wealth funds too, but those that have extraordinary revenues have learned from the Netherlands and the Dutch disease in the 70s. They rather save the money and use the real interest. And over time, it has shown that equities is a good way of saving money. But we should not forget that every country has a responsibility to look after its own competitiveness. Look at Argentina. Maybe the richest country in the world in 1945 that took the Peronistas 10 years, and it was a lower middle income country. Look at South Korea, zero natural resources, at least close to zero natural resources, was on pair GDP with Kenya in 1960. Today, the GDP per capita in Kenya is in Korea is 32 times the one in Kenya. So I'm still, with all this talk about winner takes it all the talk about sovereign wealth funds, we will see nations that prosper also moving forward because of hard work, investments in education, investments in R&D, excellent courts, not corrupt politicians, great governance, hard work, and willingness to really address the very fundamental issues.
That's a really great point. Dima, just to pick up from there, you know, your last point about, you know, how it's important to invest in a way where you're cooperating and not just competing, but also in a way that keeps in mind inequality within countries. And, you know, for example, one of the members of DCO is Pakistan. And I'm curious how, on the ground, you're able to see policymaking shift outcomes when it comes to inequality, or if there are any cooperative mechanisms you're seeing that are working.
Well, I do see it. I'll go back to and build on what Borge mentioned, which is the intention. The intention of these countries and that positive attitude to prosperity that we see now in a lot of our member states. And that intention is opening the opportunity for them to change and to change that mindset of when we, for instance, when you mentioned Pakistan, we're running an initiative with WEF actually in Pakistan, which is driving digital FDI. And the essence of that is what are the reforms that they have to take in place as government for them to attract the right investments, and also what are the packages and incentives. And here is where the openness for such kind of an activity and also working on the reforms in just 18 months, that gives indication that the willingness to change and the willingness to bet on diversifying economies. 2 months ago, we celebrated in Islamabad actually attracting $700 million of investments in digital assets within Pakistan. Why? Is because we identified where the opportunity is and we connected to the right of the supply with the demand, and here's where we accelerated that aspiration. We're doing the same thing in Cyprus, Rwanda as well, and now in Oman. And we see in each country, it's a different landscape, a different competitive advantage, where if we double down on that, we bring it to the surface for the investors, then this is where we can bridge that communication gap between the private sector and the investors. We are working with development funds as well, because we noticed that with sovereign funds as well as with development funds, they are willing to invest in infrastructure if they know where the opportunity is and is it based on certain statistics and measurements. And this is where we came up with the Digital Economy Navigator that identifies the gaps. We provide that data for the sovereign funds and also for the development funds, and we have seen a 10% shift in the mindset of the way that the sovereign funds and development funds are working with governments to deploy development projects in digital infrastructure.
Jared, I'd be remiss if I didn't put to you that sometimes big bets can go dramatically wrong. What if we're in an AI bubble? What will that do to all of these different sovereign wealth funds that are at this point quite heavily invested in the AI ecosystem, and that will create winners and losers within this general group and class of winners? How do you see that playing out?
So look, we're in a really interesting situation right now that I would say is kind of off script from history, just because if you look at the AI ecosystem, it's unprecedented amounts of money that are being spent in all aspects of the value chain before we know what the use cases are that will justify the spend. I don't actually think if there's a bubble, it's going to be because people decide generative AI isn't important. I think if there's a bubble, it's going to be because we can't get to the use cases fast enough to keep up with the investment thesis, right? So that's where I see you have kind of a timeline problem. I think what's interesting is if you look at the 4 big sovereigns, I increasingly, when it comes to AI, I refer to them as the sovereign hyperscalers. And I do that because if you look at Silicon Valley, right, the big companies in Silicon Valley, the hyperscalers, they compete with each other, they partner with each other, and in doing both, they end up fueling the economy. If you look at everything that's happening in the AI space, the valuations have reached such a level, the spend has reached such a level, that's before you get into the cheap energy and power thesis, that's before you get into the ability to construct large amounts of infrastructure quickly and at scale, that's before you get into the flexible regulatory ecosystems that are required to do this in the right way. You add all of that together, and it's not surprising that you have 3 countries, to a lesser extent, Kuwait, deeply involved in every major transaction that's happening in the AI space, right? And so what's interesting about it is the sovereign wealth funds, again, guided by the political leadership that run the country that are pushing an AI thesis, they signal to the market which companies are undervalued or which companies are overvalued depending on where they participate at this stage. They signal whether or not, for instance, we should be focusing on the compute or on the shell and the core by virtue of where they deploy their capital. And so in a lot of respects, the crystal ball for what's to come in terms of investing in the AI ecosystem comes from the Middle East, but in doing so, the deployment of that capital also shapes the ecosystem itself. Look, like any sort of moment of excitement, there's always a risk of a bubble. To me, what feels different about this is we have you have 5 hyperscalers in the US that have sovereign wealth funds of cash on their balance sheet. They can weather the storm. You have sovereign wealth funds in the Middle East that are deploying a substantial amount of the additional capital that's going into this, and that's before you get into Singapore and China and elsewhere. There's a lot to keep this going. And I think what's interesting about instrumental capital versus passive capital or even just kind of traditional active capital, instrumental capital has proven able to weather the turbulence of the market. And even in Saudi Arabia, to use as an example, people point a lot to projects being scaled back or delayed and so forth. That to me looks more like a recalibration than a pivot. And I go back to what I said at the beginning, this capital is patient, it's long-term, and it is heavily aligned with the domestic and international objectives.
Fantastic. Well, you mentioned the clock. We're up against the clock as well, so I'm going to leave it there. Thank you, all of you, for joining us. Remember, you can also read the essay that Jared wrote in Foreign Policy. It's actually leading the website right now, so just go to foreignpolicy.com. You'll know where to find it. And thank you to our great panelists, Dima, Jared, Borge. Let's hear it for them, please.
Okay. Your Highness, Sheikh Hamouza bint Nasser, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, and dear friends. As we approach the close of this year's Doha Forum, our final panel tackles one of the most consequential and defining issues of our time: the collapse of trust in governments and institutions. How can we rebuild it? Through shared action, collective commitments. Governments, corporations, media organizations, digital platforms, international institutions are all facing declining confidence. Many countries in the Middle East and in Africa have endured long histories of colonialism, resource extraction, exploitation, illegal military interventions, and brutal occupations. For decades, if not hundreds of years, there has been systemic, structural exploitation that has shaped today's inequalities. What does true justice, which is the theme of the Doha Forum this year, what does true justice for nations and peoples who have been scarred by these structural injustices look like? Should it be shaped by the countries themselves or imposed by external powers? It is my privilege to moderate this closing panel with our distinguished panelists. May I invite to join me here on stage His Excellency Hassan Sheikh Mohammed, President of the Federal Republic of Somalia, His Excellency Abdullah Al-Alimi Bawazir, Vice President of the Republic of Yemen, and last but not least, Francesca Albanese, the UN Special Rapporteur on the situation of human rights in the occupied Palestinian territories. Welcome to you all, and what a pleasure and a privilege to be sitting on stage here with you and to have Sheikh Hamouza with us in the audience as well. Let me begin with you, President Hassan Sheikh Mohammed. We talk about the issue of injustice and inequality, the loss of trust, but looking at Somalia's own history, briefly, one can say that it has been deeply shaped by foreign domination, colonialism. Its scars run very deep. It has been carved by colonial powers, the British, the French, the Italians, propped up by foreign backers as well, and left to struggle on its own, not just under the weight of decades of exploitation, but also decades of civil war, corruption, and security challenges. Let me ask you from your perspective, Mr. President, in Somalia, what are the key steps that you feel need to be taken to rebuild confidence and accountability?
Thank you very much, and it's a great pleasure and honor for me to be here. Very much grateful with the presence of Her Highness Sheikh Hamouza. Thank you very much for offering us this opportunity. The issue of the justice is one of the fundamental issues that are staying in the world globally today, and in Africa in particular. Most of us, we have inherited a colonial justice system that might not be transcendent to our way of life, our culture, our values, and our beliefs as well. So that's one. The culture, not only the articles and the laws that are in place, but the way those laws have been accepted by the people. If the justice system does not have acceptance from the people, however it's good, it's beautiful, it will not work. In line with that, if I take the case of Somalia, as you rightly said, we didn't even inherit one justice system. We inherited from the colonial powers different justice systems. But however, we united those systems, but again, it didn't work for us for some time. Now, what we do is that Somalia has become a federal government with a level of autonomy to the local administrations and management of the people. So we decided to take the justice close to the people, number one. The people must have access to the justice at the lowest, the farthest corner of the country, everywhere. That is number one. Number two is whether the justice is based on the values. Somalia, the population of Somalia is 100% Muslims, Sunni Muslims, Shafi'i madhab, but even then, they have to see it, that the justice system responds or is in line with their value and their beliefs. That's why we have incorporated and aligned the values of the people. So the third point is how the people, the leadership of the country, or the leadership of a particular part of the country is so close to the people. If we took the style of the colonial powers where the colonial authorities were separate from the local people, now what's required is the leadership has to live with the people in the good days, in the difficult days, in the needy days, in the prosperity days, all this. So these are some of the fundamentals that I say that justice can be accepted and implemented in a fair way. Not only writing very, very good articles and laws only. Thank you.
So give us specifics about what kind of steps you and perhaps other African leaders are doing today to make sure that the future that you are building, the kind of justice that you do say you seek, is one that actually works for the youthful population of Africa and Somalia, a very rapidly growing population, half of the population under 25 years. And the same goes for the continent as a whole. 60% of the continent is under 25 years old, and it is the fastest growing population in the world. What are you doing to make sure that they can believe in the future?
As I said earlier, one important aspect is how to incorporate the laws of the country with the traditions and the values of the society. There are traditional laws that is not written, many of them not written, but accepted by the people. The justice system in that country has to reflect some of those traditional laws. Those traditional laws that cannot compete or follow with the modern way of life maybe can be reviewed or changed, but the people, what they believe, that's what I'm saying, the acceptance of the people is very important. And traditional laws are laws that has been accepted by the people. Many of them are not written even, but even then, again, from one generation to another. That's number one. Number two, the youth is to involve in the making of the laws. When a law is to be established, it has to take time, go to the people, explain to them what this law says, and get their input. That's how the people, particularly the young generation, feel that they are part, or they own the laws that are going to be implemented soon.
And too often they feel left out of the decision-making as well. Turning to the Vice President of Syria, Vice President of Yemen, Vice President Bawazir, we often forget that Yemen, after years of conflict, is still going through a war in many parts of the country. Given that conflict, displacement, continuing suffering on quite a large scale is going on after so much time, what for you does justice look like for Yemenis? To what extent can your government deliver in a way that rebuilds trust and dignity for the people who live in these war-torn areas?
شكرا جزيلا. أنا سعيد أن أحضر هذه الفعالية وبحضور الشيخ موسى في هذه الجلسة الختامية. فيما يتعلق باليمن، اليمن يمر بمرحلة صعبة، أكثر من 10 سنوات حرب. كان اليمنيين على أعتاب مرحلة جديدة في بناء دولتهم بعد حوار وطني شامل في العام 2012 و13 استمر لأشهر، ووضعوا تصور لبناء دولة يمنية مدنية حديثة قائمة على العدالة، قائمة على أن تكون هناك حكم رشيد وتوزيع عادل للسلطة والثروة، وبدأوا بوضع دستور جديد للبلاد. وقبل أن تنتهي هذه المرحلة حصل هناك انقلاب مسلح قادته الميليشيا الحوثية الإرهابية، واستولت على الدولة وعلى مؤسسات الدولة وعلى جزء كبير من البلاد. العدالة للأسف الشديد أنها فقدت في هذه المرحلة، وخلال هذه الفترة 11 عام كانت لدينا محطات تفاوض وسلام، وللأسف الشديد لغياب الرؤية الشاملة والحل الشامل ولغياب الانطلاق نحو تأسيس سلام دائم شامل يقوم على معالجة جذور هذه المشكلة، للأسف لم نصل إلى هذه المحطة النهائية للسلام. بدأنا من بعد الحرب مباشرة في 2015 دورات تفاوض في سويسرا، في جنيف، في بيل، ثم في الكويت، ثم في ستوكهولم. كل هذه المحطات للأسف لأن لم نشخص جذور هذه المشكلة. انتقلت الحرب اليوم من صراع داخلي إلى صراع متعدد الأطراف، دخل فيها الجانب الطائفي والجانب السياسي والجانب الاقتصادي والبعد الإقليمي والبعد الدولي، وأصبح الحوثي اليوم مهدد إقليمي ودولي عابر للحدود. بهذا المستوى تشابكت فيه المشكلة وتعقدت وغابت فيه مفهوم العدالة. اليوم إذا أردنا أن نحقق للشعب اليمني عدالة حقيقية هو بأن ننظر إلى اليمن ليس كمهدد ولكن كفرصة حقيقية يمكن أن تتحول من مهدد أمني يهدد الإقليم والعالم إلى فرصة لبناء دولة حقيقية. اليمن بلد عظيم له تاريخ كبير ولديه تنوع جغرافي كبير ولديه كتلة بشرية شابة قادرة على أن تعمل، لديه سواحل كبيرة، لديه مقومات أن تكون وأن تتحول من تهديد إقليمي ودولي إلى فرصة حقيقية لبناء دولة كبيرة قائمة على عدل وعلى مساواة وعلى حكم رشيد وعلى توزيع عادل للسلطة والثروة. العالم اليوم ينبغي أن ينظر لليمن بمنظور مختلف، حتى يوم أن نقدم مقاربة سياسية ينبغي أن تكون مقاربة قائمة على استغلال هذا الملف لتحويله من ملف حرب وملف تحديد أمني وملف ما يسمى بعود الكبريت الذي يمكن أن ينفجر في أي لحظة إلى بلد قادرة أن تنمو وإلى أن تعيش وإلى أن تضع هذه الفئة الكبيرة من الكتلة البشرية في محل آمن. الأساس اليوم العدالة ينبغي أن تكون، لأنه بدون
Let me ask you, if I may interrupt, what this justice that you are thinking about, what it requires, to what extent does it require accountability, holding not just, as you mentioned, the internal local actors accountable for some of the crimes that have been committed over the last decade, but some of the external actors who've been fueling this ongoing war. Yemen is often referred to as one of the poorest countries in the world. Do you have the wherewithal to seek justice and accountability?
نحن في الحقيقة خطة العدالة اليوم تقوم أساساً أولاً على الانتصار للشعب من خلال تقديم خدمات نوعية لأبناء الشعب وخروجهم من مرحلة الحرب إلى مرحلة السلام. العدالة إذا أردنا اليوم أن نتحرك فيها فهي أن تنصب الجهود الإقليمية والدولية مع الجهود المحلية لوجود حل سياسي عادل يحمل اليمن من مرحلة الصراع إلى مرحلة السلام. أما ما يتعلق بعدالة المحاسبة، كل بلد تتعرض لحرب هناك أخطاء كبيرة ترتكب سواء داخلياً أو خارجياً. للأسف تحولت اليمن إلى ساحة صراع لقوى مختلفة. اليوم هناك تخادم للحوثيين. أنا أحيي الأخ الرئيس الصومالي بجنبي هنا. هناك تخادم للحوثيين مع جهات داخل الصومال، وأعتقد أنه الإخوة في الصومال يعانون، لأن هناك وتقرير الأمم المتحدة وفريق الخبراء أكد على أن هناك عمليات تنسيق لتهريب سلاح لتدريب مسلحين، وأصبح الحوثي تهديد عابر للحدود. العدالة تحتاج اليوم أي مرحلة قادمة تقوم على أولاً أن نؤسس لمرحلة جديدة في اليمن تقوم على أن اليمن تعود إلى مرحلة القانون، تعود إلى حكم حقيقي يستند الناس فيه إلى مرجعية القانون بدون أن تكون عدالة انتقالية. واحدة من الملفات التي تم الاتفاق عليها في مؤتمر الحوار الشامل هي العدالة الانتقالية. هذه العدالة ينبغي أن تكون في مرحلة تسوية الحرب، واحدة من البنود التي يخضع الناس جميعا لها. كل من تسبب في مأساة اليمنيين، كل من تسبب في معاناة اليمنيين ينبغي أن يأخذ حقه العادل وفق القانون الإنساني والدولي في هذا الأمر.
Thank you, Vice President. Francesca Albanese, obviously we just heard the view from Africa and another part of Asia, but there is absolutely no shortage, is there, of inequalities, injustices from Africa to the Middle East, but specifically and perhaps nowhere more than in occupied Palestine, which is your mandate. It isn't just governments and political leaders who are either unable or unwilling to fulfill some of their legal and moral obligations. It's also major institutions like the United Nations, given the fact that it is the world's foremost peacekeeping body. It has failed repeatedly, as we all know, to secure a ceasefire for Gaza over 2 years. It was blocked by one permanent member at least 6 times. How do you deliver justice for Palestinians, given this reality, and would it require accountability, including from outside actors who have, for the past 2 years, either stood by silently or were complicit, actively fueling Israel's war machine?
Good afternoon, everyone. I would also like to extend my appreciation and gratitude to the Doha Forum, Excellencies, Sheikh Moussa. I think that if there is a word that comes to my mind more than any other these days is rapture, is apocalypse. I've often described the situation of Gaza, of Palestine, in fact, as apocalyptic, and I'll get back to it. But the question of rapture is harshly felt inside the international system. Those who behave, those who believe, those who advocate for the application of, and those who have to use international law as a compass to guide politics. And today they are confronted with the reality where the compass works. It's not international law that has a problem, it's politics. It's politics that has completely lost its moral compass. And is it new? No, it's not new. Palestine bears testament to all injustices that other parts of the world, like Somalia, Yemen, and many others of distinguished representatives who are here today speak to. What I think, and also the breaking of the trust into the political system, I'm equally horrified as a lawyer, as a special rapporteur, to see the United Nations, the organizations whose very existence is connected to the never again, to the crimes, to the horrible, abominable crimes that were committed during World War II, to make sure that we do not get there again, that never again is really respected, to preserve peace and stability, premised upon the respect of everyone's dignity and equality. I'm equally horrified, I was saying, to see that, yes, it took 2 years to arrive, to vote, to pass a resolution that included the ceasefire, but also the fact that now the ceasefire has been agreed upon. This is becoming the new tool for Israel to continue the genocide, to continue what the genocide didn't achieve, the ethnic cleansing of Palestine, the total crushing of the Palestinians' right to self-determination. And this is why I say this is a moment that calls for full introspection and realization of how are we making to repair that trust. Because the trust that is at the basis of the social contract that exists at the domestic level in democracies, but also at the international level in the United Nations, is under test today. If you see, for one thing I'm proud to be a Western person, a European today, is not just because of the system of values premised upon the respect of international law, the rule of law, or equality before the law. No, it's the young people, the young generation, which in the West has been the first from the United States to Europe to Australia and other places former colonies, former settler colonial endeavors, they have stood up against the genocide. They have been the first to protest, followed by the workers. And what they have been met with? Batons by the police, criminalizations by government, and other forms of repression in the cradle of democracies. So this is why I'm saying Palestine has been an awakening, a wake-up call for all of us. And I often speak, and this is the last remark I wanted to share, of the Palestine effect. This is not the first genocide in human history. This is at least the third genocide, if not the fourth or the fifth, that occurs in my lifetime. This is the first genocide that awakens global conscience and global response. Palestine is allowing us to see what the law becomes when it's in the hands of power. Palestine is allowing us to see what connects all injustices, what happens to Yemen, to Sudan, to Congo, and including in places where poverty has not been so rooted as it is today for a long time, including in the West. We have a common enemy, and we need to face it, where the politics is at the service of economic interests.
But just to follow up briefly, Francesca, you mentioned that we have the laws, we have the conventions on genocide and everything else. It is the implementation that lacks. I wonder to what extent it is accurate to say that the world has lost its moral compass, or as you've just alluded to now, the genocide in Gaza has actually exposed the level of dishonesty, and let's face it, hypocrisy within the Western world particularly. So to that point, and another one that I want to ask you about very briefly before I move on to our other two speakers, you are the first UN Special Rapporteur to ever have been sanctioned by any state. The United States imposed sanctions on you for simply doing your job, for publishing reports that have taken on corporations and governments that you believe have been complicit in Israel's genocide in Gaza. You refuse to be intimidated. You and I had a conversation a few days ago. You say you will not be intimidated, but surely it must do something to the rule of law, and anyone willing to uphold it despite this campaign of intimidation and bullying.
Look,
does it?
What happens to me is what happens to anyone who stands in solidarity, not with the Palestinian people, with justice. Because today, the international, what the United States sanctioning me is telling to the international system is, we don't need you. And this is the culmination of a series of attacks, of a series of aggressions, a smear campaign. Everyone who's been trying to infuse an ounce of respect for international law in the context of the aggression on Gaza has been accused of anti-Semitism, supporting terrorism, from the Pope to the Secretary General, and of course, special rapporteurs among others. So I could speak to what has happened to me, and what I think is so pernicious of this is the tolerance. So you ask me why you do not, why do you continue? Why do you persist? Because what I'm left with is my dignity, and it's my voice. And while no member states have done what I think should be done, getting together, standing together, and standing up against the United States and tell enough, this is a violation, this is the first UN person who's been sanctioned in 80 years of UN life, and it cannot constitute a precedent. It's illegal, it's against the UN Charter, it's against the Convention on Privileges and Immunities, and so please, you have to withdraw the sanctions. No member state has done it. It doesn't speak to my courage. It speaks to the broad cowardice that exists in the international community, and I cannot be held accountable for that. But, there is a but. I will not be silent till I will have breath in my lungs. I will continue to advocate for justice, not as a lawyer, not as the special rapporteur for the occupied Palestinian territory, but as a mother. As a mother who doesn't want that the brutality that has been unleashed day in and day out with the complacency and the complicity of so many governments, especially from the part of the world I come from, will become the rule. I cannot accept as a mother that this is normalized, and this is why I keep on saying we still have time. What we are using is not something we have inherited from our ancestors. It's something that we are borrowing, and let me be very honest, we are stealing from our children, and this is why I think let's take it as an opportunity to change.
Thank you very much, Francesca. President Hassan Sheikh Mohammed, just looking and reflecting on what we just heard, and speaking as an African leader who has seen for years the way the current world order, the Western-dominated rules-based order, uses our global institutions, our legal mechanisms as tools against the powerless. The Security Council of the United Nations to this day doesn't have a single African permanent member. How important is it to change this reality? The ICC, we know, has operated for years with a focus on African leaders. How do you view the current system, and what needs to happen? Can we carry on with this same system, or do we need some kind of overhaul, not to say revolution?
Well, the international or the global system of justice has been shown the weaknesses and the cracks it has already developed and working. The problem of the international law is that there is no watchman that you can call at any time that there is a violation. Proper implementation and enforcement is where we are losing. When the international crimes become intertwined with the interest of some other nations that are bigger in voice, bigger in power and in position, and they don't want to implement the international law, international law is there to protect the weak at the global level. Nations that have no bigger voice, nations that have no military capability to defend their interests, all these were the establishment, but unfortunately, it's not working that way, as she said. What has happened in Gaza was really a very good demonstration for the weakness of the international law that has happened.
So what needs to happen to change this? Because we are now seeing the emergence of smaller actors in the developing world, especially the global south, like South Africa and others, take on the big powers.
There is always a voice, and it's growing, that many of the international systems that were established or founded after the Second World War is not functioning or is not functioning properly. So review of all, including the major institutions like the United Nations, is now under discussion. The voice is there, but still there are obstacles on the way to do the necessary review for that. Somalia, being a non-permanent member of the United Nations Security Council right now, we are advocating for that purpose, and I believe that it's getting momentum. It's a matter of time before that happens. That is the international or the global order or system. If I go back to the countries, there are so many challenges in Somalia, and countries like Somalia, post-conflict, fragile countries. This is the sort. But there are also opportunities in it to review the whole systems in place. So, said earlier, and said my colleagues as well, trust. However, the system is beautiful and good. If the people that this system serves does not believe it, does not have the trust on it, it doesn't work, and it cannot work. So one of the main reasons is how can we make our people trust the system? As I said earlier, one of the things is that they need to feel ownership of the system. They should not see the system as imposed by higher authorities or by foreigners or by other interests. They need to feel that this is theirs, their contribution, their ideas, their worries, their wishes are there in it is very important. The second aspect is how can we make trust is earned. You cannot impose trust, or you cannot push trust. It's earned. You have to earn the trust. The system of justice has to earn the trust. And in order to earn, structurally, it has to be built. How far the system is independent from political interference. How far the system is structured and the people running the system are credible people. These are some of the important issues. How far the system advocates for equal distribution of resources and opportunities in that particular country. When these measures are there and when these measures are sold to the people, that it's true, then only so in Somalia now we're establishing structures that are independent from the politics, like independent judicial service commission that's independent from the other administration. We are serving also structures like Human Rights Commission, anti-money laundering status, anti-corruption. So these structures are voices, or structures where the people can go without going to the minister or to the parliamentarian or to directly someone who is free from all these influences. That's also the structural system of the justice system.
Of course, and they require not just people's participation, but transparency as well from the government. But talking about one fragile state and moving on to another, Yemen, again, Vice President Bawazir, not just looking at the structural changes that you need to do internally, but looking at the global system. Yemen being a very interesting case in point, a war that has gone on so many years with the Security Council standing by, violations happening probably on a daily basis. It's far away from the news. It's dropped off the radars. What needs to happen? How important is it for you that something fundamental changes in the international global system?
شكرا جزيلا. دعيني ابتداء أن أحيي السيدة فرانسيسكو على موقفها وعلى ما اتخذته باتجاه القضية الفلسطينية وما تعرض له الشعب في غزة. ما يتعلق باليمن للأسف الشديد أنه استمرار الحرب لمدة 10 سنوات واحد من الأسباب يعود إلى أنه الأدوات الدولية كانت أضعف من أن تقف في وجه هذه الحرب. لدينا مجلس الأمن الدولي نزل إلى اليمن في 2013 وعقد اجتماع داخل اليمن يعزز التجربة اليمنية في الانتقال السلمي والسلس للسلطة. ثم بعد الانقلاب في 2014 أصدر مجلس الأمن الدولي قراراً برقم 2216 يحدد آلية إنهاء هذا الانقلاب. ثم بعد ذلك أصدر قراراً في 2015. للأسف الشديد هذه الأدوات الدولية فقدت فاعليتها في منع هذه الصراعات. لنا اليوم أكثر من 11 عام في هذه الحرب، ولدينا قرارات ومرجعيات دولية ومرجعيات إقليمية ومرجعيات محلية، ومع هذا للأسف الشديد لم تساهم في إنهاء الصراع أو إنهاء الحرب. مجلس الأمن الدولي لدينا الآن مبعوث للأمم المتحدة خاص باليمن طيلة هذه الفترة وأشرف على عدد من جولات التفاوض، لكن هناك غياب لدور دولي فاعل حقيقي وجاد لإنهاء الصراع في اليمن. الآن في خلال العامين الماضية يوم أن تحول الصراع في اليمن إلى صراع خارج حدود اليمن وأصبح يؤثر على الأمن الإقليمي والدولي، على الملاحة البحرية، على حركة التجارة العالمية، بدأ العالم يفيق ويرى أن هناك قضية كبيرة في اليمن ينبغي أن تتحول الجهود باتجاه اليمن. اليوم نشهد تغير في الموقف الدولي فيما يتعلق بالموقف الأمريكي من تصنيف الحوثيين. نتكلم عن موقف أوروبي أكثر جدية، لكن الأدوات الدولية لا زالت غير فاعلة، وأصبحت المبعوث الأمم المتحدة للأسف الشديد في حالة ضعف كبير جدا، لأنه غير قادر على التعاطي مع جماعة منقلبة على الدولة لديها أجندة خارجية ولديها دعم إقليمي يساعدها على البقاء. هذا ما يتعلق بدور المجتمع الدولي في إنهاء هذه الحرب. الأصل الآن أن تكون هناك مقاربة إقليمية دولية محلية لإنهاء هذا الصراع بشكل جاد. شكرا جزيلا.
Thank you, Vice President. To you again, Francesca, if I may. You know, I'm reminded of something Noam Chomsky once said. He said that your rights correspond to your power and your wealth. Do you believe that is true in the Palestinian context, in the sense that the Palestinian people do not have much international support, not on a popular level, but with governments, because of their lack of power and wealth to a certain degree? As a European, do you think this is a turning point?
Yes, yes, I think it's a turning point. And also this is what is so interesting about the history of Palestine. I was recently in South Africa, where I realized something beautiful that surprised me. We tend to think as Nelson Mandela quite as a unique, and he was a very special man. But if you go to South Africa, you realize that Nelson Mandela couldn't have been born in any other country, in the sense that the South Africans have a strength that it's almost incomparable to anything I've seen. Why? Because this is a people that has really fought for centuries, and one of the most horrible forms of settler colonial domination, and which in the last 50 years of its life were known as apartheid. But Nelson Mandela was one of the most famous quotes of his is, South Africa, we will not be free until Palestine is free. What did he mean? Why didn't he say Somalia or Yemen or any other country? Because of something that linked South Africa and Palestine. It's the European settler colonial mentality that still underpins what Israel is doing to the Palestinian people, and especially in the occupied Palestinian territory. So do I see a moment of redemption? Absolutely. And it's in the power of the Palestinians, because they have not been defeated, they still, and I'm not talking of armed resistance, no, I'm talking of resilience. Sumud, which is the most defining value for the Palestinian people, has become a universal term. Thank you. This is for the Palestinians, I guess. People in Europe know what Sumud means, and its resilience and its steadfastness. And is it an opportunity for the government? Yes. Yes, because we still need them. We still principle leadership. Leaders who put rights before profits. People in governments who are able to make sacrifices and act with dignity and integrity. There is always time, but time is not infinite. And so I do think that the word we need to pursue in order to reorient political conduct with the compass of the legal compass, what international law says, is justice. Can we stand all together for justice, for a world that is more just? Because this is what people are asking. They're standing against a place where might makes right. And in fact, the people of the world are getting united from Malaysia, Yemen, Somalia, South Africa, to all places on the world, not just the young people, the workers striking and civil servants breaking the ranks, demonstrating that you can be more civil than servants. This is the cusp of a revolution. The reason why I'm still hopeful is that the power of the Palestinians is intact. And today, Palestine doesn't just mean Sumud. Palestine is speaking the word and the verb and the grammar of justice.
Thank you very much, Francesca. In the remaining few minutes, if I can just go to each one of you, starting with you, President Hassan Sheikh Mohammed. Just hearing what Francesca just said, the way Gaza, Palestine, has galvanized the entire world. To what extent do Somalians, I think it's almost a rhetorical question, you know, feel that Gaza reflects their own struggles and the struggles of the entire world?
Well, the world has witnessed what has happened in Gaza, and I don't think that there is someone who can defend that in legal terms or in a moral compass terms as well. But as Francesca rightly said, that the Palestinian people are very resilient people, and they have been resisting for the last 70, 80 years. So it is not something that is new to them. I think it has tarnished the sense of justice and trust in the eyes of the world today. Many big voices or big powers in the world today has lost the moral compass to stand in front of the people and said, this is justice or this is injustice. I think the whole globe, the whole world, the international community as a global has stand with the Palestinians. That's a proof that what has happened in Gaza has no morality in the human sense of morality. I think this will continue, and this will be a turning point for the international system of justice and international system of diplomacy as well. Yes, there's a lot of pain, a lot of grievance that the Palestinian community will ever remember, but once they get what they want, I hope that they will stand up with the rest of the world. And the world has shown that is what the United Nations Security Council reform is necessary. The system, I will not say the global system has collapsed, but it needs a review. And case example, very good case example is the Palestinian case right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, President Hassan Sheikh Mohammed. To you, Vice President Bouwazir, your final thoughts on the situation in Gaza, the injustices faced by the Palestinian people, their struggle. How optimistic are you that this is a pivotal moment that has awakened the world and that will force change and justice?
في الحقيقة أنه ما تعرضت له غزة وما تعرض له فلسطين كان وصمة وعار في جبين العالم جميعاً. لكن دعيني هنا في هذه اللحظة أن أحيي الدور الرائد والكبير لدولة قطر والجهود الكبيرة التي قادتها مع إخوانهم في مصر ومع باقي الجهود في محاولة لرفع الظلم والضيم الذي تعرض له الشعب الفلسطيني. الذي حصل في غزة يندى له الجبين. هناك صمود عجيب وهناك درس للإنسانية جميعاً فيما يتعلق بصمود الفلسطينيين وتضحياتهم وصبرهم وحجم الألم والمعاناة التي تعرضوا لها كبير جداً. وللأسف كان امتحان صعب لكل المؤسسات الدولية ولكل الفاعلين الدوليين، بل أثبت أن هناك أو أن الضمير العالمي مر بمرحلة موت أو تعليق للحياة لفترة فيما يتعلق بالمرحلة التي عاشها الشعب الفلسطيني في غزة من ظروف صعبة. نتوقع أنه ونأمل رغم أنه لا زالت الجهود تمر في مرحلة حرجة، نأمل أن الشعب الفلسطيني يمر من هذه المرحلة إلى مرحلة أكثر استقرار وسلام. الشعب الفلسطيني يستحق أن يعيش كريماً عزيزاً على أرضه وتحت سماء بلاده. نتمنى أنه يحل الأمن والاستقرار والسلام في فلسطين وفي أرض غزة. وشكراً مرة أخرى للجهود التي بذلت من دولة قطر في هذا الشأن.
Thank you, Vice President Bouwazir. Francesca, I must end with you. You get the final thought. We've got 3.5 minutes. I know that you've been warning, haven't you, that we are misusing our resources, that we have a finite time on this earth, and that we must do more when we can. You said to me a few days ago that the mask has fallen and that without popular action, justice will not be delivered. So the question is, do you believe meaningful justice can still be achieved? And what must we all do, not just governments, but all of us?
Yes, so let me end on a, on a positive note. And this is not just to re-energize the discussion, but because I really believe that we can still make it better. And it's through justice. But first, let me take 1 minute to share a reflection that I hope will be a seed, will plant a seed of curiosity in you. Some scholars have written an article titled, "Palestine is a feminist issue." And this is so powerfully true. In the beginning, I was saying, no, what does it mean? I thought that it was referring to the fact that the feminist movement, especially in the West, had not been very close to the fate of the Palestinian. It's not that. It's about emancipation from oppressive structures of power that speak patriarchy. It's true at the domestic level, it's true at the international level. Because look at the way, for example, the International Criminal Court, Palestinian Human Rights Organization, a UN Special Rapporteur are being sanctioned. This is a slap in the face of the system. And it doesn't come from someone who respects the rules. It's someone who feels above the rules. And this is why I'm saying we need to break this system, not in a peaceful way. And we can. How do we do that? Through respecting the rules ourselves, first and foremost. And this is why the answer to your question, Rida, is justice. The International Court of Justice has already spoken. It has said that in order to end the violence in the case of Palestine, Israel must put an end to its unlawful occupation. It must withdraw the troops, dismantle the colonies, and stop exploiting Palestinian resources. What else do we need? The court has spoken. So let's follow this. Let's not impose further conditions of brutality on the Palestinians. At the moment, they are still being genocided. So this is a call for humanity and compassion. Justice goes through accountability, for sure, to international courts, through domestic courts, but first and foremost, it requires a change of mentality and a change of mind and a change of heart in every one of us. Change and peace is in every step. So let's make it happen as we leave this room today. Thank you.
A call to action. Thank you very much, Francesca Albanese, Vice President Bawazir, and President Mohammed. Thank you all very much indeed. And as I invite you to regain your seats, we will move straight into our closing ceremony here. As we come to the end of the official program of the 2025 Doha Forum, we are honored to have with us this year, for the first time, someone who has spent her entire life fighting for justice. She has done it both at home and in the wider region by empowering the younger generation and women through education. Here in Doha, it is not an exaggeration to say that her vision and determination have played a major role in establishing Qatar in its education, health, and research programs as an ecosystem. She has also helped provide education to children in many parts of the world, in conflict zones, in underprivileged environments, from Palestine to Sudan, from Syria to Lebanon to Iraq, in fact, to Haiti to Cambodia, to so many other places, including the DRC, and the list goes on. She is a visionary, a leader who does not wait for change to happen. She makes it happen. And she does that by providing the less fortunate among us with some of the tools that they need to empower themselves, by reminding us about the value and the importance of cultural identity, and by ensuring that change comes from within. It is my great pleasure and distinct honor to invite Her Highness Sheikha Moza, Chair of the Qatar Foundation and Education Above All, to deliver this year's closing remarks. Your Highness.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم. عندما يكون سؤال العدالة موضوعا للبحث تنهمر الأسئلة بكثافة حول صدقية التداول اللفظي للعدالة كاستحقاق، بينما تقوم الشواهد على غيابها في الواقع. فالعدالة في أصلها إيمان وثقافة وممارسة تتأصل في الواقع، والعدالة تحس وترى، ولن يكون الانخراط اللغوي والشعارات في محرابها بديلاً عنها بأي حال. تلك وعود غير مؤتمنة وتعهدات تصاغ لكي لا تنفذ. ويؤخذ على النظام العالمي غياب معايير العدالة، بينما تنتشر في الكرة الأرضية مشاهد ظلم لا يخفى، بل هو ظلم مسكوت عنه، وبتعبير أدق ظلم يتم تجاهله عن قصد. ففي زمن تحتدم فيه صراعات غير مسبوقة وتنهار فيه آليات الحوكمة، يصير الإخفاق في مواجهة سؤال العدالة نتيجة طبيعية، لأن لا أحد قادر على تقديم حلول فعالة لمواجهة التحديات التي تعصف المجتمع الإنساني. فالدول الكبرى بدلاً من أن تضمن حماية السلطة الولائية للعدالة لضبط ميزان العلاقات الدولية في مواقع العبث به، وبدلاً من صونها القانون الدولي أداة أممية لإحقاق العدالة، تنخرط هذه الدول في تكريس مصالحها وتمرير أجنداتها لبسط هيمنتها تحت مظلة نظام عالمي يشهد اضطراباً وتراجعاً مريعاً في معايير العدالة، وهي المعايير التي يفترض أن تحكم العلاقات والحقوق والفرص. حتى باتت العدالة مفهوماً نسبياً يتأثر بالظروف والمصالح، عوضاً عن أن تكون قيمة عالمية ثابتة. ولا أظن أن مفهوم العدالة يحتاج إلى إعادة تعريف، لأن القضية كلها متعلقة بكيفية تطبيق العدالة على أرض الواقع. وقد شهدنا في بقاع مختلفة من العالم تطبيقاً انتقائياً للحق في العدالة، وشهدنا كذلك تغييباً للحق في العدالة في مناطق تستصرخ شعوبها العالم لكف يد الظالم وإحقاق الحق، ولكن ما من مغيث. ولا نحتاج إلى شاهد عيان لإثبات وقاع الجرائم التي وثقتها شاشات التلفزة، بما فيها من تقتيل وحشي للمدنيين من مختلف الأعمار في غزة والسودان على سبيل المثال. ومع ذلك فإن صوت العدالة هو الأكثر خفوتاً في ضوضاء العالم. ذلك هو عالمنا اليوم. الحضور الكريم، من المهم الإشارة في هذا السياق إلى أن الحاجة للعدالة هي حاجة إنسانية شاملة، إنها الشرط اللازم لشعور الإنسان الضعيف بالحماية في وجه القوي، وهي بالقدر نفسه الشرط اللازم لصحة العلاقات الدولية، فلا تجور دولة بقوتها على أخرى. ولكم أن تتخيلوا أيها السيدات والسادة أي حيرة فكرية وأخلاقية يواجهها الشباب الذين تعلموا في مدارسهم وجامعاتهم أن العدالة شرط لعافية المجتمع الإنساني، ثم يرون بعد ذلك واقعاً من حولهم يناقض ما درسوا وتعلموه. ولهذا فلا عجب إذا امتلأت بهم الشوارع في حواضر العالم للاحتجاج على ممارسات القوة، مما اعتبروه خذلانا لكل المواثيق التي تمجد العدالة. إن البشرية اليوم بحاجة إلى إيلاء العدالة والعدل ما يستحقان من الصون والالتزام الصارم، وهي حاجة باتت ضرورية بسبب ما توافر الإنساني من أدوات القتل والإفناء الجماعي على نحو لم تعرفه البشرية من قبل، إذ لا شيء يلجم سكرة القوة كما تفعل العدالة ويفعل القانون. الحضور الكريم، إن الواقع الإنساني اليوم يطرح قضية مثيرة حقاً، فحواها لماذا لا يصاحب التقدم التكنولوجي تقدم في مجال القيم؟ بكثير من التفكر والتأمل في قضية التقدم سنجد أنه من طرف خفي أصبح التقدم بأيدي القوى العظمى أداة من أدوات سحق الهويات والخصوصيات الثقافية. لذلك يجب أن لا ينسينا زهو التقدم فضيلة العدالة، فالقضاء على ثقافة إنسان وعلى هويته إنما هو قتل معنوي لا يقل عن قتله مادياً. في هذا السياق فمن العدالة احترام الخصوصية الثقافية ومراعاة حساسيتها المفرطة في بحثها عن الحماية في وجه التيارات العارمة للتقدم. فما يقال إنه تقدم في محيط ثقافي ما لا ينظر إليه كذلك من منظور ثقافي آخر، وما يصلح هنا لا يصلح هناك، وما ينبذ هنا يبجل هناك. وأنا أعتقد أن التقدم الحقيقي يتحقق جوهره بكونه رديفاً للعدالة، وإلا أصبح تقدماً عدمياً. ولأن التقدم كامل في التعليم، فمن العدالة أيضاً تحقيق الأمن التعليمي لضمان صون اللغة والتقاليد والهوية الثقافية، باعتبارها معاً مواريث وجدانية مبجلة وضامنة لسلامة المجتمعات وأمنها القومي. كذلك يصبح الأمن التعليمي شرطاً لتحقيق العدالة الاجتماعية، وسيكون إهماله انغماساً في الجهل والتخلف المفضيين إلى التبعية. السيدات والسادة، دعونا نفحص تجليات مفهوم العدالة، لأنه في حقيقة أمره لا يتخلف عن أي ضرب من ضروب الفعل الإنساني في هذه الحياة. إن تعزيز التماسك الأسري والاجتماعي عدالة، والرعاية الصحية وسلامة الطفل عدالة، وحماية التعليم وتحقيق أمنه عدالة، وتوفير فرص العمل الكريمة عدالة، حق الإنسان في التعبير عدالة. وهذه ركائز مرتبطة تتكامل لتشكل أساساً لعالم أكثر عدلاً. إن تحديات عالمنا اليوم تفرض علينا مقاربة جسورة تستعد ميزان العدالة المائل، فالعدالة بحضورها القوي تعيد للإنسان ثقته بنفسه، وللمهمشين وللذين يعيشون في ظروف صراع أو طوارئ إنسانية تعيد لهم إيمانهم بحقهم في الحياة وأنهم ليسوا عبئاً على العالم. الحضور الكريم، إن أهمية منتدى الدوحة تكمن في اجتماع القادة وصناع القرار للنظر مرة تلو أخرى في التحديات الممسكة بخناق العالم، وأكثرها من صنع الإنسان. لذلك فإن مقاربة الحلول ربما اقتضت شجاعة في طرح الأسئلة لاستعادة السلام في عالم آخذ في التوحش. ولا يكفي طرح الأسئلة لتحقيق الخلاص، بل يجب تقديم إجابات لا مراوغة فيها. وهنا ربما علينا أن نعيد طرح السؤال القديم الجديد: هل الحق هو الذي يؤسس القوة، قوة القانون والعدالة، أم أن القوة هي التي تؤسس حقها وعدلها بالعدوان والظلم؟ من المؤسف أن نرى اليوم واقعاً تحكمه سرديات معبرة عن مفاهيم القوة لشرعنة ما تعتبره حقاً وعدالة. وهذا يجعل المعركة اليوم معركة حول استعادة المعنى للمفاهيم التي أفرقت من دلالاتها، حتى أصبح السلام لا يعني السلام، والأمن لا يعني الأمن، والعدالة الضحية الكبرى لا تعني العدالة. ولذلك تكتسب جهودكم أيها الحضور الكريم أهمية كبرى لاهتمامكم بتحقيق العدالة وحماية معاييرها. آمل أن تجد مخرجات مؤتمركم هذا سبيلها إلى التأثير. فما أعظم الغاية وما أقل النصير وما أكبر الأمل في لحظة وعي تستحضر فيها الإنسانية عدالتها الغائبة. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
A very fitting way to end the 2025 Doha Forum with Her Highness reminding us about so many of the key principles, the prerequisites to our pursuit of justice if we are indeed serious about making change happen. The need for courage, conviction, political will, and moral clarity. Thank you, Your Highness, for reminding us as well that at such a crucial time for humanity, when we are seeing unprecedented levels of suffering and injustice, that we can and indeed we must transform our public statements, our commitments and support for justice into concrete action, not slogans. So as we wrap the official program of the 2025 Doha Forum, and I remind everyone that there will still be many activities and panels still happening here tomorrow. We are indeed very grateful to all of you for the rich discussions and the valuable conversations we have shared from right around the globe here in Doha. As we thank you all for being here, we'd like to acknowledge a special member of the Doha Forum family, Her Excellency Lolwa Al Khater. She is the Minister of Education for the State of Qatar. She led the relaunch of the Doha Forum several years ago, setting it on a course to become the major global event that it is today. Thank you. Our gratitude also goes to Mubarak Al-Kuwari, the Executive Director of the Doha Forum, and Maha Al-Kuwari, the General Manager of the Doha Forum. They have both carried forward your vision and mapped the ambitious trajectory that the Doha Forum is currently on. Our thanks also go to the wider Doha Forum team. Thank you all for helping us make this event the success that it has been. Thank you for being here. Until we meet again next December, let us refuse to let justice remain a distant promise and work together to make it a lived reality, not just for some, but for people everywhere. Thank you all very much indeed.